International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. Edited by William Patten. Section 16. The Courting of Dinah Shadd, by Rudyard Kipling. Part 2. Did I ever tell you how Dinah Shadd came to be wife of mine? I dissembled a burning anxiety that I had felt for some months, ever since Dinah Shadd, the strong, the patient, and the infinitely tender, had, of her own good love and free will, washed a shirt for me, moving in a barren land where washing was not. "I can't remember," I said, casually. "Was it before or after you made love to Annie Bragin, and got no satisfaction?" The story of Annie Bragin is written in another place. It is one of the many episodes in Mulvaney's checkered career. Before, long before, was that business of Annie Bragin and the corporal's ghost. Never woman was the worse for me when I had married Dinah. There's a time for all things, and I know how to kape all things in place, barrin' the drink, that kapes me in my place, with no hope of comin' to be aught else." "Begin at the beginning," I insisted. "Mrs. Mulvaney told me that you married her when you were quartered in Crab Bokhar barracks." "And the same is a cesspit," said Mulvaney, piously. "She spoke thrue, did Dinah. 'Twas this way. Talking of that, have you ever fallen in love, sorr?" I preserved the silence of the damned. Mulvaney continued: "Then I will assume that ye have not. I did. In the days of my youth, as I have more than once told you, I was a man that filled the eye and delighted the soul of women. Niver man was hated as I have been. Never man was loved as I, no, not within half a day's march of it. For the first 5 years of my service, when I was what I would give my soul to be now, I took whatever was widin my reach, and digested it, and that's more than most men can say. Drink I took, and it did me no harm. By the hollow of heaven, I could play with 4 women at onst, and keep them from finding out anything about the other 3, and smile like a full-blown marigold through it all. Dick Colquhoun, of the battery we'll have down on us to–night, could drive his team no better than I mine, and I held the worser cattle. And so I lived, and so I was happy, till after that business wid Annie Bragin, she that turned me off as cool as a meat–safe, and taught me where I stood in the mind of an honest woman. 'Twas no sweet dose to take. After that I sickened a while, and took thought of my regimental work, conceiting myself I would study and be a sergeant, and a major–gineral 20 minutes after that. But on top of my ambitiousness, there was an empty place in my soul, and me own opinion of meself could not fill it. Says I to myself, 'Terence, you're a great man and the best set up in the regiment. Go on and get promotion.' Says meself to me, 'What for?' Says I to meself, 'For the glory of it.' Says meself to me, 'Will that fill these 2 strong arrums of yours, Terence?' 'Go to the devil,' says I to meself. 'Go to the married lines,' says meself to me. ''Tis the same thing,' says I to meself. 'If you're the same man it is,' said meself to me, and with that I considered on it a long while. Did you ever feel that way, sorr?" I snored gently, knowing that if Mulvaney were uninterrupted he would go on. The clamour from the bivouac fires beat up to the stars as the rival singers of the companies were pitted against each other. "So I felt that way, and a bad time it was. Onct, bein' a fool, I went into the married lines, more for the sake of speaking to our old coloured sergeant Shadd than for any thruck wid women folk. I was a corporal then, reduced afterwards, but a corporal then. I've got a photograph of meself to prove it. 'You'll take a cup of tea wid us?' says he. 'I will that,' I says, 'though tay is not my diversion.' ''Twould be better for you if it were,' says old Mother Shadd. And she ought to know, for Shadd, in the ind of his service, drank bung full each night. With that I took off my gloves. There was pipe clay in them, so that they stood alone. and pulled up my chair, looking round at the china ornaments and bits of things in the Shadds' quarters. There were things that belonged to a woman, and no camp kit, here to day and dishipated next. "You're comfortable in this place, sergeant," says I. "'Tis the wife that did it, boy," says he, pointin' the stem of his pipe to old Mother Shadd, and she smacked the top of his bald head upon the compliment. "That means you want money," says she. And thin, when the kettle was to be filled, Dinah came in. My Dinah! Her sleeves rolled up to the elbow, and her hair in a golden glory over her forehead, the big blue eyes beneath twinkling like stars on a frosty night, and the tread of her 2 feet lighter than waste paper from the Colonel's basket in orderly room when it's emptied. Bein' but a slip of a girl, she went pink at seein' me, and I twisted me moustache and looked at a picture for n'inst the wall. Never show a woman that you care the snap of a finger for her, and begad she'll come bleatin' to your boot heels." "I suppose that's why you followed Annie Bragin till everybody in the married quarters laughed at you," said I, remembering that unhallowed wooing, and casting off the disguise of drowsiness. "I'm layin' down the gineral theory of the attack," said Mulvaney, driving his foot into the dying fire. "If you read the soldier's pocket book, which never any soldier reads, you'll see that there are exceptions. When Dinah was out of the door, and 'twas as though the sunlight had gone too." "Mother of Heaven, sergeant!" says I. "But is that your daughter?" "I've believed that way these 18 years," says old Shadd, his eyes twinkling. "But Mrs. Shadd has her own opinion, like every other woman." "'Tis wid yours this time, for a miracle," says Mother Shadd. "Then why in the name of fortune did I never see her before?" says I. "Because you've been traipsin' round with the married women these 3 years past. She was a bit of a child till last year, and she shot up wid the spring," says old Mother Shadd. "I'll trapse no more," says I. "D'ye mean that?" says old Mother Shadd, looking at me sideways, like a hen looks at a hawk whin the chickens are runnin' free. "Try me an' tell," says I. Wid that I pulled on my gloves, drank off the tea, and wint out of the house as stiff as a general parade, for well I knew that Dinah Shadd's eyes were in the small of my back out of the scullery window. Faith, that was the only time I mourned I was not a cavalryman, for the sake of the spurs to jingle. I wint out to think, and I did a powerful lot of thinking, but it all came round to that slip of a girl in the dotted blue dress, wid the blue eyes and the sparkle in them. Then I kept off canteen, and I kept to the married quarters or near by on the chanst of meetin' Dinah. Did I meet her? Oh, my time passed, did I not? Wid a lump in my throat as big as my valise, and my heart goin' like a farrier's gorge on a Saturday mornin'. 'Twas "Good day to you, Miss Dinah," and "Good day to you, Corp'ril," for a week or two, and divil a bit further I could get, because of the respict I had for that girl that I cud ha' broken betune finger and thumb. Here I giggled as I recalled the gigantic figure of Dinah Shadd when she handed me my shirt. "You may laugh," grunted Mulvaney, "but I'm speakin' the truth, and 'tis you that are in fault. Dinah was a girl that would ha' taken the imperiousness out of the Duchess of Clonmel in those days. Flower hand, foot of shod air, and the eyes of the mornin' she had. That is my wife to day, ould Dinah, and never aught else than Dinah Shadd to me. 'Twas afther 3 weeks standin' off and on, and never makin' headway except through the eyes, that a little drummer boy grinned in me face when I had admonished him wid the buckle of my belt for riotin' all over the place. 'And I'm not the only one that doesn't kape to barracks,' says he. I took him off by the scruff of his neck my heart was hung on a trigger those days, you'll understand and 'Out wid ut,' says I, 'or I'll lave no bone in you unbruck.' 'Speak to Dempsey,' says he, howlin'. 'Dempsey which?' says I, 'ye unwashed limb of Satan.' 'Of the Bobtailed Dragoons,' says he. 'He's seen her home from her aunt's house in the civil lines 4 times this fortnight.' 'Child,' says I, droppin' him, 'your tongue's stronger than your body. Go to your quarters. I'm sorry I dressed you down.' At that I went 4 ways to onst hantin' Dempsey. I was mad to think that wid all my airs among women I should ha' been chaited by a basin faced fool of a cavalryman not fit to trust on a mule trunk. Presently I found him in our lines. The Bobtails was quartered next us, and a tallowy, top-heavy son of a she-mule he was, with his big brass spurs, and his plastrons on his epigastons and all, but he never flinched a hair. "A word wid you, Dempsey," says I. "You've walked wid Dinah Shadd 4 times this fortnight gone." "What's that to you?" says he. "I'll walk 40 times more, and 40 times on top of that, ye shovel–footed, clod–breaking infantry lance–corporal." Before I could guard, he had his gloved fist home on me cheek, and down I went full sprawl. "Will that content you?" says he, blowing on his knuckles for all the world like a Scots Grey officer. "Content!" says I. "For your own sake, man, take off your spurs, peel your jacket and onglove. 'Tis the beginning of the overture. Stand up." He stood all he knew, but he never peeled his jacket, and his shoulders had no fair play. I was fighting for Dinah Shadd, and that cut on me cheek. What hope had he for me? "Stand up," says I, time and again, and he was beginning to quarter the ground and guard high on go large. "This isn't ridin' school," says I. "Oh, man, stand up, and let me get at ye." But when I saw he would be runnin' about, I grup his shtock in me left and his waist–belt in me right, and swung him clear to me right front, head under, he hammerin' me nose till the wind was knocked out of him on the bare ground. "Stand up," says I, "or I'll kick your head into your chest," and I would ha' done it too, so ragin' mad I was. "Me collar bone's bruk," says he. "Help me back to lines. I'll walk wid her no more." So I helped him back. And was his collar–bone broken? I asked, for I fancied that only Learoyd would neatly accomplish that terrible throw. "He pitched on his left shoulder–point. It was. Next day the news was in both barracks, and when I met Dinah Shadd wid a cheek like the regimental tailor's samples, there was no 'Good mornin', corp'ral,' or aught else. 'And what have I done, Miss Shadd,' says I, very bold, plantin' meself forninst her, 'that ye should not pass the time of day?' 'You've half killed Rough Rider Dempsey,' says she, her dear blue eyes fillin' up. 'Maybe,' says I. 'Was he a friend of yours that saw ye home 4 times in a fortnight?' 'Yes,' said she, very bold, but her mouth was down at the corners. 'And what's that to you?' 'Ask Dempsey,' says I, pretendin' to go away. 'Did you fight for me then, you silly man?' she says, though she knew it all along. 'Who else?' says I, and I took 1 pace to the front. 'I wasn't worth it,' says she, fingering her apron. 'That's for me to say,' says I. 'Shall I say it?' 'Yes,' says she, in a saint's whisper, and at that I explained meself, and she told me what every man that is a man, and many that is a woman, hears onct in his life. 'But what made ye cry at startin', Dinah, darlin'?' says I. 'Your bloody cheek,' says she, ducking her little head down on my sash (I was duty for the day), and whimpering like a sorrowful angel. Now a man could take that 2 ways. I took it as pleased me best, and my first kiss with it. Mother of innocence, but I kissed her on the tip of her nose and under the eye, and a girl that lets a kiss come tumbleways like that has never been kissed before. Take note of that, sir. Then we went hand in hand to ould Mother Shadd, like 2 little childer, and she said it was no bad thing, and ould Shadd nodded behind his pipe, and Dinah ran away to her own room. That day I trod on rollin' clouds. All earth was too small to hold me. Begad, I could ha' picked the sun out of the sky for a live coal to me pipe, so magnificent I was. But I took recruities at squad drill, and began with the general battalion advance when I should ha' been balance–steppin' 'em. Ay, that day!" A very long pause. "Well?" said I. "It was all wrong," said Mulvaney, with an enormous sigh, "and sure I know that every bit of it was me own foolishness. That night I took maybe the half of 3 pints, not enough to turn the hair of a man in his natural sinses. But I was more than half drunk with pure joy, and that canteen beer was so much whiskey to me. I can't tell how it came about, but because I had no thought for any one except Dinah, because I hadn't slipped her little white arms from me neck 5 minutes, because the breath of her kiss was not gone from me mouth. I must go through the married lines on me way to quarters, and I must stay talkin' to a red–headed Mullingar heifer of a girl, Judy Sheehy. that was daughter to Mother Sheehy, the wife of Nick Sheehy, the canteen sergeant. The black curse o' Shiley be on the whole brood that are above ground this day." "An' what are you houldin' your head that high for, Corp'ril?" says Judy. "Come in an' thry a cup o' tay," she says, standing in the doorway. Bein' an onbustable fool, an' thinkin' of anything but tay, I went. "Mother's at canteen," says Judy, smoothin' the hair of hers that was like red snakes, an' lookin' at me cornerways out of her green cat's eyes. "You'll not mind, Corp'ril?" "I can endure," says I, old Mother Sheehy bein' no diversion of mine, nor her daughter too. Judy fetched the tea things an' put them on the table, leanin' over me very close to get them square. I drew back, thinkin' of Dinah. "Is it afraid you are of a girl alone?" says Judy. "No," says I. "Why should I be?" "That rests with the girl," says Judy, drawin' her chair next to mine. "Then there let it rest," says I, an' thinkin' I'd been a trifle onpolite, I says, "The tay's not quite sweet enough for me taste. Put your little finger in the cup, Judy. 'Twill make it nectar." "What's nectar?" says she. "Something very sweet," says I, an' for the sinful life of me I could not help lookin' at her out of the corner of me eye as I was used to look at a woman. "Go on wid ye, Corp'ril," says she. "You're a flirt." "On me sowl, I'm not," says I. "Then you're a cruel handsome man, an' that's worse," says she, heavin' big sighs an' lookin' crossways. "You know your own mind," says I. "'Twould be better for me if I did not," she says. "There's a dale to be said on both sides o' that," says I, not thinkin'. "Say your own part of it then, Terence darlin'," says she, "for begad I'm thinkin' I've said too much or too little for an honest girl," an' wid that she puts her arm round me neck an' kissed me. "There's no more to be said after that," says I, kissin' her back again. Oh, the mane scut that I was, my head ringin' wid Dinah Shadd. How does it come about, sir, that whin a man has put the cometh on one woman he's sure bound to put it on another? 'Tis the same thing at musketry. One day every shot goes wide or into the bank, an' the next day, lay high, lay low, sight or snap, ye can't get off the bull's eye for 10 shots runnin'." "That only happens to a man who has a good deal of experience. He does it without thinking," I replied. "Thankin' you for the compliment, sir, it may be so, but I'm doubtin' whether you meant it for a compliment. Here now, I sat there wid Judy on my knee, tellin' me all manner of nonsense, an' only sayin' yes an' no, when I'd much better ha' kept tongue between teeth. An' that was not an hour after I had left Dinah. What I was thinkin' of I cannot say. Presently, quiet as a cat, old Mother Sheehy came in velvet drunk. She had her daughter's red hair, but 'twas bald in patches, an' I could see in her wicked old face, clear as lightnin', what Judy would be 20 years to come. I was for jumpin' up, but Judy never moved. "Terence has promised, mother," says she, an' the cold sweat broke out all over me. Old Mother Sheehy sat down of a heap an' began playin' wid the cups. "Then you're a well matched pair," she says, very thick, "for he's the biggest rogue that ever spoiled the Queen's shoe leather, an' I'm off, Judy," says I. "Ye should not talk nonsinse to your mother. Get her to bed, girl." "Nonsinse!" says the old woman, prickin' up her ears like a cat an' grippin' the table edge. "'Twill be the most nonsinsical nonsinse for you, ye grinnin' badger, if nonsinse 'tis. Git clear, you. I'm goin' to bed." I ran out into the dark, me head in a stew an' me heart sick, but I had sense enough to see that I'd brought it all on meself. "An' this to pass the time of day, to a panjandrum of hell cats," says I. "What I've said an' what I've not said do not matter. Judy an' her dam would hold me for a promised man, an' Dinah will give me the go, an' I deserve it. I will go an' get drunk," says I, "an' forget about it, for 'tis plain I'm not a marryin' man." On me way to canteen I ran against Lascelles, color sergeant that was, of E Company, a hard, hard man, wid a torment of a wife. "You've the head of a drowned man on your shoulders," says he, "an' you're goin' where you'll get a worse one. Come back," says he. "Let me go," says I. "I've thrown me luck over the wall wid me own hand." "Then that's not the way to get it back," says he. "Have out with your trouble, ye fool boy." and I told him how the matter was. He sucked his lower lip. 'You've been trapped,' says he. 'Jew Sheedy would be the better for a man's name to hers as soon as she can. An' ye thought ye'd put the comether on her. That's the natural vanity of the baste. Terence, you're a big born fool, but you're not bad enough to marry into that company. If you said anything, and for all your protestations I'm sure you did, or did not, which is worse, eat at all. Lie like the father of all lies, but come out of it free of Judy. Do I not know what it is to marry a woman that was the very spit of Judy when she was young? I'm gettin' old, and I've learnt patience, but you, Terence, you'd raise hand on Judy and kill her in a year. Never mind if Dinah gives you the go. You deserved it. Never mind if the whole regiment laughs at you all day. Get shut of Judy and her mother. They can't drag you to church, but if they do, they'll drag you to hell. Go back to your quarters and lie down,' says he. Then, over his shoulder, 'You must have done with 'em.' Next day I went to see Dinah, but there was no tucker in me as I walked. I knew the trouble would come soon enough widout any handlin' of mine, and I dreaded it sore. I heard Judy callin' me, but I held straight on to the Shadds' quarters, and Dinah would ha' kissed me, but I held her back. 'Whin all's said, darlin',' says I, 'you can give it me if you will, though I misdoubt 'twill be so easy to come by then.' I had scarce begun to put the explanation into shape before Judy and her mother came to the door. I think there was a verandah, but I'm forgettin'. 'Will you not step in?' says Dinah, pretty and polite, though the Shadds had no dealin's with the Sheehys. Old Mother Shadd looked up quick, and she was the fust to see the trouble, for Dinah was her daughter. 'I'm pressed for time to day,' says Judy, as bold as brass, 'and I've only come for Terence, my promised man. 'Tis strange to find him here the day after the day.' Dinah looked at me as though I had hit her, and I answered straight. 'There was some nonsinse last night at the Sheehys' quarters, and Judy's carryin' on the joke, darlin',' says I. 'At the Sheehys' quarters?' says Dinah, very slow, and Judy cut in wid, 'He was there from 9 till 10, Dinah Shadd, and the better half of that time I was sittin' on his knee, Dinah Shadd. Ye may look, an' ye may look me up an' down, but ye won't took away that Terence is my promised man. Terence, darlin', 'tis time for us to be comin' home.' Dinah Shadd never said a word to Judy. 'Ye left me at 8:30,' says she to me, 'an' I never thought that ye'd leave me for Judy, promises or no promises. Go back wid her, you that have to be fetched by a girl. I'm done with you,' says she, and she ran into her own room, her mother followin'. So I was alone with those two women, and at liberty to spake my sentiments. 'Judy Sheehy,' says I, 'if you made a fool of me betune the lights, you shall not do it in the day. I never promised you words or lines.' 'You lie,' says old Mother Sheehy, 'an' may it choke you where ye stand.' She was far gone in drink. 'An' though it choked me where I stood, I'd not change,' says I. 'Go home, Judy. I take shame for a decent girl like you draggin' your mother out bareheaded on this errand. Here now, and have it for an answer. I gave me word to Dinah Shadd yesterday, and more blame to me I was with you last night talkin' nonsinse, but nothing more. You've chosen to try to hold me on it. I will not be held thereby for anythin' in the world. Is that enough?' Judy went pink all over. 'An' I wish you joy of the perjury,' says she. 'You've lost a woman that would ha' worn her hand to the bone for your pleasure. And 'deed, Terence, ye were not thrapped. Lascelles must have spoken plain to her. I am as such as Dinah is, 'deed I am. Ye've lost a fool of a girl that'll never look at you again, an' ye've lost what ye niver had, your common honesty. If you manage your men as you managed your love makin', small wonder they call you the worst corp'ral in the company. Come away, mother,' says she. But divil a fut would the old woman budge. 'D'you hold by that?' says she, peerin' up under her thick grey eyebrows. 'Ay, I would,' said I. 'Though Dinah gave me the go 20 times, I'll have no thruck with you or yours,' says I. 'Take your child away, ye shameless woman.' 'An' am I shameless?' says she, bringin' her hands up above her head. 'Then what are you, ye lyin', shamin', weak–kneed, dirty–souled son of a sutler? Am I shameless? Who put the open shame on me and my child that we should go begging through the lines in daylight for the broken word of a man? Double portion of my shame be on you, Terence Mulvaney, that think yourself so strong. By Mary and the saints, by blood and water, and by every sorrow that came into the world since the beginning, the black blight fall on you and yours, so that you may never be free from pain for another when it's not your own. May your heart bleed in your breast drop by drop, wid all your friends laughin' at the bleeding. Strong you think yourself? May your strength be a curse to you to drive you into the devil's hand against your own will. Clear-eyed you are? May your eyes see clear every step of the dark path you take, till the hot cinders of hell put them out. May the raging dry thirst in my own old bones go to you, that you shall never pass bottle full nor glass empty. God preserve the light of your understanding to you, my jewel of a boy, that ye may never forget what ye meant to be and do, when you're wallowing in the muck. May ye see the better and follow the worse as long as there's breath in your body, and may ye die quick in a strange land, watching your death before it takes you, and unable to stir hand or foot." I heard a scuffling in the room behind, and then Dinah Shadd's hand dropped into mine like a rose–leaf into a muddy road. "The half of that I'll take," says she, "and more too, if I can. Go home, you silly talking woman, go home and confess." Come away," says Judy, pulling her mother by the shawl. "'Twas none of Terence's fault, for the love of Mary. Stop the talking." "And you," said old Mother Sheehy, spinning round forninst Dinah, "will you take the halve of that man's load? Stand off from him, Dinah Shadd, before he takes you down too. You that look to be the quartermaster sergeant's wife in 5 years. Ye look too high, child. You shall wash for the quartermaster sergeant when he pleases to give you the job out of charity. But a private's wife ye shall be to the end, and every sorrow of a private's wife ye shall know, and never a joy but one, that shall go from you like the tide from a rock. The pain of bearing ye shall know, but never the pleasure of giving the breast. And ye shall put away a man–child into the common ground, wid never a priest to say a prayer over him, and on that man–child ye shall think every day of your life. Think long, Dinah Shadd, for you'll niver have another, though you pray till your knees are bleeding. The mothers of children shall mock you behind your back when you're wringing over the wash–tub. You shall know what it is to take a drunken husband home and see him go to the guard–room. Will that plaze you, Dinah Shadd, that won't be seen talking to my daughter? You shall talk to worse than Judy before all's over. The sergeant's wife shall look down on you, contemptuous daughter of a sergeant, and you shall cover it all up wid a smiling face when your heart's bursting. Stand off him, Dinah Shadd, for I've put the black curse of Shaly on him, and his own mouth shall make it good." She pitched forward on her head and began foaming at the mouth. Dinah Shadd ran out with water, and Judy dragged the old woman into the verandah till she sat up. "I'm old and forlorn," she says, trembling and crying, "and 'tis like I say a dale more than I mane." "When you're able to walk, go," says old Mother Shadd. "This house has no place for the likes of you, that have cursed my daughter." "Ayah," said the old woman, "hard words break no bones, and Dinah Shadd'll kape the love of her husband till my bones are green corn. Judy, darlin', I misremember what I came here for. Can ye lend us the bottom of a teacup of tay, Mrs. Shadd?" But Judy dragged her off, crying as though her heart would break, and Dinah Shadd and I, in 10 minutes, we had forgot it all. "Then why do you remember it now?" said I. "Is it like I'd forgit? Every word that wicked old woman spoke fell true in my life afterward, and I could ha' stood it all, except when little Shadd was born. That was on the line of march, 3 months after the regiment was taken with cholera. We were betune Umballa and Kalka then, and I was on picket. When I came off, the women showed me the child, and it turned on its side and died as I looked. We buried him by the road, and Father Victory was a day's march behind, with the heavy baggage. So the company captain read prayer, and since then I've been a childless man, and all else that old Mother Sheehy put upon me and Dinah Shadd. What do you think, sir?" I thought a good deal, but it seemed better then to reach out for Mulvaney's hand. This demonstration nearly cost me the use of 3 fingers. Whatever he knows of his weaknesses, Mulvaney is entirely ignorant of his strength. "But what d'ye think?" he insisted, as I was straightening out the crushed members. My reply was drowned in yells and outcries from the next fire, where 10 men were shouting for "Orth'ris! Private Orth'ris! Mr. Orth'ris! Dear boy! Captain Orth'ris! Field Marshal Orth'ris! Stanley, you penn'orth of pop, come here to your own company!" And the Cockney, who had been delighting another audience with recondite and Rabelaisian yarns, was shot down among his admirers by the Major Force. "You've crumpled my dress shirt 'orrid," said he, "and I shan't sing no more to this 'ere bloomin' drawing room." Learoyd, roused by the confusion, uncoiled himself, crept behind Orth'ris, and raised him aloft on his shoulders. "Sing, ye bloomin' hummin' bird," said he, and Orth'ris, beating time on Learoyd's skull, delivered himself, in the raucous voice of the Radcliffe Highway, of the following chaste and touching ditty: "My girl she give me the go oncet, when I was a London lad, And I went on the drunk for a fortnight, and then I went to the bad. The Queen she gave me a shilling to fight for her over the seas, But Government built me a fever trap, and India gave me disease." Chorus: "Ho, don't you 'eed what a girl says, and don't you go for the beer, And I was an ass when I was at grass, and that's why I'm here. I fired a shot at an Afghan, the beggar he fired again, And I lay on my bed with a 'ole in my 'ead, and missed the next campaign. I up with my gun at a Burman who carried a bloomin' dah, But the cartridge struck and the bay'net bruck, and all I got was the scar." Chorus: "Ho, don't you aim at an Afghan when you stand on the sky line clear, And don't you go for a Burman if none of your friends is near. I served my time for a corporal, and wetted my stripes with pop, For I went to the Bend with an intimate friend, and finished the night in the shop. I served my time for a sergeant. The colonel 'e says no, the most you'll be is a full C.B., and very next night 'twas so." Chorus: "Ho, don't you go for a corporal unless your 'ead is clear, But I was an ass when I was at grass, and that is why I'm here. I've tasted the luck of the army in barrack and camp and clink, And I lost my tip through a bloomin' trip along o' the women and drink. I'm down at the heel of my service, and when I'm laid on the shelf, My very worst friend from beginning to end, by the blood of a mouse, was myself." Chorus: "Ho, don't you 'eed what a girl says, and don't you go for the beer, But I was an ass when I was at grass, and that is why I'm here." Ay, listen to our little man now, singing and shouting as though trouble had never touched him. "D'ye remember when he went mad with the homesickness?" said Mulvaney, recalling a never to be forgotten season when Orth'ris waded through the deep waters of affliction and behaved abominably. "But he's talking the bitter truth, though, ay. My very worst friend from beginning to end, by the blood of a mouse, was meself. Hark out!" he continued, jumping to his feet. "What did I tell you, sorr?" Pht! Splt! Psht! went the rifles of the picket in the darkness, and we heard their feet rushing toward us as Orth'ris tumbled past me and into his greatcoat. It is an impressive thing, even in peace, to see an armed camp spring to life with clatter of accoutrements, click of Martini levers, and blood-curdling speculations as to the fate of missing boots. "Picket's driven in," said Mulvaney, staring like a buck at bay into the soft slinging gloom. "Stand by and keep close to us. If 'tis cavalry they may blunder into the fires." "Tra-ra! Tra-la-la!" sung the thrice blessed bugle, and the rush to form square began. There is much rest and peace in the heart of a square, if you arrive in time, and are not trodden upon too frequently. The smell of leather belts, fatigue uniform, and unpacked humanity is comforting. A dull grumble, that seemed to come from every point of the compass at once, struck our listening ears, and little thrills of excitement ran down the faces of the square. Those who write so learnedly about judging distance by sound should hear cavalry on the move at night. A high-pitched yell on the left told us that the disturbers were friends, the cavalry of the attack, who had missed their direction in the darkness, and were feeling blindly for some sort of support and camping–ground. The difficulty explained, they jingled on. "Double pickets out there. By your arms lie down and sleep and rest," said the major, and the square melted away as the men scrambled for their places by the fires. When I woke I saw Mulvaney, the night dew gemming his moustache, leaning on his rifle at picket, lonely as Prometheus on his rock, with I know not what vultures tearing his liver. End of Section 16.
International Short Stories, Volume 2. English Stories. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Edward Kirkby. International Short Stories, Volume 2. English Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 17. The Sire de Maltois' Door, by R.L. Stevenson. Part 1. Denis de Beaulieu was not yet 22, but he counted himself a grown man, and a very accomplished cavalier into the bargain. Lads were early formed in that rough warfaring epoch, and when one has been in a pitched battle and a dozen raids, has killed one's man in an honourable fashion, and knows a thing or two of strategy and mankind, a certain swagger in the gait is surely to be pardoned. He had put up his horse with due care, and supped with due deliberation, and then, in a very agreeable frame of mind, went out to pay a visit in the grey of the evening. It was not a very wise proceeding on the young man's part. He would have done better to remain beside the fire, or go decently to bed. For the town was full of the troops of Burgundy and England, under a mixed command, and though Denis was there on safe conduct, his safe conduct was like to serve him little on a chance encounter. It was September, 1429. The weather had fallen sharp. A flighty, piping wind, laden with showers, beat about the township, and the dead leaves ran riot along the streets. Here and there a window was already lighted up, and the noise of men-at-arms making merry over supper within came forth in fits and was swallowed up and carried away by the wind. The night fell swiftly. The flag of England, fluttering on the spire top, grew ever fainter and fainter against the flying clouds, a black speck like a swallow in the tumultuous leaden chaos of the sky. As the night fell, the wind rose, and began to hoot under archways and roar amid the tree-tops in the valley below the town. Denis de Beaulieu walked fast, and was soon knocking at his friend's door, but though he promised himself to stay only a little while and make an early return, his welcome was so pleasant, and he found so much to delay him, that it was already long past midnight before he said good-bye upon the threshold. The wind had fallen again in the meanwhile. The night was as black as the grave. Not a star, nor a glimmer of moonshine, slipped through the canopy of cloud. Denis was ill acquainted with the intricate lanes of Château Landon. Even by daylight he had found some trouble in picking his way, and in this absolute darkness he soon lost it altogether. He was certain of one thing only, to keep mounting the hill, for his friend's house lay at the lower end or tail of Château Landon, while the inn was up at the head, under the great church spire. With this clue to go upon, he stumbled and groped forward, now breathing more freely in open places, where there was a good slice of sky overhead, now feeling along the wall in stifling closes. It is an eerie and mysterious position to be thus submerged in opaque blackness in an almost unknown town. The silence is terrifying in its possibilities. The touch of cold window bars to the exploring hand startles the man like the touch of a toad. The inequalities of the pavement shake his heart into his mouth. A piece of denser darkness threatens an ambuscade or a chasm in the pathway, and where the air is brighter the houses put on strange and bewildering appearances, as if to lead him further from his way. For Denis, who had to regain his inn without attracting notice, there was real danger, as well as mere discomfort in the walk, and he went warily and boldly at once, and at every corner paused to make an observation. He had been for some time threading a lane so narrow that he could touch a wall with either hand when it began to open out and go sharply downward. Plainly this lay no longer in the direction of his inn, but the hope of a little more light tempted him forward to reconnoitre. The lane ended in a terrace with a bartizan wall, which gave an outlook between high houses as out of an embrasure into the valley lying dark and formless several hundred feet below. Denis looked down and could discern a few tree tops waving, and a single speck of brightness where the river ran across a weir. The weather was clearing up, and the sky had lightened so as to show the outline of the heavier clouds and the dark margin of the hills. By the uncertain glimmer, the house on his left hand should be a place of some pretensions. It was surmounted by several pinnacles and turret tops. The round stern of a chapel with a fringe of flying buttresses projected boldly from the main block. The door was sheltered under a deep porch carved with figures, and overhung by two long gargoyles. The windows of the chapel gleamed through the intricate tracery with a light as of many tapers, and threw out the buttresses and the peaked roof in a more intense blackness against the sky. It was plainly the hotel of some great family of the neighbourhood, and as it reminded Denis of a town house of his own at Bourges, he stood for some time gazing up at it, and mentally gauging the skill of the architects and the consideration of the two families. There seemed to be no issue to the terrace but the lane by which he had reached it. He could only retrace his steps, but he had gained some notion of his whereabout, and hoped by this means to hit the main thoroughfare and speedily regain the inn. He was reckoning without that chapter of accidents which was to make this night memorable above all others in his career, for he had not gone back above 100 yards before he saw a light coming to meet him, and heard loud voices speaking together in the echoing narrows of the lane. It was a party of men-at-arms going the night round with torches. Denis assured himself that they had all been making free with the wine-bowl, and were in no mood to be particular about safe-conducts, or the niceties of chivalrous war. It was like as not that they would kill him like a dog, and leave him where he fell. The situation was inspiriting, but nervous. Their own torches would conceal him from sight, he reflected, and he hoped that they would drown the noise of his footsteps with their own empty voices. If he were but fleet and silent, he might evade their notice altogether. Unfortunately, as he turned to beat a retreat, his foot rolled upon a pebble. He fell against the wall with an ejaculation, and his sword rang loudly on the stones. 2 or 3 voices demanded who went there, some in French, some in English, but Denis made no reply, and ran the faster down the lane. Once upon the terrace, he paused to look back. They still kept calling after him, and just then began to double the pace in pursuit, with a considerable clank of armour, and great tossing of the torchlight to and fro in the narrow jaws of the passage. Denis cast a look around, and darted into the porch. There he might escape observation, or, if that were too much to expect, was in a capital posture whether for parley or defence. So thinking, he drew his sword, and tried to set his back against the door. To his surprise it yielded behind his weight, and though he turned in a moment, continued to swing back on oiled and noiseless hinges until it stood wide open on a black interior. When things fall out opportunely for the person concerned, he is not apt to be critical about the how or why, his own immediate personal convenience seeming a sufficient reason for the strangest oddities and resolutions in our sublunary things, and so Denis, without a moment's hesitation, stepped within and partly closed the door behind him to conceal his place of refuge. Nothing was further from his thoughts than to close it altogether, but for some inexplicable reason, perhaps by a spring or a weight, the ponderous mass of oak whipped itself out of his fingers and clanked to, with a formidable rumble and a noise like the falling of an automatic bar. The round at that very moment debauched upon the terrace, and proceeded to summon him with shouts and curses. He heard them ferreting in the dark corners. The stock of a lance even rattled along the outer surface of the door behind which he stood. But these gentlemen were in too high a humour to be long delayed, and soon made off down a corkscrew pathway which had escaped Denis's observation, and passed out of sight and hearing along the battlements of the town. Denis breathed again. He gave them a few minutes' grace for fear of accidents, and then groped about for some means of opening the door and slipping forth again. The inner surface was quite smooth, not a handle, not a moulding, not a projection of any sort. He got his finger-nails round the edges and pulled, but the mass was immovable. He shook it. It was as firm as a rock. Denis de Beaulieu frowned and gave vent to a little noiseless whistle. What ailed the door, he wondered? Why was it open? How came it to shut so easily and so effectually after him? There was something obscure and underhand about all this that was little to the young man's fancy. It looked like a snare, and yet who could suppose a snare in such a quiet by-street, and in a house of so prosperous and even noble an exterior? And yet, snare or no snare, intentionally or unintentionally, here he was, prettily trapped, and for the life of him he could see no way out of it again. The darkness began to weigh upon him. He gave ear. All was silent without, but within and close by he seemed to catch a faint sighing, a faint sobbing rustle, a little stealthy creak, as though many persons were at his side, holding themselves quite still, and governing even their respiration with the extreme of slyness. The idea went to his vitals with a shock, and he faced about suddenly as if to defend his life. Then, for the first time, he became aware of a light about the level of his eyes, and at some distance in the interior of the house, a vertical thread of light widening toward the bottom, such as might escape between two wings of a wrasse over a doorway. To see anything was a relief to Denis. It was like a piece of solid ground to a man labouring in a morass. His mind seized upon it with avidity, and he stood staring at it and trying to piece together some logical conception of his surroundings. Plainly there was a flight of steps ascending from his own level to that of this illuminated doorway, and indeed he thought he could make out another thread of light as fine as a needle and as faint as phosphorescence, which might very well be reflected along the polished wood of a handrail. Since he had begun to suspect that he was not alone, his heart had continued to beat with smothering violence, and an intolerable desire for action of any sort had possessed itself of his spirit. He was in deadly peril, he believed. What could be more natural than to mount the staircase, lift the curtain, and confront his difficulty at once? At least he would be dealing with something tangible. At least he would be no longer in the dark. He stepped slowly forward with outstretched hands until his foot struck the bottom step. Then he rapidly scaled the stairs, stood for a moment to compose his expression, lifted the arras, and went in. He found himself in a large apartment of polished stone. There were 3 doors, one on each of 3 sides, all similarly curtained with tapestry. The 4th side was occupied by 2 large windows and a great stone chimney-piece, carved with the arms of the Maltois. Denis recognized the bearings, and he was gratified to find himself in such good hands. The room was strongly illuminated, but it contained little furniture, except a heavy table and a chair or two. The hearth was innocent of fire, and the pavement was but sparsely strewn with rushes, clearly many days old. On a high chair beside the chimney, and directly facing Denis as he entered, sat a little old gentleman in a fur tippet. He sat with his legs crossed and his hands folded, and a cup of spiced wine stood by his elbow on a bracket on the wall. His countenance had a strongly masculine cast, not properly human, but such as we see in the bull, the goat, or the domestic boar, something equivocal and wheedling, something greedy, brutal, and dangerous. The upper lip was inordinately full, as though swollen by a blow or a toothache, and the smile, the peaked eyebrows, and the small strong eyes were quaintly and almost comically evil in expression. Beautiful white hair hung straight all round his head, like a saint's, and fell in a single curl upon the tippet. His beard and moustache were the pink of venerable sweetness. Age, probably in consequence of inordinate precautions, had left no mark upon his hands, and the Meltois hand was famous. It would be difficult to imagine anything at once so fleshy and so delicate in design. The tapered, sensual fingers were like those of one of Leonardo's women. The fork of the thumb made a dimpled protuberance when closed. The nails were perfectly shaped, and of a dead, surprising whiteness. It rendered his aspect tenfold more redoubtable that a man with hands like these should keep them devoutly folded in his lap, like a virgin martyr, that a man with so intense and startling an expression of face should sit patiently on his seat and contemplate people with an unwinking stare, like a god or a god's statue. His quiescence seemed ironical and treacherous, it fitted so poorly with his looks. Such was Alan Sire de Maltois. Denis and he looked silently at each other for a second or two. "Pray step in," said the Sire de Maltois. "I have been expecting you all the evening." He had not risen, but he accompanied his words with a smile and a slight but courteous inclination of the head. Partly from the smile, partly from the strange musical murmur with which the seer prefaced his observation, Denis felt a strong shudder of disgust go through his marrow. And what with disgust and honest confusion of mind, he could scarcely get words together in reply. "I fear," he said, "that this is a double accident. I am not the person you suppose me. It seems you were looking for a visit. But, for my part, nothing was further from my thoughts, nothing could be more contrary to my wishes than this intrusion." "Well, well," replied the old gentleman indulgently, "here you are, which is the main point. Seat yourself, my friend, and put yourself entirely at your ease. We shall arrange our little affairs presently." Denis perceived that the matter was still complicated with some misconception, and he hastened to continue his explanations. "Your door," he began. "About my door?" asked the other, raising his peaked eyebrows. "A little piece of ingenuity," and he shrugged his shoulders. "A hospitable fancy. By your own account, you were not desirous of making my acquaintance. We old people look for such reluctance now and then, and when it touches our Homer we cast about until we find some way of overcoming it. You arrived uninvited, but believe me, very welcome." "You persist in error, sir," said Denis. "There can be no question between you and me. I am a stranger in this countryside. My name is Denis Damoseau de Beaulieu. If you see me in your house, it is only—" "My young friend," interrupted the other, "you will permit me to have my own ideas on that subject. They probably differ from yours at the present moment," he added with a leer, "but time will show which of us is in the right." Denis was convinced he had to do with a lunatic. He seated himself with a shrug, content to wait the upshot, and a pause ensued, during which he thought he could distinguish a hurried gabbling as of prayer from behind the arras immediately opposite him. Sometimes there seemed to be but one person engaged, sometimes two, and the vehemence of the voice, low as it was, seemed to indicate either great haste or an agony of spirit. It occurred to him that this piece of tapestry covered the entrance to the chapel he had noticed from without. The old gentleman meanwhile surveyed Denis from head to foot with a smile, and from time to time emitted little noises like a bird or a mouse, which seemed to indicate a high degree of satisfaction. This state of matters became rapidly insupportable, and Denis, to put an end to it, remarked politely that the wind had gone down. The old gentleman fell into a fit of silent laughter, so prolonged and violent that he became quite red in the face. Denis got upon his feet at once, and put on his hat with a flourish. "Sir," he said, "if you are in your wits, you have affronted me grossly. If you are out of them, I flatter myself I can find better employment for my brains than to talk with lunatics." My conscience is clear. You have made a fool of me from the first moment. You have refused to hear my explanations, and now there is no power under God will make me stay here any longer, and if I cannot make my way out in a more decent fashion, I will hack your door in pieces with my sword." The Sire de Maltroit raised his right hand and wagged it at Denis, with the fore and little fingers extended. "My dear nephew," he said, "sit down." "Nephew?" retorted Denis. "You lie in your throat," and he snapped his fingers in his face. "Sit down, you rogue!" cried the old gentleman, in a sudden harsh voice like the barking of a dog. "Do you fancy," he went on, "that when I had made my little contrivance for the door I had stopped short with that? If you prefer to be bound hand and foot till your bones ache, rise and try to go away. If you choose to remain a free young buck, agreeably conversing with an old gentleman, why, sit where you are in peace, and God be with you." "Do you mean I am a prisoner?" demanded Denis. "I state the facts," replied the other. "I would rather leave the conclusion to yourself." Denis sat down again. Externally he managed to keep pretty calm, but within he was boiling with anger, now chilled with apprehension. He no longer felt convinced that he was dealing with a madman. And if the old gentleman was sane, what, in God's name, had he to look for? What absurd or tragical adventure had befallen him? What countenance was he to assume? While he was thus unpleasantly reflecting, the arras that overhung the chapel door was raised, and a tall priest in his robes came forth, and, giving a long, keen stare at Denis, said something in an undertone to Sire de Maltroit. "She is in a better frame of spirit?" asked the latter. "She is more resigned, Messire," replied the priest. "Now the Lord help her, she is hard to please," sneered the old gentleman. "A likely stripling, not ill born, and of her own choosing, too. Why, what more would the jade have?" "The situation is not unusual for a young damsel," said the other, "and somewhat trying to her blushes." "She should have thought of that before she began the dance. It was none of my choosing, God knows that, but since she is in it, by Our Lady, she shall carry it to the end." And then, addressing Denis, "Monsieur de Beaulieu," he asked, "may I present you to my niece? She has been waiting your arrival, I may say, with an even greater impatience than myself." Denis had resigned himself with a good grace. All he desired was to know the worst of it as speedily as possible, so he rose at once and bowed in acquiescence. The Sire de Maltroit followed his example and limped, with the assistance of the chaplain's arm, toward the chapel door. The priest pulled aside the arras, and all three entered. The building had considerable architectural pretensions. A light groining sprang from 6 stout columns, and hung down in 2 rich pendants from the centre of the vault. The place terminated behind the altar in a round end, embossed and honeycombed, with a superfluity of ornament in relief, and pierced by many little windows, shaped like stars, trefoils, or wheels. These windows were imperfectly glazed, so that the night air circulated freely in the chapel. The tapers, of which there must have been 100 burning on the altar, were unmercifully blown about, and the light went through many different phases of brilliancy and semi-eclipse. On the steps in front of the altar knelt a young girl, richly attired as a bride. A chill settled over Denis as he observed her costume. He fought with a desperate energy against the conclusion that was being thrust upon his mind. It could not, it should not, be as he feared. "Blanche," said the seer, in his most flute-like tones, "I have brought a friend to see you, my little girl. Turn round and give him your pretty hand. It is good to be devout, but it is necessary to be polite, my niece." The girl rose to her feet and turned toward the newcomers. She moved all of a piece, and shame and exhaustion were expressed in every line of her fresh young body, and she held her head down and kept her eyes upon the pavement as she came slowly forward. In the course of her advance, her eyes fell upon Denis de Beaulieu's feet, feet of which he was justly vain, be it remarked, and wore in the most elegant accoutrement even while travelling. She paused, started, as if his yellow boots had conveyed some shocking meaning, and glanced suddenly up into the wearer's countenance. Their eyes met. Shame gave place to horror and terror in her looks. The blood left her lips. With a piercing scream she covered her face with her hands and sank upon the chapel floor. "That is not the man!" she cried. "My uncle, that is not the man!" The Sire de Maltroit chirped agreeably. "Of course not," he said. "I expected as much. It was so unfortunate you could not remember his name." "Indeed," she cried, "indeed, I have never seen this person till this moment. I have never so much as set eyes upon him. I never wish to see him again. Sir," she said, turning to Denis, "if you are a gentleman, you will bear me out. Have I ever seen you? Have you ever seen me before this accursed hour?" "To speak for myself, I have never had that pleasure," answered the young man. "This is the first time, Sire, that I have met with your engaging niece." The old gentleman shrugged his shoulders. "I am distressed to hear it," he said, "but it is never too late to begin. I had little more acquaintance with my own late lady ere I married her, which proves," he added with a grimace, "that these impromptu marriages may often produce an excellent understanding in the long run. As the bridegroom is to have a voice in the matter, I will give him 2 hours to make up for lost time before we proceed with the ceremony." And he turned toward the door, followed by the clergyman. The girl was at her feet in a moment. "My uncle, you cannot be honest," she said. "I declare before God I will stab myself rather than be forced on that young man. The heart rises at it. God forbids such marriages. You dishonor your white hair. Oh, my uncle, pity me. There is not a woman in all the world but would prefer death to such a nuptial. Is it possible," she added, faltering, "is it possible that you do not believe me, that you still think this," and she pointed at Denis with a tremor of anger and contempt, "that you still think this to be the man?" "Frankly," said the old gentleman, pausing on the threshold, "I do. But let me explain to you once for all, Blanche de Maltroit, my way of thinking about this affair. When you took it into your head to dishonor my family and the name that I have borne in peace and war for more than 60 years, you forfeited not only the right to question my designs, but that of looking me in the face. If your father had been alive, he would have spat on you and turned you out of doors. His was the hand of iron. You may bless your God. You have only to deal with the hand of velvet, mademoiselle. It was my duty to get you married without delay. Out of pure goodwill I have tried to find your own gallant for you, and I believe I have succeeded. But before God and all the holy angels, Blanche de Maltroit, if I have not, I care not one jack straw. So let me recommend you to be polite to our young friend, for upon my word your next groom may be less appetizing." And with that he went out, with the chaplain at his heels, and the arras fell behind the pair. The girl turned upon Denis with flashing eyes. "And what, sir," she demanded, "may be the meaning of all this?" "God knows," returned Denis gloomily. "I am a prisoner in this house, which seems full of mad people. More I know not, and nothing do I understand. And pray, how came you here?" she asked. He told her as briefly as he could. "For the rest," he added, "perhaps you will follow my example, and tell me the answer to all these riddles, and what in God's name is like to be the end of it." She stood silent for a little, and he could see her lips tremble and her tearless eyes burn with a feverish lustre. Then she pressed her forehead in both hands. "Alas, how my head aches," she said wearily, "to say nothing of my poor heart. But it is due to you to know my story, unmaidenly as it must seem. I am called Blanche de Maltroit. I have been without father or mother for as long as I can recollect, and indeed I have been most unhappy all my life. 3 months ago a young captain began to stand near me every day in church. I could see that I pleased him. I am much to blame. But I was so glad that any one should love me, and when he passed me a letter I took it home with me and read it with great pleasure. Since that time he has written many. He was so anxious to speak with me, poor fellow, and kept asking me to leave the door open some evening, that we might have 2 words upon the stair, for he knew how much my uncle trusted me." She gave something like a sob at that, and it was a moment before she could go on. "My uncle is a hard man, but he is very shrewd," she said at last. "He has performed many feats in war, and was a great person at court, and much trusted by Queen Isabeau in old days. How he came to suspect me I cannot tell, but it is hard to keep anything from his knowledge, and this morning, as we came from mass, he took my hand in his, forced it open, and read my little billet, walking by my side all the while. When he had finished, he gave it back to me with great politeness. It contained another request to have the door left open, and this has been the ruin of us all. My uncle kept me strictly in my room until evening, and then ordered me to dress myself as you see me, a hard mockery for a young girl. Do you not think so? I suppose when he could not prevail with me to tell him the young captain's name, he must have laid a trap for him, unto which, alas, you have fallen in the anger of God. I looked for much confusion, for how could I tell whether he was willing to take me for his wife on these sharp terms? He might have been trifling with me from the first, or I might have made myself too cheap in his eyes. But truly I had not looked for such a shameful punishment as this. I could not think that God would let a girl be so disgraced before a young man. And now I have told you all, and I can scarcely hope that you will not despise me. End of section 17. Recorded by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. International Short Stories, Volume 2. English Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Edward Kirkby. International Short Stories, Volume 2. English Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 18. The Sieur de Maltois' Door, by R.L. Stevenson. Part 2. Denis made her a respectful inclination. "Madam," he said, "you have honoured me by your confidence. It remains for me to prove that I am not unworthy of the honour. Is Monsieur de Maltois at hand?" "I believe he is writing in the salle without," she answered. "May I lead you thither, madam?" asked Denis, offering his hand with his most courtly bearing. She accepted it, and the pair passed out of the chapel, Blanche in a very drooping and shamefast condition, but Denis strutting and ruffling in the consciousness of a mission and the boyish certainty of accomplishing it with honour. The Sieur de Maltois rose to meet them with an ironical obeisance. "Sir," said Denis, with the grandest possible air, "I believe I am to have some say in the matter of this marriage, and let me tell you at once, I will be no party to forcing the inclination of this young lady. Had it been freely offered to me, I should have been proud to accept her hand, for I perceive she is as good as she is beautiful, but as things are, I have now the honour, monsieur, of refusing." Blanche looked at him with gratitude in her eyes, but the old gentleman only smiled, until his smile grew positively sickening to Denis. "I am afraid," he said, "Monsieur de Beaulieu, that you do not perfectly understand the choice I have to offer you. Follow me, I beseech you, to this window." And he led the way to one of the large windows which stood open on the night. "You observe," he went on, "there is an iron ring in the upper masonry, and reeved through that a very efficacious rope. Now mark my words, if you should find your disinclination to my niece's person unsurmountable, I shall have you hanged out of this window before sunrise. I shall only proceed to such an extremity with the greatest regret, you may believe me, for it is not at all your death that I desire, but my niece's establishment in life. At the same time, it must come to that if you prove obstinate. Your family, Monsieur de Beaulieu, is very well in its way, But if you sprang from Charlemagne, you should not refuse the hand of a Melchoir with impunity. Not if she had been as common as the Pears Road, not if she were so hideous as the gargoyle over my door. Neither my niece nor you, nor my own private feelings, move me at all in this matter. The honour of my house has been compromised. I believe you to be the guilty person. At least you are now in the secret, and you can hardly wonder if I request you to wipe out the stain. If you will not, your blood be on your own head. It will be no great satisfaction to me to have your interesting relics kicking their heels in the breeze below my windows, but half a loaf is better than no bread, and if I cannot cure the dishonour, I shall at least stop the scandal. There was a pause. "I believe there are other ways of settling such imbroglios among gentlemen," said Denis. "You wear a sword, and I hear you have used it with distinction." The Sire de Maletroit made a signal to the chaplain, who crossed the room with long silent strides, and raised the arras over the third of the three doors. It was only a moment before he let it fall again, but Denis had time to see a dusky passage full of armed men. "When I was a little younger, I should have been delighted to honour you, Monsieur de Beaulieu," said Sir Alan, "but I am now too old. Faithful retainers are the sinews of age, and I must employ the strength I have. This is one of the hardest things to swallow as a man grows up in years, but with a little patience even this becomes habitual. You and the lady seem to prefer the salle for what remains of your 2 hours, and as I have no desire to cross your preference, I shall resign it to your use, with all the pleasure in the world. No haste," he added, holding up his hand, as he saw a dangerous look come into Denis de Beaulieu's face. "If your mind revolts against hanging, it will be time enough 2 hours hence to throw yourself out of the window or upon the pikes of my retainers. 2 hours of life are always 2 hours. A great many things may turn up in even as little a while as that. And besides, if I understand her appearance, my niece has still something to say to you. You will not disfigure your last hours by a want of politeness to a lady." Denis looked at Blanche, and she made him an imploring gesture. It is likely that the old gentleman was hugely pleased at this symptom of an understanding, for he smiled on both, and added sweetly, "If you will give me your word of honour, Monsieur de Beaulieu, to await my return at the end of 2 hours before attempting anything desperate, I shall withdraw my retainers and let you speak in great privacy with mademoiselle." Denis again glanced at the girl, who seemed to beseech him to agree. "I give you my word of honour," he said. Monsieur de Maletroit bowed, and proceeded to limp about the apartment, clearing his throat the while with that odd musical chirp which had already grown so irritating in the ears of Denis de Beaulieu. He first possessed himself of some papers which lay upon the table. Then he went to the mouth of the passage and appeared to give an order to the men behind the arras, and lastly he hobbled out through the door by which Denis had come in, turning upon the threshold to address a last smiling bow to the young couple, and followed by the chaplain with a hand lamp. No sooner were they alone than Blanche advanced toward Denis with her hands extended. Her face was flushed and excited, and her eyes shone with tears. "You shall not die," she cried. "You shall marry me after all." "You seem to think, madam," replied Denis, "that I stand much in fear of death." "Oh, no, no," she said. "I see you are no poltroon. It is for my own sake. I could not bear to have you slain for such a scruple." "I'm afraid," returned Denis, "that you underrate the difficulty, madam. What you may be too generous to refuse, I may be too proud to accept. In a moment of noble feeling toward me, you forget what you perhaps owe to others." He had the decency to keep his eyes upon the floor as he said this, and after he had finished, so as not to spy upon her confusion, she stood silent for a moment, then walked suddenly away, and falling on her uncle's chair, fairly burst out sobbing. Denis was in the acme of embarrassment. He looked round, as if to seek for inspiration, and, seeing a stool, plumped down upon it for something to do. There he sat, playing with the guard of his rapier, and wishing himself dead 1,000 times over, and buried in the nastiest kitchen heap in France. His eyes wandered round the apartment, but found nothing to arrest them. There were such wide spaces between the furniture, the light fell so baldly and cheerlessly over all, the dark outside air looked so coldly through the windows, that he thought he had never seen a church so vast nor a tomb so melancholy. The regular sobs of Blanche de Maltois measured out the time like the ticking of a clock. He read the device upon the shield over and over again, until his eyes became obscured. He stared into the shadowy corners until he imagined they were swarming with horrible animals, and every now and again he awoke with a start, to remember that his last 2 hours were running, and death was on the march. Oftener and oftener, as the time went on, did his glance settle on the girl herself. Her face was bowed forward and covered with her hands, and she was shaken at intervals by the convulsive hiccup of grief. Even thus she was not an unpleasant object to dwell upon, so plump and yet so fine, with a warm brown skin and the most beautiful hair, Denis thought, in the whole world of womankind. Her hands were like her uncle's, but they were more in place at the end of her young arms, and looked infinitely soft and caressing. He remembered how her blue eyes had shone upon him, full of anger, pity, and innocence. And the more he dwelt on her perfections, the uglier death looked, and the more deeply was he smitten with penitence at her continued tears. Now he felt that no man could have the courage to leave a world which contained so beautiful a creature, and how he would have given 40 minutes of his last hour to have unsaid his cruel speech. Suddenly a hoarse and ragged peal of cockcrow rose to their ears from the dark valley below the windows, and this shattering noise in the silence of all around was like a light in a dark place, and shook them both out of their reflections. "Alas, I can do nothing to help you," she said, looking up. "Madam," replied Denis, with a fine irrelevancy, "if I have said anything to wound you, believe me, it was for your own sake and not for mine." She thanked him with a tearful look. "I feel your position cruelly," he went on. "The world has been bitter hard on you. Your uncle is a disgrace to mankind. Believe me, madam, there is no young gentleman in all France but would be glad of my opportunity to die in doing you a momentary service." "I know already that you can be brave and generous," she answered. "What I want to know is whether I can serve you now or afterward," she added with a quiver. "Most certainly," he answered with a smile. "Let me sit beside you as if I were a friend instead of a foolish intruder. Try to forget how awkwardly we are placed to one another. Make my last moments go pleasantly, and you do me the chief service possible. You are very gallant," she added, with a yet deeper sadness. "Very gallant, and it somehow pains me. But draw nearer, if you please, and if you find anything to say to me, you will at least make certain of a very friendly listener. Ah, Monsieur de Beaulieu," she broke forth, "ah, Monsieur de Beaulieu, how can I look you in the face?" And she fell to weeping again with a renewed effusion. "Madam," said Denis, taking her hand in both of his, "reflect on the little time I have before me, and the great bitterness into which I am cast by the sight of your distress. Spare me in my last moments the spectacle of what I cannot cure, even with the sacrifice of my life." "I am very selfish," answered Blanche. "I will be braver, Monsieur de Beaulieu, for your sake. But think if I can do you no kindness in the future, if you have no friends to whom I could carry your adieus. Charge me as heavily as you can. Every burden will lighten by so little the invaluable gratitude I owe you. Put it in my power to do something more for you than weep. My mother is married again, and has a young family to care for. My brother Guichard will inherit my fiefs, and if I am not in error, that will content him amply for my death. Life is a little vapour that passeth away, as we are told by those in holy orders. When a man is in a fair way, and sees all life open in front of him, he seems to himself to make a very important figure in the world. His horse whinnies to him, the trumpets blow, and the girls look out of window as he rides into town before his company. He receives many assurances of trust and regard, sometimes by express in a letter, sometimes face to face, with persons of great consequence falling on his neck. It is not wonderful if his head is turned for a time. But once he is dead, were he as brave as Hercules, or as wise as Solomon, he is soon forgotten. It is not 10 years since my father fell, with many other knights around him, in a very fierce encounter. I do not think that any of them, nor so much as the name of the fight, is now remembered. No, no, madam, the nearer you come to it, you see that death is a dark and dusty corner, where a man gets into his tomb, and has the door shut after him till the judgment day. I have few friends just now, and once I am dead I shall have none. Ah, Monsieur de Beaulieu, she exclaimed, you forget Blanche de Maltois. You have a sweet nature, madam, and you are pleased to estimate a little service far beyond its worth. It is not that, she answered. You mistake me if you think I am so easily touched by my own concerns. I say so because you are the noblest man I have ever met, because I recognize in you a spirit that would have made even a common person famous in the land. And yet here I die in a mousetrap, with no more noise about it than my own squeaking, answered he. A look of pain crossed her face, and she was silent for a little while. Then a light came into her eyes, and with a smile she spoke again. I cannot have my champion think meanly of himself. Anyone who gives his life for another will be met in paradise by all the heralds and angels of the Lord God, and you have no such cause to hang your head. For, pray, do you think me beautiful? She asked with a flush. Indeed, madam, I do, he said. I am glad of that, she answered heartily. Do you think there are many men in France who have been in marriage by a beautiful maiden with her own lips, and who have refused her to her face? I know you men would half despise such a triumph, but believe me, we women know more of what is precious in love. There is nothing that should set a person higher in his own esteem, and we women would prize nothing more dearly. You are very good, he said. But you cannot make me forget that I was asked in pity and not for love. I'm not sure of that, she replied, holding down her head. Hear me to an end, Monsieur de Beaulieu. I know how you must despise me. I feel you are right to do so. I am too poor a creature to occupy one thought of your mind, although, alas, you must die for me this morning. But when I asked you to marry me, indeed, and indeed, it was because I respected and admired you, and loved you with my whole soul from the very moment that you took my part against my uncle. If you had seen yourself, and how noble you looked, you would pity rather than despise me. And now, she went on, hurriedly checking him with her hand, although I have laid aside all reserve and told you so much, remember that I know your sentiments toward me already. I would not, believe me, being nobly born, weary you with importunities into consent. I too have a pride of my own, and I declare before the Holy Mother of God, if you should now go back from your word already given, I would no more marry you than I would marry my uncle's groom. Denis smiled a little bitterly. It is a small love, he said, that shies at a little pride. She made no answer, although she probably had her own thoughts. Come hither to the window, he said with a sigh. Here is the dawn. And indeed the dawn was already beginning. The hollow of the sky was full of essential daylight, colourless and clean, and the valley underneath was flooded with a grey reflection. A few thin vapours clung in the coves of the forest or lay along the winding course of the river. The scene disengaged a surprising effect of stillness, which was hardly interrupted when the cocks began once more to crow among the steadings. Perhaps the same fellow who had made so horrid a clangour in the darkness not half an hour before now sent up the merriest cheer to greet the coming day. A little wind went bustling and eddying among the tree-tops underneath the windows, and still the daylight kept flooding insensibly out of the east, which was soon to grow incandescent and cast up that red-hot cannonball, the rising sun. Denis looked out over all of this with a bit of a shiver. He had taken her hand and retained it in his, almost unconsciously. "Has the day begun already?" she said. And then, illogically enough, "The night has been so long, alas! What shall we say to my uncle when he returns?" "What you will," said Denis, and he pressed her fingers in his. She was silent. "Blanche," he said, with a swift, uncertain, passionate utterance, "you have seen whether I fear death. You must now know well enough that I would as gladly leap out of that window into the empty air as lay a finger on you without your free and full consent. But if you care for me at all, do not let me lose my life in a misapprehension, for I love you better than the whole world. And though I will die for you blithely, it would be like all the joys of paradise to live on and spend my life in your service." As he stopped speaking, a bell began to ring loudly in the interior of the house, and a clatter of armour in the corridor showed that the retainers were returning to their post, and the 2 hours were at an end. "After all that you have heard," she whispered, leaning toward him with her lips and eyes. "I have heard nothing," he replied. "The captain's name was Florimond dans Champ de Verre," she said in his ear. "I did not hear it," he answered, taking her supple body in his arms and covering her wet face with kisses. A melodious chirping was audible behind, followed by a beautiful chuckle, and the voice of Messire de Maletroit wished his new nephew a good morning. End of section 18. Recording by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Edward Kirkby. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 19. The Secret of Goresthorpe Grange, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. I am sure that nature never intended me to be a self-made man. There are times when I can hardly bring myself to realize that 20 years of my life were spent behind the counter of a grocer's shop in the East End of London, and that it was through such an avenue that I reached a wealthy independence and the possession of Goresthorpe Grange. My habits are conservative, and my tastes refined and aristocratic. I have a soul which spurns the vulgar herd. Our family, the D'Odds, date back to a prehistoric era, as is to be inferred from the fact that their advent into British history is not commented on by any trustworthy historian. Some instinct tells me that the blood of a crusader runs in my veins. Even now, after the lapse of so many years, such exclamations as "By'r Lady" rise naturally to my lips, and I feel that, should circumstances require it, I am capable of rising in my stirrups and dealing an infidel a blow, say with a mace, which would considerably astonish him. Goresthorpe Grange is a feudal mansion, or so it was termed in the advertisement which originally brought it under my notice. Its right to this adjective had a most remarkable effect on its price, and the advantages gained may possibly be more sentimental than real. Still, it is soothing to me to know that I have slits in my staircase through which I can discharge arrows, and there is a sense of power in the fact of possessing a complicated apparatus by means of which I am able to pour molten lead upon the head of the casual visitor. These things chime in with my peculiar humour, and I do not grudge to pay for them. I am proud of my battlements and of the circular uncovered sewer which girds me round. I am proud of my portcullis and dungeon and keep. There is but one thing wanting to round off the medievalism of my abode, and to render it symmetrically and completely antique. Goresthorpe Grange is not provided with a ghost. Any man with old-fashioned tastes and ideas as to how such establishments should be conducted would have been disappointed at the omission. In my case it was particularly unfortunate. From my childhood I had been an earnest student of the supernatural, and a firm believer in it. I have revelled in ghostly literature until there is hardly a tale bearing upon the subject which I have not pursued. I learned the German language for the sole purpose of mastering a book upon demonology. When an infant, I have secreted myself in dark rooms in the hope of seeing some of these bogies with which my nurse used to threaten me, and the same feeling is as strong in me now as then. It was a proud moment when I felt that a ghost was one of the luxuries which my money might command. It is true that there was no mention of an apparition in the advertisement. On reviewing the mildewed walls, however, and the shadowy corridors, I had taken it for granted that there was such a thing on the premises. As the presence of a kennel presupposes that of a dog, so I imagined that it was impossible that such desirable quarters should be untenanted by one or more restless shades. Good heavens, what can the noble family from whom I purchased it have been doing these hundreds of years? Was there no member of it spirited enough to make away with his sweetheart, or to take some other steps calculated to establish a hereditary spectre? Even now I can hardly write with patience upon the subject. For a long time I hoped against hope. Never did rat squeak behind the wainscot, or rain drip upon the attic floor, without a wild thrill shooting through me as I thought that at last I had come upon traces of some unquiet soul. I felt no touch of fear upon these occasions. If it occurred in the night time, I would send Mrs. D'Odd, who is a strong-minded woman, to investigate the matter, while I covered up my head with the bedclothes and indulged in an ecstasy of expectation. Alas, the result was always the same. The suspicious sound would be traced to some cause so absurdly natural and commonplace that the most fervid imagination could not clothe it with any of the glamour of romance. I might have reconciled myself to this state of things had it not been for Jorrocks of Havistock Farm. Jorrocks is a coarse, burly, matter-of-fact fellow, whom I only happen to know through the accidental circumstance of his fields adjoining my domain. Yet this man, though utterly devoid of all appreciation of archaeological unities, is in possession of a well-authenticated and undeniable spectre. Its existence only dates back, I believe, to the reign of the second George, when a young lady cut her throat upon hearing of the death of her lover at the Battle of Dettingen. Still, even that gives the house an air of respectability, especially when coupled with blood-stains upon the floor. Jorrocks is densely unconscious of his good fortune, and his language, when he reverts to the apparition, is painful to listen to. He little dreams how I covet every one of those moans and nocturnal wails which he describes with unnecessary objurgation. Things are indeed coming to a pretty pass when democratic spectres are allowed to desert the landed proprietors and annul every social distinction by taking refuge in the houses of the great unrecognized. I have a large amount of perseverance. Nothing else could have raised me into my rightful sphere, considering the uncongenial atmosphere in which I spent the earlier part of my life. I felt now that a ghost must be secured, but how to set about securing one was more than either Mrs. D'Odd or myself was able to determine. My reading taught me that such phenomena are usually the outcome of crime. What crime was to be done then, and who was to do it? A wild idea entered my mind that Watkins, the house steward, might be prevailed upon, for a consideration, to immolate himself or someone else in the interests of the establishment. I put the matter to him in a half-jesting manner, but it did not seem to strike him in a favourable light. The other servants sympathized with him in his opinion. At least I cannot account in any other way for their having left the house in a body the same afternoon. "My dear," Mrs. D'Odd remarked to me one day after dinner, as I sat moodily sipping a cup of sack. I love the good old names. "My dear, that odious ghost of Jorrocks has been gibbering again." "Let it gibber," I answered recklessly. Mrs. D'Odd struck a few chords on her virginal and looked thoughtful into the fire. "I tell you what it is, Argentine," she said at last, using the pet name which we usually substitute for Silas. "We must have a ghost sent down from London. "How can you be so idiotic, Matilda?" I remarked severely. "Who could get us such a thing?" "My cousin, Jack Brocket, could," she answered confidently. Now this cousin of Matilda's was rather a sore subject between us. He was a rakish, clever young fellow who had tried his hand at many things, but wanted perseverance to succeed at any. He was at that time in chambers in London, professing to be a general agent, and really living, to a great extent, upon his wits. Matilda managed so that most of our business should pass through his hands, which certainly saved me a great deal of trouble, but I found that Jack's commission was generally considerably larger than all the other items of the bill put together. It was this fact which made me feel inclined to rebel against any further negotiations with the young gentleman. "Oh yes, he could," insisted Mrs. D., seeing the look of disapprobation upon my face. "You remember how well he managed that business about the crest." "It was only a resuscitation of the old family coat of arms, my dear," I protested. Matilda smiled in an irritating manner. "There was a resuscitation of the family portraits too, dear," she remarked. "You must allow that Jack selected them very judiciously." I thought of the long line of faces which adorned the walls of my banqueting hall, from the burly Norman robber, through every gradation of casque, plume, and ruff, to the sombre Chesterfieldian individual who appears to have staggered against a pillar in his agony at the return of a maiden MS., which he grips convulsively in his right hand. I was fain to confess that in that instance he had done his work well, and that it was only fair to give him an order, with the usual commission, for a family spectre, should such a thing be attainable. It is one of my maxims to act promptly when once my mind is made up. Noon of the next day found me ascending the spiral stone staircase which leads to Mr. Brocket's chambers, and admiring the succession of arrows and fingers upon the whitewashed wall, all indicating the direction that gentleman's sanctum. As it happened, artificial aids of the sort were unnecessary, as an animated flap dance overhead could proceed from no other quarter, though it was replaced by a deathly silence as I groped my way up the stair. The door was opened by a youth, evidently astounded at the appearance of a client, and I was ushered into the presence of my young friend, who was writing furiously in a large ledger, upside down as I afterward discovered. After the first greetings, I plunged into business at once. "Look here, Jack," I said, "I want you to get me a spirit if you can." "Spirits, you mean?" shouted my wife's cousin, plunging his hand into the waste-paper basket and producing a bottle with the celerity of a conjuring trick. "Let's have a drink." I held up my hand as a mute appeal against such a proceeding so early in the day, but on lowering it again I found that I almost involuntarily closed my fingers round the tumbler which my adviser had pressed upon me. I drank the contents hastily off, lest anyone should come in upon us and set me down as a topper. After all, there was something very amusing about the young fellow's eccentricities. "Not spirits," I explained smilingly. "An apparition, a ghost. If such a thing is to be had, I should be very willing to negotiate." "A ghost for Goresthorpe Grange?" inquired Mr. Brocket, with as much coolness as if I had asked for a drawing-room suite. "Quite so," I answered. "Easiest thing in the world," said my companion, filling up my glass again in spite of my remonstrance. "Let us see." He took down a large red notebook with all the letters of the alphabet in a fringe down the edge. "A ghost, you said, didn't you? That's gems, gimlets, gas pipes, gauntlets, guns, galleys. Ah, here we are, ghosts. Volume 9, Section 6, page 41. Excuse me." And Jack ran up a ladder and began rummaging among a pile of ledgers on a high shelf. I felt half inclined to empty my glass into the spittoon when his back was turned, but on second thoughts I disposed of it in a legitimate way. "Here it is," cried my London agent, jumping off the ladder with a crash, and depositing an enormous volume of manuscript upon the table. "I have all these things tabulated, so that I may lay my hands upon them in a moment. It's all right. It's quite weak." Here he filled our glasses again. "What were we looking up again?" "Ghosts," I suggested. "Of course. Page 41. Here we are. J. H. Fowler and Son, Dunkel Street, suppliers of mediums to the nobility and gentry. Charms sold, love philters, mummies, horoscopes cast. Nothing in your line there, I suppose?" I shook my head despondingly. "Frederick Tabb," continued my wife's cousin, "sole channel of communication between the living and the dead, proprietor of the spirits of Byron, Kirke, White, Grimaldi, Tom Cribb, and Inigo Jones. That's about the figure." "Nothing romantic enough there?" I objected. "Good heavens! Fancy a ghost with a black eye and a handkerchief tied around its waist, or turning somersaults and saying, 'How are you tomorrow?'" The very idea made me so warm that I emptied my glass and filled it again. "Here is another," said my companion. "Christopher McCarthy. Bi-weekly seances attended by all the eminent spirits of ancient and modern times. Nativities, charms, abracadabras, messages from the dead. He might be able to help us. However, I shall have a hunt round myself tomorrow and see some of these fellows. I know their haunts, and it's odd if I can't pick up something cheap. So there's an end of business," he concluded, hurling the ledger into the corner. "And now we'll have something to drink." We had several things to drink, so many that my inventive faculties were dulled next morning, and I had some little difficulty in explaining to Mrs. D'Odd why it was that I hung my boots and spectacles upon a peg, along with my other garments, before retiring to rest. The new hopes excited by the confident manner in which my agent had undertaken the commission caused me to rise superior to alcoholic reaction, and I paced about the rambling corridors and old-fashioned rooms, picturing to myself the appearance of my expected acquisition, and deciding what part of the building would harmonize best with its presence. After much consideration, I pitched upon the banqueting hall as being, on the whole, most suitable for its reception. It was a long, low room, hung round with valuable tapestry and interesting relics of the old family to whom it had belonged. Coats of mail and implements of war glimmered fitfully as the light of the fire played over them, and the wind crept under the door, moving the hangings to and fro with a ghastly rustling. At one end there was the raised dais, on which in ancient times the host and his guests used to spread their table, while a descent of a couple of steps led to the lower part of the hall, where the vassals and retainers held wassail. The floor was uncovered by any sort of carpet, but a layer of rushes had been scattered over it by my direction. In the whole room there was nothing to remind one of the 19th century, except indeed my own solid silver plate, stamped with the resuscitated family arms, which was laid out upon an oak table in the centre. This I determined should be the haunted room, supposing my wife's cousin to succeed in his negotiation with the spirit-mongers. There was nothing for it now but to wait patiently until I heard some news of the result of his inquiries. A letter came in the course of a few days, which, if it was short, was at least encouraging. It was scribbled in pencil on the back of a playbill, and sealed apparently with a tobacco stopper. "I'm on track," it said. "Nothing of the sort to be had from any professional spiritualist, but picked up a fellow in a pub yesterday who says he could manage it for you. We'll send him down unless you wire to the contrary. Abrams is his name, and he has done one or two of these jobs before." The letter wound up with some incoherent allusions to a cheque, and was signed by my affectionate cousin, John Brockett. I need hardly say that I did not wire, but awaited the arrival of Mr. Abrams with all impatience. In spite of my belief in the supernatural, I could scarcely credit the fact that any mortal could have such a command over the spirit world as to deal in them and barter them against mere earthly gold. Still, I had Jack's word for it that such a trade existed, and here was a gentleman with a Judaical name ready to demonstrate it by proof positive. How vulgar and commonplace Jorrocks' 18th century ghost would appear, should I succeed in securing a real medieval apparition. I almost thought that one had been sent down in advance, for as I walked round the moat that night before retiring to rest, I came upon a dark figure engaged in surveying the machinery of my portcullis and drawbridge. His start of surprise, however, and the manner in which he hurried off into the darkness speedily convinced me of his earthly origin, and I put him down as some admirer of one of my female retainers, mourning over the muddy Hellespont which divided him from his love. Whoever he may have been, he disappeared and did not return, though I loitered about for some time in the hope of catching a glimpse of him, and exercising my feudal rights upon his person. Jack Brocket was as good as his word. The shades of another evening were beginning to darken round Gorsthorpe Grange when a peal at the outer bell, and the sound of a fly pulling up, announced the arrival of Mr. Abrams. I hurried down to meet him, half expecting to see a choice assortment of ghosts crowding in at his rear. Instead, however, of being the sallow-faced, melancholy-eyed man that I had pictured to myself, the ghost-dealer was a sturdy little podgy fellow, with a pair of wonderfully keen, sparkling eyes, and a mouth which was constantly stretched in a good humour, if somewhat artificial grin. His sole stock in trade seemed to consist of a small leather bag, jealously locked and strapped, which emitted a metallic clink upon being placed on the stone flags of the hall. "And how are you, sir?" he asked, wringing my hand with the utmost effusion. "And the missus? How is she? And all the others? How's all their health?" I intimated that we were all as well as could reasonably be expected, but Mr. Abrams happened to catch a glimpse of Mrs. D'Odd in the distance, and at once plunged at her with another string of inquiries as to her health, delivered so volubly and with such an intense earnestness that I half expected to see him terminate his cross-examination by feeling her pulse and demanding a sight of her tongue. All this time his little eyes rolled round and round, shifting perpetually from the floor to the ceiling, and from the ceiling to the walls, taking in apparently every article of furniture in a single comprehensive glance. Having satisfied himself that neither of us was in pathological condition, Mr. Abrams suffered me to lead him upstairs, where a repast had been laid out for him to which he did ample justice. The mysterious little bag he carried along with him, and deposited it under his chair during the meal. It was not until the table had been cleared, and we were left together, that he broached the matter on which he had come down. "I understand," he remarked, puffing at a trichinopoly, "that you want my help in fitting up this here house with a happarition." I acknowledged the correctness of his surmise, while mentally wondering at these restless eyes of his, which still danced about the room as if he were making an inventory of the contents. "And you won't find a better man for the job, though I says it as shouldn't," continued my companion. "What did I say to the young gent what spoke to me in the bar of the Lame Dog? 'Can you do it?' says he. 'Try me,' says I, 'me and my bag. Just try me.' I couldn't say fairer than that." My respect for Jack Brocket's business capacities began to go up very considerably. He certainly seemed to have managed the matter wonderfully well. "You don't mean to say that you carry ghosts about in bags?" I remarked with diffidence. Mr. Abrams smiled a smile of superior knowledge. "You wait," he said. "Give me the right place and the right hour, with a little of the essence of Leucoptolycus." Here he produced a small bottle from his waistcoat pocket. "And you won't find no ghost that I ain't up to. You'll see for yourself, and pick your own, and I can't say fairer than that." As all Mr. Abrams' protestations of fairness were accompanied by a cunning leer and a wink from one or other of his wicked little eyes, the impression of candour was somewhat weakened. "When are we going to do it?" I asked reverently. 10 minutes to 1 in the morning," said Mr. Abrams with decision. "Some says midnight, but I says 10 to 1, when there ain't such a crowd, and you can pick your own ghost. And now," he continued, rising to his feet, "suppose you trot me round the premises, and let me see where you wants it, for there's some places as attracts 'em, and some as they won't hear of, not if there was no other place in the world." Mr. Abrams inspected our corridors and chambers with a most critical and observant eye, fingering the old tapestry with the air of a connoisseur, and remarking in an undertone that it would match uncommon nice. It was not until he reached the banqueting hall, however, which I had myself picked out, that his admiration reached the pitch of enthusiasm. "Here's the place," he shouted, dancing bag in hand round the table on which my plate was lying, and looking not unlike some quaint little goblin himself. "Here's the place. We won't get nothing to beat this. A fine room, noble, solid, none of your electroplate trash. That's the way as things ought to be done, sir. Plenty of room for 'em to glide here. Send up some brandy and a box of weeds. I'll sit here by the fire and do the preliminaries, which is more trouble than you think, for them ghosts carries on awful at times before they finds out who they've got to deal with. If you was in the room, they'd tear you to pieces as like as not. You leave me alone to tackle them, and at 12:30 come in, and I'll lay they'll be quiet enough by then." Mr. Abrams' request struck me as a reasonable one, so I left him with his feet upon the mantelpiece and his chair in front of the fire, fortifying himself with stimulants against his refractory visitors. From the room beneath, in which I sat with Mrs. D'Odd, I could hear that after sitting for some time he rose up and paced about the hall with quick, impatient steps. We then heard him try the lock of the door, and afterward drag some heavy article of furniture in the direction of the window, on which apparently he mounted, for I heard the creaking of the rusty hinges as the diamond-paned casement folded backward, and I knew it to be situated several feet above the little man's reach. Mrs. D'Odd says that she could distinguish his voice speaking in low and rapid whispers after this, but that may have been her imagination. I confess that I began to feel more impressed than I had deemed it possible to be. There was something awesome in the thought of the solitary mortal standing by the open window and summoning in from the gloom outside the spirits of the nether world. It was with a trepidation which I could hardly disguise from Matilda that I observed that the clock was pointing to 12:30, and that the time had come for me to share the vigil of my visitor. He was sitting in his old position when I entered, and there were no signs of the mysterious movements which I had overheard, though his chubby face was flushed as with recent exertion. "Are you succeeding all right?" I asked as I came in, putting on as careless an air as possible, but glancing involuntarily round to see if we were alone. "Only your help is needed to complete the matter," said Mr. Abrams, in a solemn voice. "You shall sit by me and partake of the essence of Lucoptolycus, which removes the scales from our earthly eyes. Whatever you may chance to see, speak not and make no movement, lest you break the spell." His manner was subdued, and his usual cockney vulgarity had entirely disappeared. I took the chair which he indicated and awaited the result. My companion cleared the rushes from the floor in our neighbourhood, and going down upon his hands and knees, described a half circle with chalk, which enclosed the fireplace and ourselves. Round the edge of this circle he drew several hieroglyphics, not unlike the signs of the zodiac. He then stood up and uttered a long invocation, delivered so rapidly that it sounded like a single gigantic word in some uncouth guttural language. Having finished this prayer, if prayer it was, he pulled out the small bottle which he had produced before, and poured a couple of teaspoonfuls of clear transparent fluid into a vial, which he handed to me with an intimation that I should drink it. The liquid had a faintly sweet odour, not unlike the aroma of certain sorts of apples. I hesitated a moment before applying it to my lips, but an impatient gesture from my companion overcame my scruples, and I tossed it off. The taste was not unpleasant, and as it gave rise to no immediate effects, I leaned back in my chair and composed myself for what was to come. Mr. Abrams seated himself beside me, and I felt that he was watching my face from time to time while repeating some more of the invocations in which he had indulged before. A sense of delicious warmth and languor began gradually to steal over me, partly perhaps from the heat of the fire and partly from some unexplained cause. An uncontrollable impulse to sleep weighed down my eyelids, while at the same time my brain worked actively, and 100 beautiful and pleasing ideas flitted through it. So utterly lethargic did I feel that, though I was aware that my companion put his hand over the region of my heart, as if to feel how it was beating, I did not attempt to prevent him, nor did I even ask him for the reason of his action. Everything in the room appeared to be reeling slowly round in a drowsy dance, of which I was the centre. The great elk's head at the far end wagged solemnly backward and forward, while the massive salvers on the tables performed cotillions with the claret cooler and the epergne. My head fell upon my breast from sheer heaviness, and I should have become unconscious had I not been recalled to myself by the opening of the door at the other end of the hall. This door led on to the raised dais, which, as I have mentioned, the heads of the house used to reserve for their own use, and as it swung slowly back upon its hinges, I sat up in my chair, clutching at the arms, and staring with a horrified glare at the dark passage outside. Something was coming down it, something unformed and intangible, but still a something. Dim and shadowy, I saw it flit across the threshold, whilst a blast of ice-cold air swept down the room, which seemed to blow through me, chilling my very heart. I was aware of the mysterious presence, and then I heard it speak in a voice like the sighing of an east wind, among pine trees on the banks of a desolate sea. It said, "I am the invisible nonentity. I have affinities and am subtle. I am electric, magnetic, spiritualistic. I am the great ethereal sigh-heaver. I kill dogs. Mortal, wilt thou choose me?" I was about to speak, but the words seemed to be choked in my throat, and before I could get them out, the shadow flitted across the hall and vanished in the darkness at the other side, while a long-drawn melancholy sigh quivered through the apartment. I turned my eyes toward the door once more, and beheld, to my astonishment, a very small old woman, who hobbled along the corridor and into the hall. She passed backward and forward several times, and then, crouching down at the very edge of the circle upon the floor, she disclosed a face, the horrible malignity of which shall never be banished from my recollection. Every foul passion appeared to have left its mark upon that hideous countenance. "Ha, ha!" she screamed, holding out her wizened hands like the talons of an unclean bird. "You see what I am. I am the fiendish old woman. I wear snuff-coloured silks. My curse descends on people. Sir Walter was partial to me. Shall I be thine, mortal?" I endeavoured to shake my head in horror, on which she aimed a blow at me with her crutch, and vanished with an eldritch scream. By this time my eyes turned naturally toward the open door, and I was hardly surprised to see a man walk in, of tall and noble stature. His face was deathly pale, but was surmounted by a fringe of dark hair, which fell in ringlets down his back. A short pointed beard covered his chin. He was dressed in loose-fitting clothes, made apparently of yellow satin, and a large white ruff surrounded his neck. He paced across the room with slow and majestic strides. Then, turning, he addressed me in a sweet, exquisitely modulated voice. "I am the Cavalier," he remarked. "I pierce and am pierced. Here is my rapier. I clink steel. This is a bloodstain over my heart. I can emit hollow groans. I am patronized by many old conservative families. I am the original manor house apparition. I work alone, or in company with shrieking damsels." He bent his head courteously, as though waiting my reply, but the same choking sensation prevented me from speaking, and with a deep bow he disappeared. He had hardly gone before a feeling of intense horror stole over me, and I was aware of the presence of a ghastly creature in the room, of dim outlines and uncertain proportions. One moment it seemed to pervade the entire apartment, while at another it would become invisible, but always leaving behind it a distinct consciousness of its presence. Its voice, when it spoke, was quivering and gusty. It said, I am the lever of footsteps, and the spiller of gouts of blood. I tramp upon corridors. Charles Dickens has alluded to me. I make strange and disagreeable noises. I snatch letters and place invisible hands on people's wrists. I am cheerful. I burst into peals of hideous laughter. Shall I do one now? I raised my hand in a deprecating way, but too late to prevent one discordant outbreak which echoed through the room. Before I could lower it, the apparition was gone. I turned my head toward the door in time to see a man come hastily and stealthily into the chamber. He was a sunburned, powerfully built fellow, with earrings in his ears and a Barcelona handkerchief tied loosely round his neck. His head was bent upon his chest, and his whole aspect was that of one afflicted by intolerable remorse. He paced rapidly backward and forward like a caged tiger, and I observed that a drawn knife glittered in one of his hands, while he grasped what appeared to be a piece of parchment in the other. His voice, when he spoke, was deep and sonorous. He said, "I am a murderer. I am a ruffian. I crouch when I walk. I step noiselessly. I know something of the Spanish Main. I can do the lost treasure business. I have charts. I'm able-bodied and a good walker, capable of haunting a large park." He looked toward me beseechingly, but before I could make a sign I was paralyzed by the horrible sight which appeared at the door. It was a very tall man, if indeed it might be called a man, for the gaunt bones were protruding through the corroding flesh, and the features were of a leaden hue. A winding sheet was wrapped round the figure and formed a hood over the head, from under the shadow of which two fiendish eyes, deep set in their grisly sockets, blazed and sparkled like red-hot coals. The lower jaw had fallen upon the breast, disclosing a withered, shriveled tongue, and two lines of black and jagged fangs. I shuddered and drew back as this fearful apparition advanced to the edge of the circle. "I am the American blood-curdler," it said in a voice which seemed to come in a hollow murmur from the earth beneath it. "None other is genuine. I am the embodiment of Edgar Allan Poe. I am circumstantial and horrible. I am a low-caste, spirit-subduing spectre. Observe my blood and my bones. I am grisly and nauseous. No depending on artificial aid. Work with grave clothes, a coffin lid, and a galvanic battery. Turn her white in a night." The creature stretched out its fleshless arms to me as if in entreaty, but I shook my head, and it vanished, leaving a low, sickening, repulsive odour behind it. I sank back in my chair, so overcome by terror and disgust that I would have willingly resigned myself to dispensing with a ghost altogether, could I have been sure that this was the last of the hideous procession. The faint sound of trailing garments warned me that it was not so. I looked up and beheld a white figure emerging from the corridor into the light. As it stepped across the threshold, I saw that it was that of a young and beautiful woman dressed in the fashion of a bygone day. Her hands were clasped in front of her, and her pale, proud face bore traces of passion and of suffering. She crossed the hall with a gentle sound, like the rustling of autumn leaves, and then, turning her lovely and unutterably sad eyes upon me, she said, "I am the plaintive and sentimental, the beautiful and ill-used. I have been forsaken and betrayed. I shriek in the night time and glide down passages. My antecedents are highly respectable and generally aristocratic. My tastes are aesthetic. Old oak furniture like this would do with a few more coats of mail and plenty of tapestry. Will you not take me?" Her voice died away in a beautiful cadence as she concluded, and she held out her hands as in supplication. I am always sensitive to female influences. Besides, what would Jorrocks' ghost be to this? Could anything be in better taste? Would I not be exposing myself to the chance of injuring my nervous system by interviews with such creatures as my last visitor, unless I decided at once? She gave me a seraphic smile, as if she knew what was passing in my mind. That smile settled the matter. "She will do," I cried. "I choose this one." And as in my enthusiasm I took a step toward her, I passed over the magic circle which had girdled me round. "Argentine, we have been robbed!" I had an indistinct consciousness of these words being spoken, or rather screamed, in my ear a great number of times without my being able to grasp their meaning. A violent throbbing in my head seemed to adapt itself to their rhythm, and I closed my eyes to the lullaby of "Robbed! Robbed! Robbed!" A vigorous shake caused me to open them again, however, and the sight of Mrs. D'Odd in the scantiest of costumes and most furious of tempers was sufficiently impressive to recall all my scattered thoughts, and make me realize that I was lying on my back on the floor, with my head among the ashes which had fallen from last night's fire, and a small glass vial in my hand. I staggered to my feet, but felt so weak and giddy that I was compelled to fall back into a chair. As my brain became clearer, stimulated by the exclamations of Matilda, I began gradually to recollect the events of the night. There was the door through which my supernatural visitors had filed. There was the circle of chalk, with the hieroglyphics round the edge. There was the cigar box and the brandy bottle, which had been honoured by the attentions of Mr. Abrams. But the seer himself, where was he? And what was this open window, with a rope running out of it? And where, oh where, was the pride of Goresthorpe Grange, the glorious plate, which was to have been the delectation of generations of D'Odds? And why was Mrs. D. standing in the grey light of dawn, wringing her hands and repeating her monotonous refrain? It was only very gradually that my misty brain took these things in, and grasped the connection between them. Reader, I have never seen Mr. Abrams since. I have never seen the plate stamped with the resuscitated family crest. Hardest of all, I have never caught a glimpse of the melancholy spectre with the trailing garments, nor do I expect that I ever shall. In fact, my night's experiences have cured me of my mania for the supernatural, and quite reconciled me to inhabiting the humdrum 19th-century edifice on the outskirts of London, which Mrs. D. has long had in her mind's eye. As to the explanation of all that occurred, that is a matter which is open to several surmises. That Mr. Abrams, the ghost hunter, was identical with Jemmy Wilson, alias the Nottingham Crackster, is considered more than probable at Scotland Yard, and certainly the description of that remarkable burglar tailed very well with the appearance of my visitor. The small bag which I have described was picked up in a neighbouring field next day, and found to contain a choice assortment of jimmies and centre bits. Footmarks, deeply imprinted in the mud on either side of the moat, showed that an accomplice from below had received the sack of precious metals which had been let down through the open window. No doubt the pair of scoundrels, while looking round for a job, had overheard Jack Brocket's indiscreet inquiries, and had promptly availed themselves of the tempting opening. And now as to my less substantial visitors, and the curious grotesque vision which I had enjoyed. Am I to lay it down to any real power over occult matters possessed by my Nottingham friend? For a long time I was doubtful upon the point, and eventually endeavoured to solve it by consulting a well-known analyst and medical man, sending him the few drops of the so-called essence of Leucoptolycus which remained in my vial. I append the letter which I received from him, only too happy to have the opportunity of winding up my little narrative by the weighty words of a man of learning. Arundel Street. Dear Sir, your very singular case has interested me extremely. The bottle which you sent contained a strong solution of chloral, and the quantity which you describe yourself as having swallowed must have amounted to at least 8 grains of the pure hydrate. This would, of course, have reduced you to a partial state of insensibility, gradually going on to complete coma. In this semi-unconscious state of chloralism, it is not unusual for circumstantial and bizarre visions to present themselves, more especially to individuals unaccustomed to the use of the drug. You tell me in your note that your mind was saturated with ghostly literature, and that you had long taken a morbid interest in classifying and recalling the various forms in which apparitions have been said to appear. You must also remember that you were expecting to see something of that very nature, and that your nervous system was worked up to an unnatural state of tension. Under the circumstances, I think that, far from the sequel being an astonishing one, it would have been very surprising indeed to any one versed in narcotics had you not experienced some such effects. I remain, dear sir, sincerely yours, T. E. Stubb, M.D., Argentine Diod, Esquire, The Elms, Brixton. End of section 19. Recording by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England.
International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 20, A Change of Treatment, by W. W. Jacobs. "Yes, I've sailed under some cute skippers in my time," said the night watchman. "Them that go down in big ships see the wonders of the deep, you know," he added with a sudden chuckle. "But the one I'm going to tell you about ought never to have been trusted out without his ma. A good many of my skippers had fads, but this one was the worst I ever sailed under. It's just some few years ago now. I'd shipped on his bark, the John Elliot, as slow going an old tub as ever I was aboard of, when I wasn't in quite a fit and proper state to know what I was doing, and I hadn't been in her 2 days afore I found out his hobby through overhearing a few remarks made by the second mate, who came up from dinner in a hurry to make 'em. 'I don't mind saws and knives hung round the cabin,' he says to the first mate, 'but when a chap has a 'uman 'and alongside his plate, studying it while folks is at their food, it's more than a Christian man can stand.' 'That's nothing,' says the first mate, who had sailed with the bark afore. 'He's half crazy on doctoring. We nearly had a mutiny aboard once, owing to his wanting to hold a post mortem on a man what fell from the masthead. Wanted to see what the poor feller died of.' 'I call it unwholesome,' says the second mate, very savage. 'He offered me a pill at breakfast the size of a small marble. Quite put me off my feet, it did. Of course the skipper's fad soon got known for'ard, but I didn't think much about it till one day I seed old Dan'l Dennis sitting on a locker reading. Every now and then he'd shut the book and look up, closing his eyes and moving his lips like a hen drinking, and then look down at the book again. 'Why, Dan,' I says, 'what's up? You ain't learning lessons at your time of life.' 'Yes, I am,' says Dan, very soft. 'You might hear me say it. It's this one about heart disease.' He hands over the book, which was stuck full of all kinds of diseases, and winks at me hard. 'Picked it up at a bookstall,' he says, and then he shut his eyes and said his piece wonderful. It made me feel quite queer to listen to him. 'That's how I feel,' says he, when he'd finished. 'Just strength enough to get to bed. Lend me a hand, Bill, and go fetch the doctor.' Then I see his little game. But I wasn't going to run any risk, so I just mentioned permiscus like to the cook, as old Dan seemed rather queer, and went back and tried to borrow the book, being always fond of reading. Old Dan pretended he was too ill to hear what I was saying, and 'fore I could take it away from him, the skipper came hurrying down with a bag in his hand. 'What's the matter, my man?' says he. 'What's the matter?' 'I'm all right, sir,' says old Dan, ''cept that I've been swooning away a little.' 'Tell me exactly how you feel,' says the skipper, feeling his pulse. Then old Dan said his piece over to him, and the skipper shook his head and looked very solemn. "How long have you been like this?" he says. "4 or 5 years, sir," says Dan. "It ain't nothing serious, sir, is it?" "You lie quite still," says the skipper, putting a little trumpet thing to his chest and then listening. There's serious mischief here, I'm afraid. The prognotice is very bad." "What, sir?" says Dan, staring. "Prognotice," says the skipper. At least I think that's the word he said. "You keep perfectly still, and I'll go and mix you up a draught, and tell the cook to get some strong beef tea on." Well, the skipper had no sooner gone than Cornish Harry, a great big lumbering chap, 6 feet 2, goes up to old Dan, and he says, "Gimme that book." "Go away," says Dan. "Don't come worrying 'ere. You 'eard the skipper say how bad my prognotice was." "You lend me the book," says Harry, catching hold of him, "or else I'll bang you first, and split to the skipper arterward. I believe I'm a bit consumptive, anyway. I'm going to see." He dragged the book away from the old man and began to study. There were so many complaints in it, he was almost tempted to have something else instead of consumption. But he decided on that at last, and he got a cough what worried the fo'c'sle all night long, and the next day, when the skipper came down to see Dan, he could hardly 'ear hisself speak. "That's a nasty cough you've got there, my man," says he, looking at Harry. "Oh, it's nothing, sir," says Harry, careless like. "I've had it for months now, off and on. I think it's perspiring so of a night does it." "What?" says the skipper. "Do you perspire of a night?" "Dreadful," says Harry. "You could wring the clothes out. I s'pose it's healthy for me, ain't it, sir?" "Undo your shirt," says the skipper, going over to him and sticking the trumpet agin him. "Now take a deep breath. Don't cough." "I can't help it, sir," says Harry. "It will come. Seems to tear me to pieces." "You get to bed at once," says the skipper, taking away the trumpet and shaking his head. "It's a fortunate thing for you, my lad, you're in skilled hands. With care I believe I can pull you round. How does that medicine suit you, Dan?" "Beautiful, sir," says Dan. "It's wonderful soothin'. I slept like a new born babe arter it." "I'll send you to get some more," says the skipper. "You're not to get up, mind, either of you." "All right, sir," says the two in very faint voices, and the skipper went away arter telling us to be careful not to make a noise. We all thought it a fine joke at first, but the airs them two chaps give themselves was something sickening. Being in bed all day, they was naturally wakeful of a night, and they used to call across the fo'c'sle inquiring arter each other's healths, and waking us other chaps up. And they'd swap beef tea and jellies with each other, and Dan'd try to coax a little port wine out of Harry, which he 'ad to make blood with. But Harry 'ud say he hadn't made enough that day, and he'd drink to the better health of old Dan's prognotice, and smack his lips until it drove us a'most crazy to 'ear him. After these chaps had been ill 2 days, the other fellers began to put their heads together, being maddened by the smell of beef tea and the like, and said they was going to be ill too. And both the invalids got into a fearful state of excitement. "You'll only spoil it for all of us," says Harry, "and you don't know what to have without the book." "It's all very well doing your work as well as our own," says one of the men. "It's our turn now. It's time you two got well." "Well?" says Harry. "Well? Why, you silly ignorant chaps, we shan't never get well. People with our complaints never do. You ought to know that." "Well, I shall split," says one of them. "You do," says Harry. "You do, and I'll put a 'ead on you that all the port wine and jellies in the world wouldn't cure. 'Sides, don't you think the skipper knows what's the matter with us?" Afore the other chaps could reply, the skipper hisself comes down, accompanied by the fust mate, with a look on his face which made Harry give the deepest and hollowest cough he'd ever done. "What they reely want," says the skipper, turning to the first mate, "is keerful nussing." "I wish you'd let me nuss 'em," says the first mate. "Only 10 minutes I'd put 'em both on their legs, and running for their lives into the bargain, in 10 minutes." "Hold your tongue, sir," says the skipper. "What you say is unfeeling, besides being an insult to me. Do you think I studied medicine all these years without knowing when a man's ill?" The fust mate growled something, and went on deck, and the skipper started examining of 'em again. He said they was wonderfully patient, lying in bed so long, and he had 'em wrapped up in bedclothes and carried on deck, so as the pure air could have a go at 'em. We had to do the carrying, and there they sat, breathing the pure air and looking at the first mate out of the corners of their eyes. If they wanted anything from below, one of us had to go and fetch it, and by the time they was taken down to bed again, we all resolved to be took ill too. Only 2 of 'em did it, though for Harry, who was a powerful ugly tempered chap, swore he'd do all sorts of dreadful things to us if we didn't keep well and hearty, and all 'cept these 2 did. One of 'em, Mike Rafferty, laid up with a swelling on his ribs, which I knew myself he had had for 15 years, and the other chap had paralysis. I never saw a man so really happy as the skipper was. He was up and down with his medicines and his instruments all day long, and he used to make notes of the cases in a big pocket book and read 'em to the second mate at meal times. The forecastle had been turned into hospital about a week, and I was on deck doing some odd jobs or the other, when the cook comes up to me pulling a face as long as a fiddle. "'Nother invalid,' says he. 'First mate's gone stark staring mad.' 'Mad?' says I. 'Yes,' says he. 'He's got a big basin in the galley, and he's laughing like a hyener, and mixing bilge water and ink and paraffin and butter and soap and all sorts of things up together. The smell's enough to kill a man. I've had to come away.' Curious like, I just walked up to the galley and puts my 'ead in, and there was the mate as the cook said, smiling all over his face and ladling some thick sticky stuff into a stone bottle. 'How's the poor sufferers, sir?' says he, stepping out of the galley just as the skipper was going by. 'They're very bad, but I hope for the best,' says the skipper, looking at him hard. 'I'm glad to see you're turned a bit more feeling.' 'Yes, sir,' says the mate. 'I didn't think so at fust, but I can see now them chaps is all very ill. You'll 'scuse me for saying it, but I don't quite approve of your treatment.' I thought the skipper would a bust. 'My treatment?' says he. 'My treatment? What do you know about it?' 'You're treating 'em wrong, sir,' says the mate. 'I have here,' patting the jar, 'a remedy which 'ud cure them all if you'd only let me try it.' 'Pooh!' says the skipper. 'One medicine cure all diseases. The old story. What is it? Where'd you get it from?' says he. 'I brought the ingredients aboard with me,' says the mate. 'It's a wonderful medicine discovered by my grandmother, and if I might only try it, I'd thoroughly cure them poor chaps.' 'Rubbish!' says the skipper. 'Very well, sir,' says the mate, shrugging his shoulders. 'O' course, if you won't let me, you won't. Still, I tell you, if you'd let me try, I'd cure 'em all in 2 days. That's a fair challenge.' Well, they talked and talked and talked, until at last the skipper give way and went down below with the mate, and told the chaps they was to take the new medicine for 2 days, just to prove the mate was wrong. 'Let poor old Dan try it first, sir,' says Harry, starting up and sniffing as the mate took the cork out. 'He's been awful bad since you've been away.' 'Harry's worse than I am, sir,' says Dan. 'It's only his kind heart that makes him say that.' 'It don't matter which is first,' says the mate, filling a tablespoon with it. 'There's plenty for all. Now, Harry, take it,' says the skipper. Harry took it, and the fuss he made, you'd have thought he was swallowing a football. It stuck all round his mouth, and he carried on so dreadful that the other invalids was half sick afore it came to them. By the time the other 3 had 'ad theirs, it was as good as a pantermine, and the mate corked the bottle up and went and sat down on a locker, while they tried to rinse their mouths out with the luxuries which had been given 'em. 'How do you feel?' says the skipper. 'I'm dying,' says Dan. 'So am I,' says Harry. 'I believe the mate's pisoned us.' The skipper looks over at the mate very stern, and shakes his head slowly. 'It's all right,' says the mate. 'It's always like that the first dozen or so doses.' 'Dozen or so doses!' says old Dan in a far-away voice. 'It has to be taken every 20 minutes,' says the mate, pulling out his pipe and lighting it, and the 4 men groaned all together. 'I can't allow it,' says the skipper. 'I can't allow it. Men's lives mustn't be sacrificed for an experiment.' ''Tain't an experiment,' says the mate, very indignant. 'It's an old family medicine.' 'Well, they shan't have any more,' says the skipper firmly. 'Look here,' says the mate. 'If I kill any one of these men, I'll give you £20. Honour bright, I will.' 'Make it 25,' says the skipper, considering. "Very good," says the mate. "25. I can't say no fairer than that, can I? It's about time for another dose now." He gave 'em all another tablespoon as the skipper left, and the chaps what wasn't invalids nearly bust with joy. He couldn't let 'em have anything to take the taste out, 'cause he said it didn't give the medicine a chance, and he told us other chaps to remove the temptation, and you bet we did. After the 5th dose the invalids began to get desperate, and when they heard they got to be woke up every 20 minutes through the night to take the stuff, they sort of give up. Old Dan said he felt a gentle glow stealing over him and strengthening him, and Harry said that it felt like a healing balm to his lungs. All of 'em agreed it was a wonderful sort of medicine, and arter the 6th dose the man with paralysis dashed up on deck and ran up the rigging like a cat. He sat there for hours spitting and swore he'd brain anybody who interrupted him, and arter a while Mike Rafferty went up and joined him, and if the first mate's ears didn't burn by reason of the things them 2 poor sufferers said about him, they ought to. They was all doing full work the next day, and though, o' course, the skipper saw how he'd been done, he didn't allude to it, not in words, that is. But when a man tries to make 4 chaps do the work of 8, and hits 'em when they don't, it's a easy job to see where the shoe pinches. End of section 20.
International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 21. The Stickit Minister. By S.R. Crockett. The Renunciation of Robert Fraser, formerly student in divinity. The crows were wheeling behind the plough in scattering clusters, and plumping singly upon the soft, thick grubs which the ploughshare was turning out upon an unkindly world. It was a bask, blowy day in the end of March, and there was a hint of storm in the air, a hint emphasized for those skilled in weather lore by the presence of half a dozen sea-gulls, while vagrants among the blackcoats, blown by the south wind up from the Solway, a snell, Scotch, but not unfriendly day altogether. Robert Fraser bent to the plough-handles, and cast a keen and wary eye towards his guide-posts on the ridge. His face was colourless, even when a dash of rain came swirling across the crest of Ben Gairn, whose steep bulk heaved itself a blue haystack above the level horizon of the moorland. He was dressed like any other ploughman of the south uplands, rough homespun, much the worse for wear, and leggings the colour of the red soil which he was reversing with the share of his plough. Yet there was that about Robert Fraser which marked him no common man. When he paused at the top of the ascent, and stood with his back against the horns of the plough, the countryman's legacy from Adam of the mattock, he pushed back his weather-beaten straw hat with a characteristic gesture, and showed a white forehead with blue veins channelling it, a damp, heavy lock of black hair clinging to it, as in Seven's picture of John Keats on his death-bed. Robert Fraser saw a couple of black specks which moved smoothly and evenly along the top of the distant dyke of the highway. He stood still for a moment or two, watching them. As they came nearer, they resolved themselves into a smart young man sitting in a well-equipped gig, drawn by a showily actioned hone, and driven by a man in livery. As they passed rapidly along the road, the hand of the young man appeared, in a careless wave of recognition over the stone dyke, and Robert Fraser lifted his slack reins in staid acknowledgment. It was more than a year since the brothers had looked each other so nearly in the eyes. They were Dr. Henry Fraser, the rising physician of Carn Edward, and his elder brother Robert, once a student of divinity at Edinburgh College, whom 3 parishes knew as the Stickit Minister. When Robert Fraser stabled his horse that night and went into his supper, he was not surprised to find his friend, Saunders Macheer of Drumquhat, sitting by the peat fire in the room. almost the only thing which distinguished the Stickit Minister from the other small farmers of the parish of Dulague was the fact that he always sat in the evening by himself ben the hoose, and did not use the kitchen in common with his housekeeper and herd-boy, save only at meal-times. Robert had taken to Saunders ever since, the back of his ambition broken, he had settled down to the farm, and he welcomed him with shy cordiality. "You'll take a cup of tea, Saunders?" he asked. "Thank ye, Robert, I wouldna be wurt," returned his friend. "I saw your brother the day," said Saunders M'Quhirr, after the tea-cups had been cleared away and the silent housekeeper had replaced the books upon the table. Saunders picked a couple of them up, and, having adjusted his glasses, he read the titles, Milton's work, and a volume of a translation of Dorner's Person of Christ. "I saw your brither the day. He mun be getting a big practice." "Ay," said Robert Fraser, very thoughtfully. Saunders M'Quhirr glanced up quickly. It was, of course, natural that the unsuccessful elder brother should envy the prosperous younger, but he had thought that Robert Fraser was living on a different plane. It was one of the few things that the friends had never spoken of, though every one knew why Dr. Fraser did not visit his brother's little farm. "He's getting in wi' the big folk noo, and thinks maybe that his brither would do him nae credit." That was the way the clash of the countryside explained the matter. "I never told you how I came to leave the college, Saunders," said the younger man, resting his brow on a hand that even the horn of the plough could not make other than diaphanous. "No," said Saunders quietly, with a tender gleam coming into the humoursome eyes that lurked under the bushy tussocks of grey eyebrow. Saunders's humour lay near the fountain of tears. "No," continued Robert Fraser, "I have not spoken it to so many. But you've been a good friend to me, Saunders, and I think you should hear it. I have not tried to set myself right with folks in the general, but I would like to let you see clearly before I go my ways to Him who seeth from the beginning." "Hear tell un," said Saunders. "Man, your hoast is no near as sair as it was in the back end. You'll be here lang after me. But lang and short, well do you ken, Robert Fraser, that ye need not to pitch yoursel' right with me. I ha' no kenned ye since ye was the sick o' the two scrubbers." "I thank you, Saunders," said Robert, "but I am well aware that I'm to die this year. No, no, not a word. It is the Lord's will. It's mair than 7 year now since I first kenned that my days were to be few. It was the year my fayther died, and left Harry and me by a lane. He left no siller to speak of, just plenty to lay him decently in the kirkyard among his forebears. I had been a year at the Divinity Hall then, and was going up to put my discourses for the next session. I had been troubled with my breast for some time, and so called one day at the infirmary to get a word with Sir James. He was very busy when I went in, and never noticed me till the host took me. Then on a sudden he looked up from his papers, came quickly over to me, put his own white handkerchief to my mouth, and said quietly, 'Come into my room, laddie.' Ay, he was a good man and a faithful, Sir James, if ever there was one. He told me that with care I might live 5 or 6 years, but it would need great care. Then a strange prickly coldness came over me, and I seemed to walk light–headed in an atmosphere suddenly rarefied, and I think I know now how the mouse feels under the air–pump." "What's that?" queried Saunders. "A cruel ploy not worth speaking of," continued the Stickit Minister. "Well, I found something in my throat when I tried to thank him, but I came my ways home to the Dulague. Night and day I considered what was to be done, with so much to do and so little time to do it. It was clear that both Harry and me could not gang through the college on the little my father had left, so late one night I saw my way clear to what I should do. Harry must go, I must stay. I must come home to the farm and be my own man. Then I could send Harry to the college to be a doctor, for he had no call to the ministry as once I thought I had. More than that, it was laid on me to tell Jessie London that Robert Fraser was no better than a machine set to go 5 year. Now all these things I did, Saunders, but there's no use telling you what they cost me in doing. They were right to do, and they were done. I do not repent any of them. I would do them all over again, were they to do it, but it's been bitterer than I thought." The Stickit Minister took his head off his hand and leaned wearily back in his chair. The story went over the country that I had failed in my examinations, and I never said that I had not. But there were some that knew better who might have contradicted the report if they had liked. I settled down to the farm, and I put Harry through the college, sending all but a bare living to him in Edinburgh. I worked the work of the farm, rain and shine, ever since. I have been for these 6 years the stickit minister that all the world kens the day. Whilst Harry did not think that he got enough. He was always writing for more, and not so very pleased when he did not get it. He was aye different to me, ye ken, Saunders, and he canna be judged by the same standard as you and me." "I ken," said Saunders M'Quhirr, a spark of light lying in the quiet of his eyes. "Well," continued Robert Fraser, lightened by Saunders's apparent agreement, "the time came when he was clear from the college and wanted a practice. He had been ill advised that he had not got his share of the farm, and he wanted it selled for share and share alike. Now I kenned, as you ken, Saunders, that it's no worth much in one share, let alone two, so I got the place quietly bonded, and bought him old Dr. Aitken's practice in Cairn Edward with the money. I have tried to do my best for the lad, for it was laid on me to be my brother's keeper. He doesna come here much," continued Robert, "but I think he's not so ill against me as he was. Saunders, he waved his hand to me when he was going by the day." "That was kind of him," said Saunders M'Quhirr. "Ay, was it no?" said the stickit minister, eagerly, with a soft look in his eyes as he glanced up at his brother's portrait in cap and gown, which hung over the china dogs on the mantelpiece. "I got my notice this morning that the bond is to be called up in November," said Robert, "so I'll be obliged to flit." Saunders M'Quhirr started to his feet in a moment. "Never!" he said, with the spark of fire alive now in his eyes. "Never as long as there's a beast on Drumquhat, or a pound in Cairn Edward Bank," bringing down his clenched fist upon the Milton on the table. "No, Saunders, no," said the stickit minister, very gently. "I thank you kindly, but I'll be flitted before that." Section 22. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. Edited by William Patten. Section 22. The Lammas Preaching, by S. R. Crockett. "And I further intimate," said the minister, "that I will preach this evening at Cauldshaws, and my text will be from the 9th chapter of the book of Ecclesiastes, and the 10th verse, 'Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might.'" "Save us," said Janet MacTaggart, "he's clean forgotten, if it be the Lord's wull." "Maybe he'll be forgone whether it's his wull or no. He's a sair masterful man, the minister, but when he comes fra the Machars, and kens little aboot the jealous God we ha' among the hills o' Galloway." The minister continued in the same high, level tone in which he did his preaching. "There are a number of sluggards who lay the weight of their own laziness on the Almighty, saying, 'I am a worm and no man. How should I strive with my Maker?' whenever they are at strife with their own sluggishness. There will be a word for all such this evening at the farm town of Cauldshaws, presently occupied by Gilbert McKissock. Public worship to begin at 7 o'clock. The congregation of Barnessock Kirk tumbled amicably over its own heels with eagerness to get into the kirkyard, in order to settle the momentous question, "Whose back was he on the day?" Robert Kirk, Caesthorne, had a packet of peppermint lozenges in the crown of his lum hat, deponed to by Elizabeth Douglas, or Barr, in Barnbogrie, whose husband, William Barr, put on the hat of the aforesaid William Kirk by mistake for his own, whereupon the peppermints fell to the floor and rolled under the pews in most unseemly fashion. Elizabeth Kirk is of opinion that this should be brought to the notice of Session, she herself always taking her peppermint, while genteelly wiping her mouth with the corner of her handkerchief. Robert Kirk, on being put to the question, admits the fact, but says that it was his wife put them there, to be near at hand. The minister, however, ready with his word, brought him to shame by saying, "Oh, Robert, Robert, that was just what Adam said. 'The woman thou gavest me, she gave me to eat.'" The aforesaid Robert Kirk thinks that it is meddling with the original Hebrew to apply this to peppermints, and also says that Elizabeth Kirk is an impudent besom, and furthermore that, as all the country well knows— Here the chronicler omits much matter actionable in the civil courts of the realm. "Janet," said the minister to his housekeeper, "I am to preach to night at Cauldshaws on the text, 'Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might.'" "I ken," said Janet. "I saw it on your desk. I patted to blow the clock, for fear the ones o' heaven micht blaw it awa like chaff, and ye couldna do wanting it." "Janet MacTaggart," said the minister, tartly, "bring in the dinner, and do not meddle with what does not concern you." Janet could not abide read sermons. Her natural woman rose against them. She knew, as she had said, that God was a jealous God, and, with a regard to the minister, she looked upon herself as his vice–regent. "He's young and terrible Ramsdam, and opinionated for a book–lear, but with little gracious experience. For a' that, the root o' the matter's in him," said Janet, not unhopefully. "I'm going to preach at Cauldshaws, and my text's 'Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might,'" said the minister to the precentor that afternoon, on the manse doorstep. "The Lord's no in a' his thouchts. I'll gang wi' the lad myself," said the precentor. Now Galloway is so much out of the world that the Almighty has not there lifted his hand from reward and punishment, from guiding and restraining, as he has done in big towns where everything goes by machinery. Man may say that there is no God when he only sees a handbreadth of smoky heaven between the chimney–pots, but out on the fields of oats and bear, and up on the screes of the hill–sides, where the mother granite sticks her bleaching ribs through the heather, men have reached great assurance on this and other matters. The burns were running red with the mighty July rain when Douglas Maclellan started over the meadows and moors to preach his sermon at the farm–town of Cauldshaws. He had thanked the Lord that morning, in his opening prayer, for the bounteous rain wherewith he had seen meet to refresh his weary heritage. His congregation silently acquiesced, for what, said they, could a man from the Machars be expected to ken about meadow–hay? When the minister and the precentor got to the foot of the manse loaning, they came upon the parish ne'er–do–well, Ebie Kirgan, who kept himself in employment by constantly scratching his head, trying to think of something to do, and whose clothes were constructed on the latest sanitary principles of ventilation. The ruins of Ebie's hat were usually tipped over one eye, for enlarged facilities of scratching in the rear. "If it's your will, minister, I'll come to hear ye the night. It's drawing to mair rain, I'm thinking," said the scarecrow. "I hope the discourse may be profitable to you, Ebenezer, for, as I intimated this morning, I am to preach from the text, 'Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might.'" "Ay, minister," said Ebie, relieving his right hand, and tipping his hat over the other eye to give his left hand free play. So the three struck over the fields, making for the thorn–tree at the corner, where Robert Kirk's dyke dipped into the standing water of the meadow. "D'ye think ye can manage it, Maister Maclellan?" said the precentor. "You're what half–way up the leg already." "And there's 6 feet of black moss–water in the lane–burn, as sure as I'm leaving Sal," added Ebie Kirgan. "I'm to preach at Cauldshaws, and my text is, 'Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might,'" said the minister, stubbornly glooming from under the eaves of his eyebrows, as the swarthy men from the Machars are wont to do. His companions said no more. They came to Camelon Lane, where usually Robert Kirk had a leaping pole on either bank to assist the traveller across, but both poles had gone down the water in the morning to look for Robert's meadow hay. "Take care, Maister Maclellan, ye'll be in deep water afore ye ken. Oh, man, ye had far better turn." The precentor stood up to his knees in water, on what had once been the bank, and wrung his hands, but the minister pushed steadily ahead into the turbid and sluggish water. "I canna come, oh, I canna come, for I'm a man that has a family." "It's no your work, stay where you are," cried the minister, without looking over his shoulder. "But as for me, I'm intimated to preach this night at Cauldshaws, and my text—" Here he stepped into a deep hole, and his text was suddenly shut within him by the gurgle of moss–water in his throat. His arms rose above the surface like the black spars of a windmill. But E.B. Kurgan sculled himself swiftly out, swinging with his shoeless feet, and pushed the minister before him to the further bank, the water gushing out of rents in his clothes as easily as out of the gills of fish. The minister stood with unshaken confidence on the bank. He ran peat water like a spout in a thunder–plump, and black rivulets of dye were trickling from under his hat down his brow and dripping from the end of his nose. "Then you'll not come any further?" he called across to the precentor. "I canna, oh, I canna, though I'm most awful willin'. Kirsty would never forgive me gin I was droon." "Then I'll e'en have to raise the tune myself, though 3 times Kilmarnock is a pity," said the minister, turning on his heel and striding away through the shallow sea, splashing the water as high as his head with a kind of headstrong glee, which seemed to the precentor a direct defiance of Providence. E.B. Kurgan followed half a dozen steps behind. The support of the precentor's lay semi–equality taken from him, he began to regret that he had come, and silently and ruefully plunged along after the minister through the waterlogged meadows. They came in time to the foot of Robert Kirk's March dyke, and skirted it 100 yards upward, to avoid the deep pool in which the Lanniburn waters were swirling. The minister climbed silently up the 7-foot dyke, pausing a second on the top to balance himself for his leap to the other side. As he did so, E.B. Kurgan saw that the dyke was swaying to the fall, having been weakened by the rush of water on the farther side. He ran instantly at the minister, and gave him a push with both hands, which caused Mr. Maclellan to alight on his feet clear of the falling stones. The dyke did not so much fall outward as settle down in its own ruins. E.B. fell on his face among the stones with the impetus of his own eagerness. He arose, however, quickly, only limping slightly from what he called a bit chack on the leg between 2 stones. "That was a merciful providence, Ebenezer," said the minister, solemnly. "I hope you are duly thankful." "Dod, I am that," replied E.B., scratching his head vigorously with his right hand and rubbing his leg with his left. "Gin I hadna gi'en you that dunch, ye might hae preached nane at Cauldshaws this nicht." They now crossed a fairly level clover–field, dark and laid with wet. The scent of the clover rose to their nostrils with almost overpowering force. There was not a breath of air. The sky was blue and the sun shining. Only a sullen roar came over the hill, sounding in the silence like the rush of a train over a far–away viaduct. "What is that?" queried the minister, stopping to listen. E.B. took a brisk sidelong look at him. "I'm some dootsome that'll be the Skyreburn coming doon off o' Cairnsmuir." The minister tramped unconcernedly on. E.B. Kurgan stared at him. "He canna ken what a Skyreburn warnin' is. He'll be thinkin' it's some bit Macker's burn the lads set their whirly mills in. But he'll turn right enough when he sees Skyreburn roaring reedin' the Lammas flood, I'm thinkin'." They took their way over the shoulder of the hill in the beautiful evening, leaning eagerly forward to get the first glimpse of the cause of that deep and resonant roar. In a moment they saw below them a narrow rock–walled gully, 10 or 15 yards across, filled to the brim with rushing water. It was not black peat water like the Camelon Lake, but it ran red as keel, flecked now and then with a revolving white blur as one of the Cauldshaws sheep spun downward to the sea, with 4 black feet turned pitifully up to the blue sky. Ebie looked at the minister. "He'll turn noo if he's mortal," he said. But the minister held on. He looked at the water up and down the roaring stream. On a hill above, the farmer of Cauldshaws, having driven all his remaining sheep together, sat down to watch. Seeing the minister, he stood up and excitedly waved him back. But Douglas Maclellan from the Machars never gave him a look, and his shouting was of less effect than if he had been crying to an untrained collie. The minister looked long up the stream, and at a point where the rocks came very close together, and many stunted pines were growing, he saw one which, having stood on the immediate brink, had been so much undercut that it leaned over the gully like a fishing-rod. With a keen glance along its length, the minister, jamming his dripping soft felt hat on the back of his head, was setting foot on the perilous slope of the uneven red-brown trunk, when Ebie Kirgan caught him sharply by the arm. "It's no for me to speak to a minister at ordinary times," he stammered, gathering courage in his desperation, "but, oh, man, it's fair murder to try to gang ower that water." The minister wrenched himself free, and sprang along the trunk with wonderful agility. "I'm intimated to preach at Cauldshaws this night, and my text is, 'Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might,'" he shouted. He made his way up and up the slope of the fir tree, which, having little grip of the rock, dipped and swayed under his tread. Ebie Kirgan fell on his knees and prayed aloud. He had not prayed since his stepmother boxed his ears for getting into bed without saying his prayers 20 years ago. This had set him against it, but he prayed now, and to infinitely more purpose than his minister had recently done. But when the climber had reached the branchy top, and was striving to get a few feet farther, in order to clear the surging Lynne before he made his spring, Ebie rose to his feet, leaving his prayer unfinished. He sent forth an almost animal shriek of terror. The tree roots cracked like breaking cables and slowly gave way. An avalanche of stones plumped into the whirl, and the top of the fir crashed downwards on the rocks of the opposite bank. "Oh, man, call on the name of the Lord," cried Ebie Kirgan, the ragged preacher, at the top of his voice. Then he saw something detach itself from the tree as it rebounded, and for a moment rise and fall black against the sunset. Then Ebie the outcast fell on his face like a dead man. In the white coverleted room of the farm town of Cauldshaws, a white-faced lad lay with his eyes closed, and a wet cloth on his brow. A large-boned, red-cheeked, motherly woman stole to and fro, with a foot as light as a fairy. The sleeper stirred, and tried to lift an unavailing hand to his head. The mistress of Cauldshaws stole to his bedside as he opened his eyes. She laid a restraining hand on him as he strove to rise. "Let me up," said the minister. "I must away, for I'm intimated to preach at Cauldshaws, and my text is, 'Whatsoever thy hand findeth to do, do it with thy might.'" "My bonny man," said the good wife, tenderly, "you'll preach best on the broad o' your back this mony a day, and when ye rise your best text will be, 'He sent from above, he took me, and drew me out of many waters.'" End of section 22.
International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gilles Leblanc. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories, edited by William Patten, Section 23. An Undergraduate's Aunt, by F. Anstey. author of Vice Versa, etc. Frederick Flushington belonged to a small college, and in doing so conferred upon it one of the few distinctions it could boast, namely, that of possessing the very bashfulest man in the whole university. But his college did not treat him with any excess of adulation on that account. Probably from a prudent fear of rubbing the bloom off his modesty, they allowed him to blush unseen, which was the condition in which he preferred to blush. He felt himself oppressed by a paucity of ideas and a difficulty in knowing which way to look in the presence of his fellow men, which made him never so happy as when he had fastened his outer door and secured himself from all possibility of intrusion, though it was almost an unnecessary precaution, for nobody ever thought of coming to see Flushington. In appearance he was a man of middle height, with a long scraggy neck and a large head, which gave him the air of being much shorter than he really was. He had little weak eyes, a nose and mouth of no particular shape, and very smooth hair of no definite colour. He had a timid, deprecating air, which seemed due to the consciousness that he was an uninteresting anomaly, and he certainly was as impervious to the ordinary influence of his surroundings as any undergraduate well could be. He lived a colourless, aimless life in his little rooms under the roof, reading every morning from 9 till 2 with a superstitiously mechanical regularity, though very often his books completely failed to convey any ideas whatever to his brain, which was not a particularly powerful organ. If the afternoon was fine, he generally sought out his one friend, who was a few degrees less shy than himself, and they took a monosyllabic walk together, or if it was wet, he read the papers at the Union, and in the evening, after hall, he studied general literature, a graceful term for novels, or laboriously spelt out a sonata upon his piano, a habit which did not increase his popularity. Fortunately for Flushington, he had no gyp, or his life might have been made a positive burden to him, and with his bedmaker he was rather a favourite as a gentleman who gave no trouble, meaning that, when he observed his sherry unaccountably sinking, like the water in a lock when the sluices are up, Flushington was too delicate to refer to the phenomenon. He was sitting one afternoon over his modest lunch of bread and butter, potted meat, and lemonade, when all at once he heard a sound of unusual voices and a strange flutter of dresses coming up the winding stone staircase outside, and was instantly seized with a cold dread. There was no particular reason for being alarmed, although there were certainly ladies mounting the steps. Probably they were friends of the man opposite, who was always having his people up. But still Flushington had that odd presentiment which nervous people have sometimes, that something unpleasant is on its way to them, and he half rose from his chair to shut his outer oak. It was too late. The dresses were rustling now in his very passage. There was a pause, a few faint, smothered laughs, and little feminine coughs, then 2 taps at the door. "Come in," cried Flushington, faintly. He wished he had been reading anything but the work by M. Zola, which was propped up in front of him. It is your mild man who frequently has a taste for seeing the less reputable side of life in this second-hand way, and Flushington would toil manfully through the voluminous pages, hunting up every third word in the dictionary, with a sense of injury when, as was often the case, it was not to be found. Still, there was a sort of intellectual orgy about it which had strong fascinations for him, while he knew enough of the language to be aware when the incidents approached the improper, though he was not always able to see quite clearly in what this impropriety consisted. The door opened, and his heart seemed to stop, and all the blood rushed violently to his head as a large lady came sweeping in, her face rippling with a broad smile of affection. She horrified Flushington, who knew nobody with the least claim to smile at him so expansively as that. He drank lemonade to conceal his confusion. "You know me, my dear Fred?" she said easily. "Of course not. How should you?" For goodness sake, my dear boy, don't look so terribly frightened. I'm your Aunt Amelia, come over from Australia." The shock was a severe one to Flushington, who had not even known he possessed such a relative. He could only say, "Oh," which he felt even then was scarcely a warm greeting to give an aunt from the antipodes. "Oh, but," she added cheerily, "that's not all. I've another surprise for you. The dear girls would insist on coming up, too, to see their grand college cousin. They're just outside. I'll call them. Shall I?" In another second Flushington's small room was overrun by a horde of female relatives, while he looked on gasping. They were pretty girls, too, many of them, but that was all the more dreadful to him. He did not mind the plainer ones half so much. A combination of beauty and intellect reduced him to a condition of absolute imbecility. He was once caught and introduced to a charming young lady from Newham, and all he could do was to back feebly into a corner and murmur "Thank you" repeatedly. He was very little better than that then as his aunt singled out one girl after another. "We won't have any formal nonsense between cousins," she said. "You know them all by name already, I dare say. This is Milly, that's Jane, here's Flora and Kitty and Margaret, and that's my little Thomasina over there by the bookcase." Poor Flushington ducked blindly in the direction of each, and then to them all collectively. He had not presence of mind to offer them chairs or cake or anything, and besides there was not nearly enough of anything for all of them. Meanwhile his aunt had spread herself comfortably out in his armchair, and was untying her bonnet strings and beaming at him until he was ready to expire with confusion. "I do think," she observed at last, "that when an old aunt all the way from Australia takes the trouble to come and see you like this, you might spare her just one kiss." Flushington dared not refuse. He tottered up and kissed her somewhere about the face, after which he did not know which way to look, he was so terribly afraid that he might have to go through the same ceremony with his cousins, which he simply could not have survived. Happily for him, they did not appear to expect it, and he balanced the chair on its hind legs and, resting one knee upon it, waited patiently for them to begin a conversation. He could not have uttered a single word. The aunt came to his rescue. "You don't ask after your Uncle Samuel, who used to send you the beetles?" she said, reprovingly. "No," said Flushington, who had forgotten Uncle Samuel and his beetles too. "No. How is Uncle Samuel? Quite well, I hope?" "Only tolerably so, thank you, Fred. You see, he never got over his great loss." "No?" said Flushington desperately. "Of course not. It was a large sum of money to lose at once." "I was not referring to money," said she, with a slight touch of stoniness in her manner. "I was alluding to the death of your cousin John." Flushington had felt himself getting on rather well just before that, but this awkward mistake, for he could not recollect having heard of cousin John before, threw him off his balance again. He collapsed into silence once more, inwardly resolving to be lured into no more questions concerning relatives. His ignorance seemed to have aroused pathetic sentiments in his aunt. "I ought to have known," she said, shaking her head. "They'd soon forget us in the old country. Here's my own sister's son, and he doesn't remember his cousin's death. Well, well, now we're here, we must see if we can't know one another a little better. Fred, you must take the girls and me everywhere and show us everything, like a good nephew, you know." Flushington had a horrible mental vision of himself careering about all Cambridge, followed by a long procession of female relatives, a fearful possibility to so shy a man. "Shall you be here long?" he asked. "Only a week or so. We're at the Bull, very near you, you see, and I'm afraid you think us very bold beggars, Fred, but we're going to ask you to give us something to eat. I've set my heart, so have the girls, haven't you, dears, on lunching once with a college student in his own room." "There's nothing so extraordinary in it, I assure you," protested Flushington, "and and I'm afraid there's very little for you to eat. The kitchen and buttery are closed." He said this at a venture, as he felt absolutely unequal to facing the college cook and ordering lunch from that tremendous personage. He would rather order it from his own tutor, even. "But if you don't mind potted ham, there's a little at the bottom of this tin, and there's some bread and an inch of butter, and marmalade, and a few biscuits, and there was some sherry this morning." The girls all professed themselves very hungry and contented with anything, so they sat around the table, and poor Flushington served out meagre rations of all the provisions he could find, even to his figs and French plums; but there was not nearly enough to go round, and they lunched with evident disillusionment, thinking that the college luxury of which they had heard so much had been greatly exaggerated. During luncheon the aunt began to study Flushington's features attentively. "There's a strong look of poor dear Simon about him when he smiles," she said, looking at him through her gold double glasses. "There, did you catch it, girls? Just his mother's profile. Turn your face a little more towards the window, so as to get the light on your nose. Don't you see the likeness to your aunt's portrait, girls?" And Flushington had to sit still with all the girls' charming eyes fixed critically upon his crimson countenance. He longed to be able to slide down under the table and evade them, but of course he was obliged to remain above. "He's got dear Caroline's nose," the aunt went on triumphantly, and the cousins agreed that he certainly had Caroline's nose, which made Flushington feel vaguely that he ought at least to offer to return it. Presently one of the girls whispered to her mother, who laughed indulgently. "What do you think this silly child wants me to ask you now, Fred?" she said. "She says she would so like to see what you look like with your college cap and gown on. Will you put them on, just to please her?" So Flushington had to put them on and walk slowly up and down the room in them, feeling all the time what a dismal spectacle he was making of himself, while the girls were plainly disappointed, and remarked that somehow they had thought the academical costume more becoming. Then began a hotly maintained catechism upon his studies, his amusements, his friends, and his mode of life generally, which he met with uneasy shiftings and short, timid answers that they did not appear to think altogether satisfactory. Indeed, the aunt, who by this time felt the potted ham beginning to disagree with her, asked him, with something of severity in her tone, whether he went to church regularly, and he said that he didn't go to church, but was always regular at chapel. On this she observed coldly that she was sorry to hear her nephew was a dissenter, and Flushington was much too shy to attempt to explain the misunderstanding. He sat quiet and felt miserable, while there was another uncomfortable pause. The cousins were whispering together and laughing over little private jokes, and he, after the manner of sensitive men, of course imagined they were laughing at him, and perhaps he was not very far wrong on this occasion. So he was growing hotter and hotter every second, inwardly cursing his whole race and wishing that his father had been a foundling, when there came another tap at the door. "Why, that must be poor old Sophy," said his aunt. "Fred, you remember old Sophy? No, you can't? You were only a baby when she came to live with us, but she'll remember you. She begged so hard to be taken, and so we told her she might come on here slowly after us." And then an old person in a black bonnet came feebly in, and was considerably affected when she saw Flushington. "To think," she quavered, "to think as my dim old eyes should see the child I've nursed on my lap growed out into a college gentleman," and she hugged Flushington and wept on his shoulder till he was almost cataleptic with confusion. But as she grew calmer she became more critical. She confessed to a certain feeling of disappointment with Flushington. He had not filled out, she said, so fine as he'd promised to fill out. And when she asked if he recollected how he wouldn't be washed unless they put his little wooden horse on the washstand, and what a business it was to make him swallow his castor oil, it made Flushington feel like a fool. This was quite bad enough, but at last the girls began to go round his rooms, exclaiming at everything, admiring his pipe and umbrella racks, his buffalo horns, and his quaint wooden kettle holder, until they happened to come upon his French novel. And, being unsophisticated colonial girls with a healthy ignorance of such literature, they wanted Flushington to tell them what it was all about. His presence of mind had gone long before, and this demand threw him into a violent perspiration. He could not invent, and he was painfully racking his brains to find some portion of the tale which would bear repetition, when there was another knock at the door. At this Flushington was perfectly dumb with horror. He prepared himself blankly for another aunt with a fresh relay of female cousins, or more old family servants who had washed him in his infancy, and he sat there cowering. But when the door opened, a tall, fair-haired, good-looking young fellow, who from his costume had evidently just come up from the tennis court, came bursting in impulsively. "Oh, I say," he began, "have you heard? Have you seen? Oh, beg pardon, didn't see, you know," he added, as he noticed the extraordinary fact that Flushington had people up. "Oh, let me introduce you," said Flushington, with a vague idea that this was the proper thing to do. "Mr. Lushington, Mrs. No, I don't know her name, my aunt, my cousins." The young man, who had just been about to retire, bowed and stared with a sudden surprise. "Do you know," he said slowly to the other, "I rather think that's my aunt." "I'm afraid not," whispered Flushington. "She seems quite sure she's mine." "Well, I've got an aunt and cousins I've never seen before coming up to-day," said the newcomer, "and yours is uncommonly like the portrait of mine." "If they belong to you, do take them away," said Flushington feebly. "I don't think I can keep up much longer." "What are you whispering about, Fred?" cried the aunt. "Is it something we are not to know?" "He says he thinks there's been a mistake, and you're not my aunt," explained Flushington. "Oh, does he?" she said, drawing herself up indignantly. "And what does he know about it? I didn't catch his name. Who is he?" "Fred Lushington," he said. "That's my name." "And who are you, if he's Fred Lushington?" she inquired, turning upon the unfortunate owner of the rooms. "I'm Frederick Flushington," he stammered. "I'm sorry, but I can't help it." "Then you're not my nephew at all, sir," cried the aunt. "Thank you very much," said Flushington gratefully. "You see," her real nephew was explaining to her, "there isn't much light on the staircase, and you must have thought his name over the door was F. Lushington, so in you went, you know. The porter told me you'd been asking for me, so I looked in here to see whether you had been heard of, and here you are." "But why didn't he tell me?" she said, for she was naturally annoyed to find that she had been pouring out all her pent-up affection over a perfect stranger, and she even had a dim idea that she had put herself in rather a ridiculous position, which of course made her feel very angry with Flushington. Why couldn't he explain before matters had gone on so far? "How was I to know?" pleaded Flushington. "I dare say I have aunts in Australia, and you said you were one of them." "But you asked after Uncle Samuel," she said accusingly. "You must have had some object, I cannot say what, in encouraging my mistake. Oh, I'm sure of it." "You told me to ask after him," said the unhappy Flushington. "I thought it was all right. What else was I to do?" The cousins were whispering and laughing together all this time, and regarding their new cousin with shy admiration, very different from the manner in which they had looked at poor Flushington. And the old nurse, too, was overjoyed and declared that she felt sure from the first that her Master Frederick had not turned out so undersized as him, meaning Flushington. "Yes, yes," said Lushington hastily. "Quite a mistake on both sides. Quite sure Flushington isn't the man to go and intercept any fellow's aunt." "I wouldn't have done it for worlds, if I had known," he protested very sincerely. "Well," she said, a little mollified, I'm very sorry we've all disturbed you like this, Mr. Flushington. The unlucky man said something about not minding it now. And now, Fred, perhaps you will show us the way to the right rooms." "Come along, then," said he. "I'll run down and tell them to send up some lunch." They did not explain that they had lunched already. "You come too, Flushington, and then after lunch you and I will row the ladies up to Byron's pool." "Yes, do come, Mr. Flushington," the ladies said kindly. But Flushington wriggled out of it. To begin with, he did not consider he knew his neighbours sufficiently well; besides, he had had enough of female society for one day. Indeed, long after that, he would be careful in fastening his door about luncheon time, and if he saw any person in Cambridge who looked as if she might by any possibility turn out to be a relation, he would flee down a back street. Section 24.
International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. Edited by William Patten. Section 24. The Silhouettes, by A.T. Quiller Couch. A small round gentleman, who had come all the way to Gantick village from the extreme south of France, and had blown his flageolet all day in Gantick Street without exciting its population in the least, was disgusted. Toward dusk he crossed the stile which divides Sanctuary Lane from the churchyard, and pausing with a leg on each side of the bar, shook his fist back at the village which lay below, its grey roofs and red chimneys just distinguishable here and there between a foamy sea of apple blossom and a haze of bluish smoke. He could not very well shake its dust off his feet, for this was hardly separable from the dust of many other places on his boot, and also it was mostly mud. But his gesture betokened extreme malevolence. "These Cornishmen," he said, "are pigs all. There is not a Cornishman that is not a big pig." He lifted the second leg wearily over the bar. "As for Artfit, moreover, they shut up their churches." This was really a serious matter, for he had not a penny piece in his pocket. The last had gone to buy a loaf, and there was no lodging to be had in the village. The month was April, a bad time to sleep in the open, and though the night drew in tranquilly upon a day of broad sunshine, the earth had by no means sucked in the late heavy rains. The church porch, however, had a broad bench on either side and faced the south, away from the prevailing wind. He had made a mental note of this early in the day, being schooled to anticipate such straits as the present. As he passed up the narrow path between the graves, with a gait like a limping hare's, he scanned his surroundings carefully. The churchyard was narrow and surrounded by a high grey wall, mostly hidden by an inner belt of well-grown cypresses. At one point the ranks of these trees were broken for some 40 feet, and here the back of a small dwelling-house abutted on the cemetery. There was one window only in the yellow-washed wall, and this window looked straight on the church porch. The flageolet player regarded it with suspicion, but the casement was shut and the blind drawn down. The aspect of the cottage, too, proclaimed that its inhabitants were very poor folk, not at all the sort to tell tales upon a casual tramp if they spied him bivouacking upon holy ground. He limped into the porch and cast off the blue bag that was strapped upon his shoulders. Out of it he drew a sheep's wool cape, worn very thin, and then turned the bag inside out on the chance of discovering a forgotten crust. The search disappointed him, but he took it calmly, being on the whole a sweet-tempered man, and not easily angered, except by the affront to his vanity. His violent indignation against the people of Gantick arose from their indifference to his playing. Had they even run out at their doors to listen and stare, he would not have minded their stinginess. He that cannot eat had best sleep. The little man passed the flat of his hand in the dusky light over the two benches, and having chosen the one with fewest asperities on its surface, tossed his bag and flageolet upon the other, pulled off his boots, folded his cape to make a pillow, and stretched himself at length. In less than 10 minutes he was sleeping dreamlessly. Over his head there hung a board containing a list or two of the parish ratepayers, and the usual notice of the spring training of the Royal Cornwall Rangers Militia. This last placard had broken from 2 of its fastenings, and, toward midnight, was rustled by an eddy of the light wind so loudly as to wake the sleeper. He sat upright and lowered his bare feet upon the pavement. Outside, the blue firmament was full of stars, sparkling unevenly, as though the wind was trying in sport to extinguish them. In the eaves of the porch he could hear the martins rustling in the crevices that they had come back, but a few days since, to warm again. But what drew the man to the entrance was the window in the cottage over the wall. The lattice was pushed back and the room inside was brightly lit, but a white sheet had been stretched right across the window between him and the lamp, and on this sheet 2 quick hands were waving all kinds of clever shadows, shaping them, moving them, and reshaping them with the speed of lightning. It was certainly a remarkable performance. The shadows took the form of rabbits, swans, foxes, elephants, fairies, sailors with wooden legs, old women who smoked pipes, ballet girls who pirouetted, twirling harlequins, and the profiles of eminent statesmen, and all made with 2 hands and, at the most, the help of a tiny stick or a piece of string. They danced and capered, drew large and then small, with such odd turns and changes that the flageolet player could hardly hold his laughter. He remarked that the hands, whenever they were disentwined for a moment, appeared to be very small and plump. After about 10 minutes the display ceased, and the shadow of a woman's head and neck crossed the sheet, which was presently drawn back at one corner. "Is that any better?" asked a woman's voice, low but distinct. The flageolet player started, and bent his eyes lower across the graves and into the shadow beneath the window. For the first time he grew aware that a figure stood there, a little way out from the wall. As well as he could see, it was a young boy. "That was beautiful, mother. You can't think how you've improved at it this week. Any mistakes?" "The harlequin and columbine seemed a little stiff, but that's the hardest of all, I know." "Never mind, they've got to be perfect. We'll try them again." She was about to drop the corner of the sheet when the listener sprang out toward the window, leaping with bare feet over the graves and waving his flageolet madly. "Oh, no, no, madame!" he cried. "Wait one moment, the tiniest, and I shall inspire you." "Whoever is that?" cried the voice at the window, rising almost to a scream. The youth beneath the wall faced round on the intruder. He had turned white and wanted to run, but mastered his voice to inquire gruffly: "Who the devil are you?" "I am an artist, and as such I salute madame and monsieur her son. She is greater artist than I, but I shall help her. Her harlequin and columbine shall dance better this time. Why? Because they shall dance to my music, the music that I shall make, here, on this spot, under the stars. I shall play as if possessed. I feel that. I bet you. It is because I have found an artist in Gantick. Oh, my good Lor!" He had pulled off his greasy hat, and stood bowing and smiling, showing his white teeth, and holding up his flageolet for the woman to see and convince herself. "That's all very well," said the boy, "but my mother doesn't want it known yet that she practises at these shadows." "Huh? It is perhaps forbidden by law." "Since you have found us out, sir," said the woman, "I will tell you why we are behaving like this, and trust you to tell nobody. I have been left a widow, in great poverty, and with this one son, who must be educated as well as his father was. 6 months ago, when sadly perplexed, I found out by chance that this small gift of mine might earn me a good income at a music hall. Richard, of course, doesn't like my performing at such places, but agrees with me that he must be educated. So we are hiding it from everybody in the village, because we have always been respected here. And, as soon as I have practised enough, we mean to travel up to London. Of course I shall change my name, and nobody will—" But the flageolet player sat suddenly down upon a grave and broke into hysterical laughter. "Oh, oh, oh, quick, madame, dance your pretty fingers while yet I laugh and before I curse. Oh, stars and planets, look down on this mad world and help me play. And, oh, monsieur, pardon me if I laugh, for that either you or I are mad is a cock-sure. Dance, madame." He put the flageolet to his lips and blew. In a moment or two Harlequin and Columbine appeared on the screen and began to caper nimbly, naturally, with the wildest grace. The tune was a merry reel, and soon began to inspire the performer above. Her small dancers in a twinkling turned into a gambolling elephant, then to a couple of tripping fairies. A moment after they were flower and butterfly, then a jigging donkey. Then Harlequin and Columbine again. With each fantastic change the tune quickened and the dance grew wilder, till, tired out, the woman spread her hands wide against the sheet, as if imploring mercy. The player tossed his flageolet over a headstone, and rolled back on the grave in a paroxysm of laughter. Above him the rooks had poured out of their nests and were calling to each other. "Monsieur," he gasped at last, sitting up and wiping his eyes, "was it good this time?" "It was quite different, I'll own." "Then could you spare from the house one little crust of bread? For I am famished." The youth returned in a couple of minutes with some bread and cold bacon. "Of course," he said, "if you should meet either of us in the village to–morrow, you will not recognize it." The little man bowed. "I agree," said he, "with your mother, monsieur, that you must be educated at all costs." End of Section 24.
Chapter 25 of International Short Stories, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gilles Leblanc. International Short Stories, Volume 2, by William Patten. Chapter 25. My Brother Henry, by J. M. Barrie. Strictly speaking, I never had a brother Henry, and yet I cannot say that Henry was an impostor. He came into existence in a curious way, and I can think of him now without malice as a child of smoke. The first I heard of Henry was at Pettigrew's house, which is in a London suburb, so conveniently situated that I can go there and back in one day. I was testing some new cabanas, I remember, when Pettigrew remarked that he had been lunching with a man who knew my brother Henry. Not having any brother but Alexander, I felt that Pettigrew had mistaken the name. "Oh, no," Pettigrew said, "he spoke of Alexander too." Even this did not convince me, and I asked my host for his friend's name. Scudamore was the name of the man, and he had met my brothers Alexander and Henry years before in Paris. Then I remembered Scudamore, and I probably frowned, for I myself was my own brother Henry. I distinctly recalled Scudamore meeting Alexander and me in Paris, and calling me Henry, though my name begins with a J. I explained the mistake to Pettigrew, and here, for the time being, the matter rested. However, I had by no means heard the last of Henry. Several times afterward I heard from various persons that Scudamore wanted to meet me because he knew my brother Henry. At last we did meet, in Jimmy's chambers, and almost as soon as he saw me Scudamore asked where Henry was now. This was precisely what I feared. I am a man who always looks like a boy. There are few persons of my age in London who retain their boyish appearance as long as I have done. Indeed, this is the curse of my life. Though I am approaching the age of 30, I pass for 20. And I have observed old gentlemen frown at my precocity when I said a good thing or helped myself to a second glass of wine. There was, therefore, nothing surprising in Scudamore's remark that, when he had the pleasure of meeting Henry, Henry must have been about the age that I had now reached. All would have been well had I explained the real state of affairs to this annoying man. But, unfortunately for myself, I loathe entering upon explanations to anybody about anything. This it is to smoke the Arcadia. When I ring for a timetable and William John brings coals instead, I accept the coals as a substitute. Much then did I dread a discussion with Scudamore, his surprise when he heard that I was Henry, and his comments on my youthful appearance. Besides, I was smoking the best of all mixtures. There was no likelihood of my meeting Scudamore again, so the easiest way to get rid of him seemed to be to humour him. I therefore told him that Henry was in India, married and doing well. "Remember me to Henry when you write to him," was Scudamore's last remark to me that evening. A few weeks later, some one tapped me on the shoulder in Oxford Street. It was Scudamore. "Heard from Henry?" he asked. I said I had heard by the last mail. "Anything particular in the letter?" I felt it would not do to say that there was nothing particular in a letter which had come all the way from India, so I hinted that Henry was having trouble with his wife. By this I meant that her health was bad, but he took it up in another way, and I did not set him right. "Ah," he said, shaking his head sagaciously, "I'm sorry to hear that. Poor Henry! Poor old boy!" was all I could think of replying. "How about the children?" Scudamore asked. "Oh, the children," I said, with what I thought presence of mind, "are coming to England." "To stay with Alexander?" he asked. My answer was that Alexander was expecting them by the middle of next month, and eventually Scudamore went away muttering, "Poor Henry." In a month or so we met again. "No word of Henry's getting leave of absence?" asked Scudamore. I replied shortly that Henry had gone to live in Bombay, and would not be home for years. He saw that I was brusque, so what does he do but draw me aside for a quiet explanation. "I suppose," he said, "you are annoyed because I told Pettigrew that Henry's wife had run away from him. The fact is, I did it for your good. You see, I happened to make a remark to Pettigrew about your brother Henry, and he said that there was no such person. Of course I laughed at that, and pointed out not only that I had the pleasure of Henry's acquaintance, but that you and I had talked about the old fellow every time we met. 'Well,' Pettigrew said, 'this is a most remarkable thing. For he,' meaning you, 'said to me in this very room, sitting in that very chair, that Alexander was his only brother.' I saw that Pettigrew resented your concealing the existence of your brother Henry from him, so I thought the most friendly thing I could do was to tell him that your reticence was doubtless due to the unhappy state of poor Henry's private affairs. Naturally, in the circumstances, you did not want to talk about Henry. I shook Scudamore by the hand, telling him that he had acted judiciously, but if I could have stabbed him in the back at that moment, I dare say I would have done it. I did not see Scudamore again for a long time, for I took care to keep out of his way, but I heard first from him and then of him. One day he wrote to me saying that his nephew was going to Bombay, and would I be so good as to give the youth an introduction to my brother Henry. He also asked me to dine with him and his nephew. I declined the dinner, but I sent the nephew the required note of introduction to Henry. The next I heard of Scudamore was from Pettigrew. "By the way," said Pettigrew, "Scudamore is in Edinburgh at present." I trembled, for Edinburgh is where Alexander lives. "What has taken him there?" I asked, with assumed carelessness. Pettigrew believed it was business. "But," he added, "Scudamore asked me to tell you that he meant to call on Alexander, as he was anxious to see Henry's children." A few days afterward I had a telegram from Alexander, who generally uses this means of communication when he corresponds with me. "Do you know a man, Scudamore?" Reply, was what Alexander said. I thought of answering that we had met a man of that name when we were in Paris, but after consideration I replied boldly, "Know no one of the name of Scudamore." About 2 months ago I passed a Scudamore in Regent Street, and he scowled at me. This I could have borne if there had been no more of Henry, but I knew that Scudamore was now telling everybody about Henry's wife. By and by I got a letter from an old friend of Alexander's asking me if there was any truth in a report that Alexander was going to Bombay. Soon afterward Alexander wrote to me saying he had been told by several persons that I was going to Bombay. In short, I saw that the time had come for killing Henry. So I told Pettigrew that Henry had died of fever, deeply regretted, and asked him to be sure to tell Scudamore, who had always been interested in the deceased's welfare. Pettigrew afterward told me that he had communicated the sad intelligence to Scudamore. "How did he take it?" I asked. "Well," Pettigrew said, reluctantly, "he told me that when he was up in Edinburgh he did not get on well with Alexander. But he expressed great curiosity as to Henry's children." "Ah," I said, "the children were both drowned in the Forth. A sad affair. We can't bear to talk of it." I am not likely to see much of Scudamore again, nor is Alexander. Scudamore now goes about saying that Henry was the only one of us he really liked. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26 of International Short Stories, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gilles Leblanc. International Short Stories, Volume 2, by William Patten. Chapter 26. Gilray's Flower Pot, by J. M. Barrie. I charge Gilray's unreasonableness to his ignoble passion for cigarettes, and the story of his flower pot has therefore an obvious moral. The want of dignity he displayed about that flower pot, on his return to London, would have made any one sorry for him. I had my own work to look after, and really could not be tending his chrysanthemum all day. After he came back, however, there was no reasoning with him, and I admit that I never did water his plant, though always intending to do so. The great mistake was in not leaving the flower pot in charge of William John. No doubt I readily promised to attend to it, but Gilray deceived me by speaking as if the watering of a plant was the merest pastime. He had to leave London for a short provincial tour, and, as I see now, took advantage of my good nature. As Gilray had owned his flower pot for several months, during which time, I take him at his word, he had watered it daily, he must have known he was misleading me. He said that you got into the way of watering a flower pot regularly just as you wind up your watch. That certainly is not the case. I always wind up my watch, and I never watered the flower pot. Of course, if I had been living in Gilray's rooms with the thing always before my eyes, I might have done so. I proposed to take it into my chambers at the time, but he would not hear of that. Why? How Gilray came by this chrysanthemum I do not inquire. But whether in the circumstances he should not have made a clean breast of it to me is another matter. Undoubtedly it was an unusual thing to put a man to the trouble of watering a chrysanthemum daily without giving him its history. My own belief has always been that he got it in exchange for a pair of boots and his old dressing gown. He hints that it was not a present. But as one who knows him well, I may say that he is the last person a lady would be likely to give a chrysanthemum to. Besides, if he was so proud of the plant, he should have stayed at home and watered it himself. He says that I never meant to water it, which is not only a mistake, but unkind. My plan was to run downstairs immediately after dinner every evening and give it a thorough watering. One thing or another, however, came in the way. I often remembered about the chrysanthemum while I was in the office, but even Gilray could hardly have expected me to ask leave of absence merely to run home and water his plant. You must draw the line somewhere, even in a government office. When I reached home I was tired, inclined to take things easily, and not at all in a proper condition for watering flower pots. Then Arcadians would drop in. I put it to any sensible man or woman, could I have been expected to give up my friends for the sake of a chrysanthemum? Again, it was my custom of an evening, if not disturbed, to retire with my pipe into my cane chair, and there pass the hours communing with great minds, or, when the mood was on me, trifling with a novel. Often, when I was in the middle of a chapter, Gilray's flower pot stood up before my eyes crying for water. He does not believe this, but it is the solemn truth. At those moments it was touch and go, whether I watered his chrysanthemum or not. Where I lost myself was in not hurrying to his rooms at once with a tumbler. I said to myself that I would go when I had finished my pipe, but by that time the flower pot has escaped my memory. This may have been weakness. All I know is that I should have saved myself much annoyance if I had risen and watered the chrysanthemum there and then. But would it not have been rather hard on me to have had to forsake my books for the sake of Gilray's flowers and flower pots and plants and things? What right has a man to go and make a garden of his chambers? All the 3 weeks he was away, Gilray kept pestering me with letters about his chrysanthemum. He seemed to have no faith in me, a detestable thing in a man who calls himself your friend. I had promised to water his flower pot, and between friends a promise is surely sufficient. It is not so, however, when Gilray is one of them. I soon hated the sight of my name in his handwriting. It was not as if he had said outright that he wrote entirely to know whether I was watering his plant. His references to it were introduced with all the appearance of afterthoughts. Often they took the form of postscripts. "By the way, are you watering my chrysanthemum?" Or, "The chrysanthemum ought to be a beauty by this time." Or, "You must be quite an adept now at watering plants." Gilray declares now that, in answer to one of these ingenious epistles, I wrote to him saying that I had just been watering his chrysanthemum. My belief is that I did no such thing, or, if I did, I meant to water it as soon as I had finished my letter. He has never been able to bring this home to me, he says, because he burned my correspondence. As if a business man would destroy such a letter. It was yet more annoying when Gilray took to postcards. To hear the postman's knock and then discover, when you are expecting an important communication, that it is only a postcard about a flower pot, that is really too bad. And then I consider that some of the postcards bordered upon insult. One of them said, "What about chrysanthemum? Reply at once." This was just like Gilray's overbearing way. But I answered politely, and so far as I knew, truthfully. Chrysanthemum all right. Knowing that there was no explaining things to Gilray, I redoubled my exertions to water his flower pot as the day for his return drew near. Once, indeed, when I rang for water, I could not for the life of me remember what I wanted it for when it was brought. Had I had any forethought, I should have left the tumbler stand just as it was to show it to Gilray on his return. But unfortunately, William John had misunderstood what I wanted the water for, and put a decanter down beside it. Another time I was actually on the stair rushing to Gilray's door when I met the housekeeper, and, stopping to talk to her, lost my opportunity again. To show how honestly anxious I was to fulfil my promise, I need only add that I was several times awakened in the watches of the night by a haunting consciousness that I had forgotten to water Gilray's flower pot. On these occasions I spared no trouble to remember again in the morning. I reached out of bed to a chair and turned it upside down, so that the sight of it when I rose might remind me that I had something to do. With the same object I crossed the tongs and poker on the floor. Gilray maintains that instead of playing fool's tricks like these, fool's tricks! I should have got up and gone at once to his rooms with my water bottle. What? And disturbed my neighbours? Besides, could I reasonably be expected to risk catching my death of cold for the sake of a wretched chrysanthemum? One reads of men doing such things for young ladies who seek lilies in dangerous ponds or edelweiss on overhanging cliffs, but Gilray was not my sweetheart, nor, I feel certain, any other person's. I come now to the day prior to Gilray's return. I had just reached the office when I remembered about the chrysanthemum. It was my last chance. If I watered it once I should be in a position to state that, whatever condition it might be in, I had certainly been watering it. I jumped into a hansom, told the cabby to drive to the inn, and 20 minutes afterward had one hand on Gilray's door, while the other held the largest water can in the house. Opening the door, I rushed in. The can nearly fell from my hand. There was no flower pot. I rang the bell. "Mr. Gilray's chrysanthemum," I cried. What do you think William John said? He coldly told me that the plant was dead, and had been flung out days ago. I went to the theatre that night to keep myself from thinking. All next day I contrived to remain out of Gilray's sight. When we met he was stiff and polite. He did not say a word about the chrysanthemum for a week, and then it all came out with a rush. I let him talk. With the servants flinging out the flower pots faster than I could water them, what more could I have done? A coolness between us was inevitable. This I regretted, but my mind was made up on one point. I would never do Gilray a favour again. End of chapter 26.
International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gabby Cowan. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 27, Mr. O'Leary's Second Love, by Charles Lever. You may easily suppose, began Mr. O'Leary, that the unhappy termination of my first passion served as a shield to me for a long time against my unfortunate tendencies toward the fair, and such was really the case. I never spoke to a young lady for 3 years after without a reeling in my head, so associated in my mind was love and seasickness. However, at last, what will not time do? It was about 4 years from the date of this adventure when I became so oblivious of my former failure as again to tempt my fortune. My present choice, in every way unlike the last, was a gay, lively girl of great animal spirits, and a considerable turn for raillery, that spared no one. The members of her own family were not even sacred in her eyes, and her father, a reverend dean, as frequently figured among the ludicrous as his neighbours. The Evershams had been very old friends of a rich aunt of mine, who never, by the by, had condescended to notice me till I made their acquaintance. But not sooner had I done so than she sent for me and gave me to understand that in the event of my succeeding to the hand of Fanny Eversham, I should be her heir and the possessor of about £60,000. She did not stop here, but by canvassing the dean in my favour, speedily put the matter on a most favourable footing, and in less than 2 months I was received as the accepted suitor for the fair Fanny, then one of the reigning belles of Dublin. They lived at this time about 3 miles from town in a very pretty country, where I used to pass all my mornings and many of my evenings too, in a state of happiness that I should have considered perfect if it were not for 2 unhappy bloods: one, the taste of my betrothed for laughing at her friends; another, the diabolical propensity of my intended father-in-law to talk politics. To the former I could submit, but with the latter's submission only made bad worse, for he invariably drew up as I receded, dryly observing that with men who had no avowed opinions it was ill agreeing, or that with persons who kept their politics as a schoolboy does his pocket money, never to spend, and always ready to change, it was unpleasant to dispute. Such taunts as these I submitted to, as well as I might, secretly resolving that as I now knew the meaning of Whig and Tory, I contrived to spend my life after marriage out of the worthy dean's diocese. Time wore on, and at length, to my most pressing solicitations, it was conceded that a day for our marriage should be appointed. Not even the unlucky termination of this my second love affair can deprive me of the happy souvenir of the few weeks which were to intervene before our destined union. The mornings were passed in ransacking all the shops where wedding finery could be procured. Laces, blondes, velvets, and satins littered every corner of the deanery, and there was scarcely a carriage in the coachmaker's yard in the city that I had not sat and jumped in to try the springs, by the special direction of Mrs. Eversham, who never ceased to impress me with the awful responsibility I was about to take upon me in marrying so great a prize as her daughter, a feeling I found very general among many of my friends at the Kildare Street Club. Among the many indispensable purchases which I was to make, and about which Fanny expressed herself more than commonly anxious, was a saddle horse for me. She was a great horsewoman, and hated riding with only a servant, and had given me to understand as much about half a dozen times each day for the last 5 weeks. How shall I acknowledge it? Equestrianism was never my forte. I had all my life considerable respect for the horse as an animal, pretty much as I dreaded a lion or a tiger, but as to any intention of mounting upon the back of one and taking a ride, I should as soon have dreamed of taking an airing upon a giraffe, and as to the thought of buying, feeding, and maintaining such a beast at my own proper cost, I should just as soon have determined to purchase a pillory or a docking stool by way of amusing my leisure hours. However, Fanny was obstinate. Whether she suspected anything or not I cannot say, but nothing seemed to turn her from her purpose, and although I pleaded 1,000 things in delay, yet she grew each day more impatient, and at last I saw there was nothing for it but to submit. When I arrived at this last bold resolve, I could not help feeling that to possess the horse and not be able to mount him was only deferring the ridicule, and as I had so often expressed the difficulty I felt in suiting myself as a cause of my delay, I could not possibly come forward with anything very objectionable, or I should be only the more laughed at. There was then but one course to take. A fortnight still intervened before the day which was to make me happy, and I accordingly resolved to take lessons in riding during the interval, and by every endeavour in my power become, if possible, able to pass muster on the saddle before my bride. Poor old Lalouette understood but little of the urgency of the case when I requested his leave to take my lessons each morning at 6 o'clock, for I dare not absent myself during the day without exciting suspicion, and never, I will venture to assert, did knight errant of old strive harder for the hand of his lady love than I did during that weary fortnight. If a hippogriff had been the animal I bestrode, instead of being, as it was, an old wall-eyed grey, I could not have felt more misgivings at my temerity, or more proud of my achievement. In the first 3 days the unaccustomed exercise proved so severe that when I reached the deanery I could hardly move, and crossed the floor pretty much as a pair of compasses might be supposed to do if performing that exploit. Nothing, however, could equal the kindness of my poor dear mother-in-law in embryo, and even the dean too. Fanny, indeed, said nothing, but I rather think she was disposed to giggle a little. But my rheumatism, as it was called, was daily inquired after, and I was compelled to take some infernal stuff in my port wine at dinner that nearly made me sick at table. "I am sure you walk too much," said Fanny, with one of her knowing looks. "Papa, don't you think he ought to ride? It would be much better for him." "I do, my dear," said the dean, "but then, you see, he's so hard to be pleased in a horse. Your old hunting days have spoiled you, but you must forget Melton and Grantham and condescend to keep a hack." I must have looked confoundedly foolish here, for Fanny never took her eyes off me, and continued to laugh in her own wicked way. It was now about the 9th or 10th day of my purgatorial performances, and certainly if there be merit in fleshly mortifications, these religious exercises of mine should stand my part hereafter. A review had been announced in the Phoenix Park, which Fanny had expressed herself most desirous to witness, and as the dean would not permit her to go without a chaperon, I had no means of escape, and promised to escort her. No sooner had I made this rash pledge than I hastened to my confidential friend Lalouette, and having imparted to him my entire secret, asked him in a solemn and imposing manner, "Can I do it?" The old man shook his head dubiously, looked grave, and muttered at length, "Much depends on the horse." "I know it, I know it, I feel it," said I eagerly. "Then where are we to find an animal that will carry me peaceable through this awful day? I care not for the price. Votre affaire ne sera pas trop chère," said he. "Why, how do you mean?" said I. He then proceeded to inform me that, by a singularly fortunate chance, there took place that day an auction of cast horses, as they are termed, which had been used in the horse police force, and that from long riding and training to stand fire, nothing could be more suitable than one of these, being both easy to ride and not given to start a noise. I could have almost hugged the old fellow for this happy suggestion, and waited with impatience for 3 o'clock to come, when we repaired together to Essex Bridge, at that time the place selected for these sales. I was at first a little shocked at the look of the animals drawn up. They were most miserably thin, most of them swelled in the legs, few without sore backs, and not one eye on an average in every 3, but still they were all high steppers and carried a great tail. "There's your affaire," said the old Frenchman, as a long-legged, fiddle-headed beast was led out, turning out his 4 legs so as to endanger the man who walked beside him. "Yes, there's blood for you," said Charlie Dicer, seeing my eye fixed on the wretched beast, "equal to fixed in stone with any foxhound's, safe in all his paces, and warranted sound, except," added he in a whisper, "a slight spavin in both hind legs, ring-boned, and a little touch in the wind." Here the animal gave an approving cough. "Will any gentleman say £50 to begin?" But no gentleman did. A hackney coachman, however, said 5, and the sale was opened, the beast trotting up and down nearly over the bidders at every moment, and plunging on so that it was impossible to know what was doing. 5, 10, 15, £6. "Thank you, sir. Guineas, £7, said I, bidding against myself, not perceiving that I had spoken last. "Thank you, Mr. Moriarty," said Dicer, turning toward an invisible purchaser supposed to be in the crowd. "Thank you, sir. You'll not let a good one go that way." Every one here turned to find out the very knowing gentleman, but he could nowhere be seen. Dicer resumed. "7.10 for Mr. Moriarty, going for 7.10. A cruel sacrifice. There's action for you, playful beast." Here the devil had stumbled and nearly killed a basket woman with 2 children. "8," said I with a loud voice. £8, quite absurd," said Dicer almost rudely. "A charger like that for £8, going for £8, going, nothing about £8, no reserve, gentlemen, you are aware of that. They are all, as it were, His Majesty's stud, no reserve whatever. Last time, £8, gone." Amid a very hearty cheer from the mob, God knows why, but a Dublin mob always cheer, I returned, accompanied by a ragged fellow leading my new purchase after me with a hay halter. "What is the meaning of those letters?" said I, pointing to a very conspicuous G.R. with sundry other enigmatical signs burned upon the animal's hind quarter. "That's to show he was a police," said the fellow with a grin, "and when ye ride with ladies ye must turn the decoy side." The auspicious morning at last arrived, and, strange to say, that the first waking thought was of the unlucky day that ushered in my yachting excursion 4 years before. Why this was so, I cannot pretend to guess. There was but little analogy in the circumstances, at least so far as anything had then gone. "How is Marius?" said I to my servant as he opened my shutters. Here let me mention that a friend of the Kildare Street Club had suggested this name, from the remarkably classic character of my steed's countenance. His nose, he assured me, was perfectly Roman. "Marius is doing finely, sir, barring his cough, and the trifle that ails his hind legs." "He'll carry me quietly, Simon, eh?" "Quietly! I'll warrant he carried you quietly, if that's all." Here was comfort, certainly. Simon had lived 40 years as pantry boy with my mother, and knew a great deal about horses. I dressed myself, therefore, in high spirits, and if my pilot jacket and oilskin cap in former days have half persuaded me that I was born to marine achievements, certainly my cords and tops that morning went far to convince me that I must have once been a very keen sportsman somewhere without knowing it. It was a delightful July day that I set out to join my friends, who, having recruited a large party, were to rendezvous at the corner of Stephen Green's. Thither I proceeded in a certain rambling trot, which I have often observed is a very favourite pace with timid horsemen and gentlemen of the medical profession. I was hailed with a most hearty welcome by a large party as I turned out of Grafton Street, among whom I perceived several friends of Miss Eversham, and some young dragoon officers, not of my acquaintance, but who appeared to know Fanny intimately, and were laughing heartily with her as I rode up. I don't know if other men have experienced what I am about to mention or not, but certainly to me there is no more painful sensation than to find yourself among a number of well-mounted, well-equipped people, while the animal you yourself bestride seems only fit for the kennel. Every look that is cast at your unlucky steed, every whispered observation about you, are so many thorns in your flesh, till at last you begin to feel that your appearance is for very little else than the amusement and mirth of the assembly, and every time you rise in your stirrups you excite a laugh. "Where for mercy's sake did you find that creature?" said Fanny, surveying Marius through her glass. "Oh, him? Why, he's a handsome horse, if in condition. A charger, you know, that's his style." "Indeed," lisped a young lancer, "I should be devilish sorry to charge or be charged with him." And here they all chuckled at this puppy's silly joke, and I drew up to repress further liberties. "Is he anything of a fencer?" said a young country gentleman. "To judge from his near eye, I should say much more of a boxer," said another. Here commenced a running fire of pleasantry at the expense of my poor steed, which, not content with attacking his physical, extended to his moral qualities. An old gentleman near me observing that I ought not to have mounted him at all, seeing he was so the deuce groggy, to which I replied by insinuating that if others present were as free from the influence of ardent spirits, society would not be a sufferer, an observation that, I flatter myself, turned the mirth against the old fellow, for they all laughed for a quarter of an hour after. Well, at last we set out in a brisk trot, and placed near Fanny, I speedily forgot all my annoyances in the prospect of figuring to advantage before her. When we reached the college green, the leaders of the cortege suddenly drew up, and we soon found that the entire street opposite the bank was filled with a dense mob of people, who appeared to be swayed hither and thither, like some mighty beast, as the individuals composing it were engaged in close conflict. It was nothing more nor less than one of those almost weekly rows which then took place between the students of the university and the townspeople, and which rarely ended without serious consequences. The numbers of people pressing on to the scene of action soon blocked up our retreat, and we found ourselves most unwilling spectators of the conflict. Political watchwords were loudly shouted by each party, and at last the students, who appeared to be yielding to superior numbers, called out for the intervention of police. The aid was nearer than they expected, for at the same instant a body of mounted policemen, whose high helmets rendered them sufficiently conspicuous, were seen trotting at sharp pace down Dame Street. On they came with drawn sabres, led by a well-looking gentlemanlike personage in plain clothes, who dashed at once into the middle of the fray, issuing his orders, and pointing out to his followers to secure the ringleaders. Up to this moment I had been a most patient and rather amused spectator of what was doing. Now, however, my part was to commence, for at the word "Charge!" given in a harsh, deep voice by the sergeant of the party, Marius, remembering his ancient instinct, picked up his ears, cocked his tail, flung up both his hind legs till they nearly broke the provost windows, and plunged into the thickest of the fray like a devil incarnate. Self-preservation must be a strong instinct, for I well remember how little pain it cost me to see the people tumbling and rolling beneath me, while I continued to keep my seat. It was only a moment before, and the immense mass were a man-to-man encounter. Now all the indignation of both parties seemed turned upon me. Brickbats were loudly implored, and paving stones begged to throw at my devoted head. The wild huntsman of the German romance never created half the terror, nor 1/10 of the mischief that I did in less than 15 minutes, for the ill-starred beast continued twining and twisting like a serpent, plunging and kicking the entire time, and occasionally biting too, all which accomplishments I afterwards learned, however little in requesting civil life, are highly prized in the horse police. Every new order of the sergeant was followed in his own fashion by Marius, who very soon contrived to concentrate in my unhappy person all the interest of about 1,500 people. "Secure that scoundrel!" said the magistrate, pointing with his fingers towards me, as I rode over a respectable-looking old lady with a grave muff. "Secure him! Cut him down!" "Oh, devil's luck to him if ye do!" said a newsmonger with a broken shin. On I went, however, and now, as the fates would have it, instead of ferrying me out of further danger, the confounded brute dashed onward to where the magistrate was standing, surrounded by policemen. I thought I saw him change color as I came on. I suppose my own looks were none of the pleasantest, for the worthy man evidently liked them not. Into the midst of them we plunged, upsetting a corporal, horse and all, and appearing as if bent upon reaching the alderman. "Cut him down, for heaven's sake! Will nobody shoot him?" said he, with a voice trembling with fear and anger. At these words a wretch lifted up his sabre and made a cut at my head. I stooped suddenly, and throwing myself from the saddle, seized the poor alderman round the neck, and both came rolling to the ground together. So completely was he possessed with the notion that I meant to assassinate him, that, while I was endeavoring to extricate myself from his grasp, he continued to beg his life in the most heart-rending manner. My story is now soon told. So effectually did they rescue the alderman from his danger that they left me insensible, and I only came to myself some days after by finding myself in the dock in Green Street, charged with an indictment of 19 counts. The only word of truth is what lay in the preamble, for the devil inciting me only would ever have made me the owner of that infernal beast, the cause of all my misfortunes. I was so stupefied from my beating that I know little of the course of the proceedings. My friends told me afterward that I had a narrow escape from transportation. But for the greatest influence exerted in my behalf, I should certainly have passed the autumn in the agreeable recreation of pounding oyster shells or carding wool, and it certainly must have gone hard with me, for, stupefied as I was, I remember the sensation in court when the alderman made his appearance with a patch over his eye. The affecting admonition of the little judge, who, when passing sentence upon me, adverted to the former respectability of my life and the rank of my relatives, actually made the galleries weep. 4 months in Newgate and a fine to the king, then, rewarded my taste for horse exercise, and it's no wonder if I prefer going on foot. As to Miss Eversham, the following short note from the dean concluded my hopes in that quarter. Deanery, Wednesday morning. Sir, after the very distressing publicity to which your late conduct has exposed you, the so open avowal of political opinions at variance with those, I will say, of every gentleman, and the recorded sentence of a judge on the verdict of 12 of your countrymen, I should hope that you will not feel my present admonition necessary to inform you that your visits to my house shall cease. The presents you made my daughter when under our unfortunate ignorance of your real character have been addressed to your hotel, and I am your most obedient humble servant, Oliver Eversham. Here ended my second affair, par amour, and I freely confess to you that if I can only obtain a wife in a sea voyage or a steeple-chase, I am likely to fulfil one great condition in modern advertising, as having no encumbrance nor any objection to travel. End of section 27. Recorded by Gabby Cowan, April 2014. whereformeans.blogspot.ca.
International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 28. The Indifference of the Miller of Hofbau, by Anthony Hope Hawkins. There is a swift little river running by the village of Hofbau, and on the river is a mill, kept in the days of King Rudolph III by a sturdy fellow who lived there all alone. The king knew him, having alighted at his house for a draught of beer as he rode hunting, and it was of him the king spoke when he said to the queen, "There is, I believe, but one man in the country whom Osra could not move, and he is the miller of Hofbau." But although he addressed the queen, it was his sister at whom he aimed his speech. The princess herself was sitting by, and when she heard the king, she said, "In truth, I do not desire to move any man. What but trouble comes of it? Yet who is this miller?" The king told her where the miller might be found, and he added, "If you convert him to the love of women, you shall have the finest bracelet in Strelsow." "There is nothing, sire, so remote from my thoughts or desires as to convert your miller," said Osra scornfully. In this, at the moment, she spoke truthfully. But being left alone for some days at the castle of Zenda, which is but a few miles from Hofbau, she found the time hang very heavy on her hands. Indeed, she did not know what to do with herself for weariness, and for this reason, and for none other at all, one day she ordered her horse and rode off with a single groom into the forest. Coming, as the morning went on, to a wide road, she asked the groom where it led. "To Hofbau, madame," he answered. "It is not more than a mile further on." Osra waited a few moments, then she said, "I will ride on and see the village, for I have been told that it is pretty. Wait here till I return." And she rode on, smiling a little, and with a delicate tint of colour in her cheeks. Before long she saw the river, and the mill on the river, and, coming to the mill, she saw the miller sitting before his door, smoking a long pipe. She called out to him, asking him to sell her a glass of milk. "You can have it for the asking," said the miller. He was a good-looking fair fellow, and wore a scarlet cap. "There is a pail of it just inside the door behind me." Yet he did not rise, but lay there, lolling luxuriously in the sun. For he did not know Osra, never having been to Strelsow in his life, and to Zenda 3 or 4 times only, and that when the princess was not there. Moreover, though this, as must be allowed, is not to the purpose, he had sworn never again to go so far afield. Being answered in this manner, and at the same time desiring the milk, the princess had no choice but to dismount. This she did, and passed by the miller, pausing a moment to look at him with bright, curious eyes that flashed from under the brim of her wide-rimmed feathered hat. But the miller blinked lazily up at the sun and took no heed of her. Osra passed on, found the pail, poured out a cup of milk, and drank it. Then, refilling the cup, she carried it to the miller. "Will you not have some?" she said, with a smile. "I was too lazy to get it," said the miller, and he held out his hand, but did not otherwise change his position. Osra's brow puckered, and her cheek flushed as she bent down, holding the cup of milk so that the miller could reach it. He took and drained it, gave it back to her, and put his pipe in his mouth again. Osra sat down by him and watched him. He puffed and blinked away, never so much as looking at her. "What have you for dinner?" asked she presently. "A piece of cold pie," said he. "There's enough for 2 if you're hungry." "Would you not like it better hot?" "Oh, aye, but I cannot weary myself with heating it." "I'll heat it," said the princess, and, rising, she went into the house and made up the fire, which was almost burnt out. Then she heated the pie and set the room in order, and laid the table, and drew a large jug of beer from the cask. Next she placed an armchair ready for the miller, and put the jug by it. Then she filled the pipe from the bowl of tobacco, and set a cushion in the chair. All this while she hummed a tune, and from time to time smiled gaily. Lastly, she arranged a chair by the elbow of the miller's chair. Then she went out and told him that his dinner was ready, and he stumbled to his feet with a sigh of laziness, and walked before her into the house. "May I come?" cried she. "Ay, there is enough for two," said the miller of Hofbau, without looking round. So she followed him in. He sank into the armchair and sat there, for a moment surveying the room, which was so neat, and the table so daintily laid, and the pie so steaming hot. And he sighed, saying, "It was like this before poor mother died." And he fell to on a great portion of pie, with which Osra piled his plate. When he had finished eating, which thing did not happen for some time, she held the jug while he took a long draught. Then she brought a coal in the tongs, and held it while he lit his pipe from it. Then she sat down by him. For several moments he puffed, and then at last he turned his head and looked at Princess Osra. She drooped her long lashes and cast down her eyes. Next she lifted her eyes and glanced for an instant at the miller, and finally she dropped her eyes again and murmured shyly, "What is it, sir? Why do you look at me?" "You seem to be a handy wench," observed the miller. "The pie was steaming hot, and yet not burnt. The beer was well frothed, but not shaken nor thickened, and the pipe draws well. Where does your father dwell?" "He is dead, sir," said Princess Osra, very demurely. "And your mother?" pursued the miller. "She also is dead." "There is no small harm in that," said the miller thoughtfully, and Osra turned away her head to hide her smile. "Are you not very lonely, living here all by yourself?" she asked a moment later. "Indeed, I have to do everything for myself," said the miller sadly. "And there is nobody to care for you?" "No, nor to look after my comfort," said the miller. "Have you any kindred?" "I have 2 brothers, sir, but they are married now, and have no need of me." The miller laid down his pipe, and, setting his elbow on the table, faced Princess Osra. Said he. "And is it likely you will ride this way again?" "I may chance to do so," said Osra, and now there was a glance of malicious triumph in her eyes. She was thinking already how the bracelet would look on her arm. "Ah," said the miller, and after a pause he added, "If you do, come half an hour before dinner, and you can lend a hand in making it ready. Where did you get those fine clothes?" "My mistress gave them to me," answered Osra. "She has cast them off." "And that horse you rode?" "It is my master's. I have it to ride when I do my mistress's errands." "Will your master and mistress do anything for you if you leave your service?" "I have been promised a present if—" said Osra, and she paused in apparent confusion. "Ay," said the miller, nodding sagaciously, as he rose slowly from the armchair. "Will you be this way again in a week or so?" he asked. "I think it is very likely," answered the Princess Osra. "Then look in," said the miller, "about half an hour before dinner." He nodded his head again very significantly at Osra, and, turning away, went to his work, as a man goes who would far rather sit still in the sun. But just as he reached the door he turned his head and asked, "Are you sturdy?" "I am strong enough, I think," said she. "A sack of flour is a heavy thing for a man to lift by himself," remarked the miller. And with that he passed through the door and left her alone. Then she cleared the table, put the pie, or what was left, in the larder, set the room in order, refilled the pipe, stood the jug handy by the cask, and, with a look of great satisfaction on her face, tripped out to where her horse was, mounted, and rode away. The next week, and the interval had seemed long to her, and no less long to the miller of Hofbau, she came again, and so the week after, and in the week following that she came twice, and on the second of these 2 days, after dinner, the miller did not go off to his sacks, but he followed her out of the house, pipe in hand, when she went to mount her horse, and as she was about to mount, he said, "Indeed, you are a handy wench." "You say much of my hands, but nothing of my face," remarked Princess Osra. "Of your face? repeated the miller in some surprise. "What should I say of your face?" "Well, is it not a comely face?" said Osra, turning towards him that he might be better able to answer her question. The miller regarded her for some minutes, then a slow smile spread on his lips. "Oh, ay, it is well enough," said he. Then he laid a floury finger on her arm, as he continued, "If you come by next week, why, it is but 1/2 a mile to church. I'll have the cart ready, and bid the priest be there. What's your name?" For he had not hitherto asked Osra's name. "Rosa Schwartz," said she, and her face was all alight with triumph and amusement. "Yes, I shall be very comfortable with you," said the miller. "We will be at the church an hour before noon, so that there may be time afterwards for the preparation of dinner." "That will be on Thursday in next week?" asked Osra. "Ay, on Thursday," said the miller, and he turned on his keel. But in a minute he turned again, saying, "Give me a kiss then, since we are to be man and wife." And he came slowly towards her, holding his arms open. "Nay, the kiss will wait till Thursday. Maybe there will be less flour on your face then." And with a laugh she dived under his outstretched arms, and made her escape. The day being warm, the miller did not put himself out by pursuing her, but stood where he was with a broad comfortable smile on his lips, and so he watched her ride away. Now, as she rode, the princess was much occupied in thinking of the miller of Hofbau. Elated and triumphant as she was at having won from him a promise of marriage, she was yet somewhat vexed that he had not shown a more passionate affection, and this thought clouded her brow for full 1/2 an hour. But then her face cleared. "Still waters run deep," she said to herself. "He is not like these court gallants, who have learnt to make love as soon as they learn to walk, and cannot talk to a woman without bowing and grimacing and sighing at every word. The miller has a deep nature, and surely I have won his heart, or he would not take me for his wife. Poor miller! I pray that he may not grieve very bitterly when I make the truth known to him." And then, at the thought of the grief of the miller, her face was again clouded. But it again cleared when she considered of the great triumph that she had won, and how she would enjoy a victory over the king, and would have the finest bracelet in all Strelzau as a gift from him. Thus she arrived at the castle in the height of merriment and exultation. It chanced that the king came to Zenda that night to spend a week hunting the boar in the forest, and when Osra, all blushing and laughing, told him of her success with the miller of Hofbau, he was greatly amused, and swore that no such girl ever lived, and applauded her, renewing his promise of the bracelet. And he declared that he would himself ride with her to Hofbau on the wedding day, and see how the poor miller bore his disappointment. "Indeed, I do not see how you are going to excuse yourself to him," he laughed. "A purse of 500 crowns must do that office for me," said she. "What, will crowns patch a broken heart? His broken heart must heal itself, as men's broken hearts do, brother. In truth, sister, I have known them cure themselves. Let us hope it may be so with the miller of Hofbau. At the worst I have revenged the wrongs of women on him. It is unendurable that any man should scorn us, be he king or miller." "It is indeed very proper that he should suffer great pangs," said the king, "in spite of his plaster of crowns. I shall love to see the stolid fellow sighing and moaning like a love-sick courtier." So they agreed to ride together to the miller's at Hofbau on the day appointed for the wedding, and both of them waited with impatience for it. But with the bad luck that pursues mortals, even though they be princes, in this poor world, it happened that early in the morning of the Thursday a great officer came riding post-haste from Strelzau to take the king's commands on high matters of state, and, although Rudolph was sorely put out of temper by this untoward interruption, yet he had no alternative but to transact the business before he rode to the miller's at Hofbau. So he sat fretting and fuming, while long papers were read to him, and the princess walked up and down the length of the drawbridge, fretting also. For before the king could escape from his affairs, the hour of the wedding was already come, and doubtless the miller of Hofbau was waiting with the priest in the church. Indeed, it was 1 o'clock or more before Osra and the king set out from Zenda, and they had then a ride of an hour and a half, and all this when Osra should have been at the miller's at 11 o'clock. "Poor man, he will be half mad with waiting and with anxiety for me," cried Osra. "I must give him another 100 crowns on account of it." And she added, after a pause, "I pray he may not take it too much to heart, Rudolph. We must try to prevent him from doing himself any mischief in his despair," smiled the king. "Indeed, it is a serious matter," pouted the princess, who thought the king's smile out of place. "It was not so when you began it," said her brother, and Osra was silent. Then about 2:30 they came in sight of the mill. Now the king dismounted while they were still several hundred yards away, and tied his horse to a tree in a clump by the wayside, and when they came near to the mill, he made a circuit and approached from the side, and, creeping along to the house, hid himself behind a large water-butt, which stood just under the window. From that point he could hear what passed inside the house, and could see if he stood erect. But Osra rode up to the front of the mill, as she had been accustomed, and, getting down from her horse, walked up to the door. The miller's cart stood in the yard of the mill, but the horse was not in the shafts, and neither the miller nor anybody else was to be seen about, and the door of the house was shut. "He must be waiting at the church," said she, "but I will look in and make sure. Indeed, I feel half afraid to meet him." And her heart was beating rapidly, and her face was rather pale as she walked up to the door, for she feared what the miller might do in the passion of his disappointment at learning who she was, and that she could not be his wife. "I hope the 600 crowns will comfort him," she said, as she laid her hand on the latch of the door. And she sighed, her heart being heavy for the miller, and maybe a little heavy also for the guilt that lay on her conscience for having deceived him. Now, when she lifted the latch and opened the door, the sight that met her eyes was this. The table was strewn with the remains of a brave dinner. 2 burnt-out pipes lay beside the plates. A smaller table was in front of the fire. On it stood a very large jug, entirely empty, but bearing signs of having been full not so long ago. And on either side of it, each in an armchair, sat the priest of the village and the miller of Hofbau. Both of them were sleeping very contentedly, and snoring somewhat as they slept. The princess, smitten by remorse at the spectacle, said softly, "Poor fellow! He grew weary of waiting, and hungry, and was compelled to take his dinner, and, like the kind man he is, he has entertained the priest and kept him here, so that no time should be lost when I arrived. Indeed, I am afraid the poor man loves me very much. Well, miller or lord or prince, they are all the same. Heigh-ho! Why did I deceive him?" And she walked up to the miller's chair, leant over the back of it, and lightly touched his red cap with her fingers. He put up his hand and brushed with it, as though he brushed away a fly, but gave no other sign of awakening. The king called softly from behind the water-butt under the window. "Is he there, Osra? Is he there?" "The poor man has fallen asleep in weariness," she answered. "But the priest is here, ready to marry us. Oh, Rudolph, I am so sorry for what I have done." "Girls are always mighty sorry after it is done," remarked the king. "Wake him up, Osra." At this moment the miller of Hofbau sat up in his chair and gave a great sneeze, and by this sound the priest was also awakened. Osra came forward and stood between them. The miller looked at her, and tilted his red cap forward in order that he might scratch his head. Then he looked across to the priest and said, "It is she, father. She has come." The priest rubbed his hands together and smiled uncomfortably. "We waited 2 hours," said he, glancing at the clock. "See, it is 3 o'clock now." "I am sorry you waited so long," said Osra, "but I could not come before, and now that I am come, I cannot—" But here she paused in great distress and confusion, not knowing how to break her sad tidings to the miller of Hofbau. The miller drew his legs up under his chair, and regarded Osra with a grave air. "You should have been here at 11, said he. "I went to the church at 11, and the priest was there, and my cousin Hans to act as my groom, and my cousin Gertrude to be your maid. There we waited hard on 2 hours, but you did not come." "I am very sorry," pleaded Princess Osra, The king laughed low to himself behind the water-butt, being much amused at her distress and her humility. "And now that you are come," pursued the miller, scratching his head again, "I do not know what we are to do." He looked again at the priest, seeking counsel. At this the Princess Ozra, thinking that an opportunity had come, took the purse of 600 crowns from under her coat and laid it on the table. "What is this?" said the miller, for the first time showing some eagerness. "They are for you," said Ozra, as she watched him while he unfastened the purse. Then he poured the crowns out on the table, and counted them one by one, till he had told all the 600. Then he raised his hands above his head, let them fall again, sighed slightly, and looked across at the priest. "I warned you not to be in such a hurry, friend miller," remarked the priest. "I waited 2 hours," said the miller plaintively, "and you know that she is a handy wench, and very fond of me." He began to gather up the crowns and return them to the purse. "I trust I am a handy wench," said Ozra, smiling, yet still very nervous, "and, indeed, I have a great regard for the miller, but—" "Nay, he does not mean you," interrupted the priest. 600, sighed the miller, "and Gertrude has but 200. Still, she is a handy wench, and very sturdy. I doubt if you could lift a sack by yourself as she can." And he looked doubtfully at Ozra's slender figure. "I do not know why you talk of Gertrude," said the princess petulantly. "What is Gertrude to me?" "Why, I take it that she is nothing at all to you," answered the priest, folding his hands on his lap and smiling placidly. Still, for my part, I bade him wait a little longer. "I waited 2 hours," said the miller, "and Gertrude urged me, saying that you would not come, and that she would look after me better than you, being one of the family. And she said it was hard that she should have no husband, while her own cousin married a stranger, and since it was all the same to me, provided I got a handy and sturdy wench—" "What?" cried the Princess Ozra, and the king was so interested that he rose up from behind the water-butt, and, leaning his elbows on the window-sill, looked in and saw all that happened. "It being," pursued the miller of Hofbau, "all the same to me that I got what I wanted, why, when you did not come—" "He married his cousin," said the priest. A sudden roar of laughter came from the window. All three turned round, but the king ducked his head and crouched again behind the water-butt before they saw him. "Who was that?" cried the priest. "A lad that came to hold my horse," answered Ozra hastily, and then she turned fiercely on the miller. "And that," she said, "was all you wanted? I thought you loved me." "Ay, I liked you very well," said the miller. "You are a handy—" A stamp of her foot drowned the rest. "But you should have come in time," he went on. "And this Gertrude, is she pretty?" demanded Ozra. "Gertrude is well enough," said the miller, "but she only has 200 crowns." And he put the purse, now full again, on the table with a resigned sigh. "And you shall have no more," cried Ozra, snatching up her purse in great rage. "And you and Gertrude may—" "What of Gertrude?" came at this moment from the door of the room where the sacks were. The princess turned round swift as the wind, and she saw in the doorway a short and very broad girl, with a very wide face and straggling hair. The girl's nose was very flat, and her eyes were small, but her great mouth smiled good-humouredly, and, as the princess looked, she let slip to the ground a sack of flour that she had been carrying on her sturdy back. "Ay, Gertrude is well enough," said the miller, looking at her contentedly. "She is very strong and willing." Then, while Gertrude stood wondering and staring with wide eyes in the doorway, the princess swept up to the miller and leant over him and cried, "Look at my face! Look at my face! What manner of face is it?" "It is well enough," said the miller, "but Gertrude is—" There was a crash on the floor, and the 600 crowns rolled out of the purse and scattered, spinning and rolling hither and thither, all over the floor, and into every corner of the room. And Princess Ozra cried, "Have you no eyes?" And then she turned away, for her lip was quivering, and she would not have the miller see it. But she turned from the miller only to face Gertrude, his wife. Gertrude's small eyes brightened with sudden intelligence. "Ah, you're the other girl," said Gertrude with much amusement. "And was that your dowry?" "It is large. I am glad you did not come in time. But see, I'll pick it up for you. Nay, don't take on. I dare say you'll find another husband." She passed by Osra, patting her on the shoulder kindly as she went, and then fell on her knees and began to pick up the crowns, crawling after them all over the floor, and holding up her apron to receive the recovered treasure. And Princess Osra stood looking at her. "Ay, you'll find another husband," nodded the priest encouragingly. "Ay, you'll find another husband," assented the miller placidly. "And just as one girl is pretty nearly as good as another, if she is handy and sturdy, so one husband is as good as another, if he could keep a house over you." Princess Osra said nothing, but Gertrude, having picked up the crowns, came to her with a full apron, saying, "Hold your lap and I'll pour them in. They'll get you a good husband." Princess Osra suddenly bent and kissed Gertrude's cheek, and she said gently, "I hope you have got a good husband, my dear, but let him do some work for himself, and keep the 600 crowns as a present from me, for he will value you more with 800 than with 2. The eyes of all three were fixed on her in wonder and almost in fear, for her tone and manner were now different. She turned to the miller, and she bit her lip and dashed her hand across her eyes, and she said, "And you, miller, are the only sensible man I have found in all the kingdom. Therefore good luck and a good wife to you." And she gave a little short laugh, and turned and walked out of the cottage, leaving them all spellbound in wonder. But the miller rose from his chair and ran to the door, and when he reached it the king was just lifting Osra onto her horse. The miller knew the king, and stood there with eyes wide and cheeks bulging in wonder. But he could gasp out no more than, "The king! The king!" before Rudolph and Osra were far away. And they could, none of them, neither the miller nor Gertrude nor the priest, tell what the matter meant, until one day King Rudolph rode again to the mill at Hofbau, and, having sent for the priest, told the three enough of the truth, saying that the affair was the outcome of a jest at court, and he made each of them a handsome present, and vowed them to secrecy by their fealty and attachment to his person and his honour. "So she would not have married me anyhow?" asked the miller. "I think not, friend," answered Rudolph with a laugh. "Then we are but quits, and all is well. Gertrude, the jug, my lass." And so, indeed, it seemed to the king that they were but quits, and so he said to the Princess Osra, but he declared that she had so far prevailed with the miller as to make him desire marriage as an excellent and useful thing in itself, although she had not persuaded him that it was of great moment whom a man married. Therefore he was very anxious to give her the bracelet which he had promised, and more than once prayed her to accept it. But Osra saw the laugh that lurked in the king's eye, and would not consent to have the bracelet, and for a long while she did not love to speak of the miller of Hofbau. Yet once, when the king on some occasion cried out very impatiently that all men were fools, she said, "Sire, you forget the miller of Hofbau," and she blushed and laughed and turned her eyes away. One other thing she did which very greatly puzzled Queen Margaret and all the ladies of the court, and the waiting women, and all the serving maids, and, in fine, every person high or low who saw or heard of it, except the king only. For in winter evenings she took her scissors and her needle, and she cut strips of ribbon, each a foot long and a couple of inches broad. On each of them she embroidered a motto or legend, and she affixed the ribbons bearing the legend to each and every one of the mirrors in each of her chambers at Strelzau, at Zenda, and at the other royal residences. And her waiting women noticed that whenever she looked in the mirror and smiled at her own image, or shewn other signs of pleasure in it, she would then cast her eyes up to the legend, and seem to read it, and blush a little, and laugh a little, and sigh a little, the reason for which they could by no means understand. For the legend was but this: "Remember the miller of Hofbau." End of section 28.
International Short Stories, Volume 2. English Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Ogilvie, York, United Kingdom. International Short Stories, Volume 2. English Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 29. The Stolen Body, by H. G. Wells. Mr. Bessel was the senior partner in the firm of Bessel, Hart and Brown of St. Paul's Churchyard, and for many years he was well known among those interested in psychical research as a liberal-minded and conscientious investigator. He was an unmarried man, and instead of living in the suburbs after the fashion of his class, he occupied rooms in the Albany near Piccadilly. He was particularly interested in the questions of thought transference and of apparitions of the living, and in November 1896 he commenced a series of experiments, in conjunction with Mr. Vincey of Staple Inn, in order to test the alleged possibility of projecting an apparition of oneself by force of will through space. Their experiments were conducted in the following manner. At a prearranged hour Mr. Bessel shut himself in one of his rooms in the Albany, and Mr. Vincey in his sitting-room in Staple Inn, and each then fixed his mind as resolutely as possible on the other. Mr. Bessel had acquired the art of self-hypnotism, and, so far as he could, he attempted to first hypnotize himself, and then to project himself as a phantom of the living across the intervening space of nearly 2 miles into Mr. Vincey's apartment. On several evenings this was tried without any satisfactory result, but on the 5th or 6th occasion Mr. Vincey did actually see, or imagine he saw, an apparition of Mr. Bessel standing in his room. He states that the appearance, although brief, was very vivid and real. He noticed that Mr. Bessel's face was white, and his expression anxious, and, moreover, that his hair was disordered. For a moment Mr. Vincey, in spite of his state of expectation, was too surprised to speak or move, and in that moment it seemed to him as though the figure glanced over its shoulder and incontinently vanished. It had been arranged that an attempt should be made to photograph any phantasm seen, but Mr. Vincey had not the instant presence of mind to snap the camera that lay ready on the table beside him, and when he did so he was too late. Greatly elated, however, even by this partial success, he made a note of the exact time, and at once took a cab to the Albany to inform Mr. Bessel of this result. He was surprised to find Mr. Bessel's outer door standing open to the night, and the inner apartment lit and in an extraordinary disorder. An empty champagne magnum lay smashed upon the floor. Its neck had been broken off against the ink-pot on the bureau, and lay beside it. An octagonal occasional table, which carried a bronze statuette and a number of choice books, had been rudely overturned, and down the primrose paper of the wall inky fingers had been drawn, as it seemed, for the mere pleasure of defilement. One of the delicate chintz curtains had been violently torn from its rings, and thrust upon the fire, so that the smell of its smouldering filled the room. Indeed, the whole place was disarranged in the strangest fashion. For a few minutes Mr. Vincey, who had entered sure of finding Mr. Bessel in his easy chair awaiting him, could scarcely believe his eyes, and stood staring helplessly at these unanticipated things. Then, full of a vague sense of calamity, he sought the porter at the entrance lodge. "Where is Mr. Bessel?" he asked. "Do you know all the furniture is broken in Mr. Bessel's room?" The porter said nothing, but, obeying his gestures, came at once to Mr. Bessel's apartment to see the state of affairs. "This settles it," he said, surveying the lunatic confusion. "I didn't know of this." Mr. Bessel's gone off. He's mad." He then proceeded to tell Mr. Vincey that about half an hour previously, that is to say, at about the time of Mr. Bessel's apparition in Mr. Vincey's rooms, the missing gentleman had rushed out of the gates of the Albany into Vigo Street, hatless and with disordered hair, and had vanished in the direction of Bond Street. "And as he went past me," said the porter, "he laughed, a sort of gasping laugh, with his mouth open and his eyes glaring. I tell you, sir, he fair scared me, like this." According to his imitation, it was anything but a pleasant laugh. He waved his hand, with all his fingers crooked and clawing, like that. And he said, in a sort of fierce whisper, "Life!" just that one word, "life!" "Dear me," said Mr. Vincey. "Tut, tut, and dear me." He could think of nothing else to say. He was naturally very much surprised. He turned from the room to the porter, and from the porter to the room, in the gravest perplexity. Beyond his suggestion that probably Mr. Bessel would come back presently and explain what had happened, their conversation was unable to proceed. "It might be a sudden toothache," said the porter, "a very sudden and violent toothache, jumping on him suddenly and driving him wild. I've broken things myself before now in such a case." He thought, if it was, why should he say "life" to me as he went past? Mr. Vincey did not know. Mr. Bessel did not return. And at last Mr. Vincey, having done some more helpless staring, and having addressed a note of brief enquiry and left it in a conspicuous position on the bureau, returned, in a very perplexed frame of mind, to his own premises in Staple Inn. This affair had given him a shock. He was at a loss to account for Mr. Bessel's conduct on any sane hypothesis. He tried to read, but he could not do so. He went for a short walk, and was so preoccupied that he narrowly escaped a cab at the top of Chancery Lane. And at last, a full hour before his usual time, he went to bed. For a considerable time he could not sleep because of his memory of the silent confusion of Mr. Bessel's apartment. And when at length he did attain an uneasy slumber, it was at once disturbed by a very vivid and distressing dream of Mr. Bessel. He saw Mr. Bessel gesticulating wildly, and with his face white and contorted, and inexplicably mingled with his appearance, suggested perhaps by his gestures, was an intense fear, an urgency to act. He even believes that he heard the voice of his fellow experimenter calling distressfully to him, though at the time he considered this to be an illusion. The vivid impression remained, though Mr. Vincey awoke. For a space he lay awake and trembling in the darkness, possessed with that vague, unaccountable terror of unknown possibilities that comes out of dreams upon even the bravest men. But at last he roused himself, and turned over and went to sleep again, only for the dream to return with enhanced vividness. He awoke with such a strong conviction that Mr. Bessel was in overwhelming distress and in need of help that sleep was no longer possible. He was persuaded that his friend had rushed out to some dire calamity. For a time he lay reasoning vainly against this belief, but at last he gave way to it. He arose, against all reason, lit his gas, and dressed, and set out through the deserted streets. Deserted, save for a noiseless policeman or so and the early news carts, towards Vigo Street, to inquire if Mr. Bessel had returned. But he never got there. As he was going down Long Acre, some unaccountable impulse turned him aside out of that street towards Covent Garden, which was just waking to its nocturnal activities. he saw the market in front of him, a queer effect of glowing yellow lights and busy black figures. He became aware of a shouting, and perceived a figure turn the corner by the hotel and run swiftly towards him. He knew at once that it was Mr. Bessel, but it was Mr. Bessel transfigured. He was hatless and dishevelled. His collar was torn open. He grasped a bone-handled walking cane near the ferrule end, and his mouth was pulled awry. And he ran, with agile strides, very rapidly. Their encounter was the affair of an instant. "Bessel!" cried Vincey. The running man gave no sign of recognition either of Mr. Vincey or of his own name. Instead, he cut at his friend savagely with the stick, hitting him in the face within an inch of the eye. Mr. Vincey, stunned and astonished, staggered back, lost his footing, and fell heavily on the pavement. It seemed to him that Mr. Bessel leapt over him as he fell. When he looked again, Mr. Bessel had vanished, and a policeman and a number of garden porters and salesmen were rushing past towards Long Acre in hot pursuit. With the assistance of several passers-by, for the whole street was speedily alive with running people, Mr. Vincey struggled to his feet. He at once became the centre of a crowd greedy to see his injury. A multitude of voices competed to reassure him of his safety, and then to tell him of the behaviour of the madman, as they regarded Mr. Bessel. He had suddenly appeared in the middle of the market, screaming "Life! Life!" striking left and right with a blood-stained walking-stick, and dancing and shouting with laughter at each successful blow. A lad and 2 women had broken heads, and he had smashed a man's wrist. A little child had been knocked insensible, and for a time he had driven every one before him, so furious and resolute has his behaviour been. Then he made a raid upon a coffee-stall, hurled its paraffin flare through the window of the post-office, and fled, laughing, after stunning the foremost of the 2 policemen who had the pluck to charge him. Mr. Vincey's first impulse was naturally to join in the pursuit of his friend, in order, if possible, to save him from the violence of the indignant people. But his action was slow. The blow had half stunned him, and while this was still no more than a resolution, came the news, shouted through the crowd, that Mr. Bessel had eluded his pursuers. At first Mr. Vincey could scarcely credit this, but the universality of this report, and presently the dignified return of the 2 futile policemen, convinced him. After some aimless inquiries, he returned towards Staple Inn, padding a handkerchief to a now very painful nose. He was angry and astonished and perplexed. It appeared to him indisputable that Mr. Bessel must have gone violently mad in the midst of his experiment in thought transference. But why that should make him appear with a sad white face in Mr. Vincey's dreams seemed a problem beyond solution. He racked his brains in vain to explain this. It seemed to him at last that not simply Mr. Bessel, but the order of things must be insane. But he could think of nothing to do. He shut himself carefully into his room, lit his fire — it was a gas fire with asbestos bricks — and, fearing fresh dreams if he went to bed, remained bathing his injured face, or holding up books in a vain attempt to read, until dawn. Throughout that vigil he had a curious persuasion that Mr. Bessel was endeavouring to speak to him, but he would not let himself attend to any such belief. About dawn his physical fatigue asserted itself, and he went to bed and slept at last in spite of dreaming. He rose late, unrested and anxious, and in considerable facial pain. The morning papers had no news of Mr. Bessel's aberration. It had come too late for them. Mr. Vincey's perplexities, to which the fever of his bruise added fresh irritation, became at last intolerable, and, after a fruitless visit to the Albany, he went down to St. Paul's churchyard to Mr. Hart, Mr. Bessel's partner, and, so far as Mr. Vincey knew, his nearest friend. He was surprised to learn that Mr. Hart, although he knew nothing of the outbreak, had also been disturbed by a vision, the very vision that Mr. Vincey had seen. Mr. Bessel, white and dishevelled, pleading earnestly by his gestures for help. That was his impression of the import of his signs. "I was just going to look him up in the Albany when you arrived," said Mr. Hart. "I was so sure of something being wrong with him." As the outcome of their consultation, the two gentlemen decided to inquire at Scotland Yard for news of their missing friend. "He's bound to be laid by the heels," said Mr. Hart. "He can't go on at the pace for that long." But the police authorities had not laid Mr. Bessel by the heels. They confirmed Mr. Vincey's overnight experiences and added fresh circumstances, some of an even graver character than those he knew. A list of smashed glass along the upper half of Tottenham Court Road, an attack upon a policeman in Hampstead Road, and an atrocious assault upon a woman. All these outrages were committed between 12:30 and 1:45 in the morning, and between those hours, and, indeed, from the very moment of Mr. Bessel's first rush from his rooms at 9:30 in the evening, they could trace the deepening violence of his fantastic career. For the last hour, at least from before 1, that is, until 1:45, he had run amuck through London, eluding, with amazing agility, every effort to stop or capture him. But after 1:45 he had vanished. Up to that hour witnesses were multitudinous. Dozens of people had seen him, fled from him, or pursued him. And then things suddenly came to an end. At 1:45 he had been seen running down the Euston Road towards Baker Street, flourishing a can of burning colza oil and jerking splashes of flame therefrom at the windows of the houses he passed. But none of the policemen on Euston Road, beyond the waxwork exhibition, nor any of those in the side streets down which he must have passed had he left the Euston Road, had seen anything of him. Abruptly he disappeared. Nothing of his subsequent doings came to light, in spite of the keenest inquiry. Here was a fresh astonishment for Mr. Vincey. He had found considerable comfort in Mr. Hart's conviction. He's bound to be laid by the heels before long, and in that assurance he had been able to suspend his mental perplexities. But any fresh development seemed destined to add new impossibilities to a pile already heaped beyond the powers of his acceptance. He found himself doubting whether his memory might not have played him some grotesque trick, debating whether any of these things could possibly have happened, and in the afternoon he hunted up Mr. Hart again to share the intolerable weight on his mind. He found Mr. Hart engaged with a well-known private detective. But as that gentleman accomplished nothing in this case, we need not enlarge upon his proceedings. All that day Mr. Bessel's whereabouts eluded an unceasingly active inquiry, and all that night, and all that day there was a persuasion in the back of Mr. Vincey's mind that Mr. Bessel sought his attention. And all through the night Mr. Bessel, with a tear-stained face of anguish, pursued him through his dreams. And whenever he saw Mr. Bessel in his dreams, he also saw a number of other faces. It was the following day, Sunday, that Mr. Vincey recalled certain remarkable stories of Mrs. Bullock, the medium, who was then attracting attention for the first time in London. He determined to consult her. She was staying at the house of that well-known inquirer, Dr. Wilson Paget, and Mr. Vincey, although he had never met that gentleman before, repaired to him forthwith with the intention of invoking her help. But scarcely had he mentioned the name of Bessel when Dr. Paget interrupted him. "Last night, just at the end," he said, "we had a communication." He left the room and returned with a slate on which were certain words written in handwriting, shaky indeed, but indisputably the handwriting of Mr. Bessel. "How did you get this?" said Mr. Vincey. "Do you mean—" "We got it last night," said Dr. Paget. With numerous interruptions from Mr. Vincey, he proceeded to explain how the writing had been obtained. It appears that in her séances Mrs. Bullock passes into a condition of trance, her eyes rolling up in a strange way under her eyelids, and her body becoming rigid. She then begins to talk very rapidly, usually in voices other than her own. At the same time, one or both of her hands may become active, and if slates and pencils are provided, they will then write messages simultaneously with and quite independently of the flow of words from her mouth. By many she is considered an even more remarkable medium than the celebrated Mrs. Piper. It was one of these messages, the one written by her left hand, that Mr. Vincey now had before him. It consisted of 8 words, written disconnectedly. George Bessel, Trial, Excavan, Baker Street, Help, Starvation. Curiously enough, neither Dr. Paget nor the 2 other inquirers who were present had heard of the disappearance of Mr. Bessel. The news of it only appeared in the evening papers of Saturday, and they had put the message aside, with many others of a vague and enigmatical sort that Mrs. Bullock has from time to time delivered. When Dr. Paget heard Mr. Vincey's story, he gave himself at once with great energy to the pursuit of this clue of the discovery of Mr. Bessel. It would serve no useful purpose here to describe the inquiries of Mr. Vincey and himself. Suffice it that the clue was a genuine one, and that Mr. Bessel was actually discovered by its aid. He was found at the bottom of a detached shaft, which had been sunk and abandoned at the commencement of the work for the new electric railway near Baker Street Station. His arm and leg and 2 ribs were broken. The shaft is protected by a hoarding nearly 20 feet high, and over this, incredible as it seems, Mr. Bessel, a stout, middle-aged gentleman, must have scrambled in order to fall down the shaft. He was saturated in colza oil, and the smashed tin lay beside him. But luckily the flame had been extinguished by his fall, and his madness had passed from him altogether. But he was, of course, terribly enfeebled, and at the sight of his rescuers he gave way to hysterical weeping. In view of the deplorable state of his flat, he was taken to the house of Dr. Hatton in Upper Baker Street. Here he was subjected to a sedative treatment, and anything that might recall the violent crisis through which he had passed was carefully avoided. But on the 2nd day he volunteered a statement. Since that occasion Mr. Bessel has several times repeated this statement, to myself among other people, varying the details as the narrator of a real experience always does, but never by any chance contradicting himself in any particular. And the statement he makes is in substance as follows. In order to understand it clearly, it is necessary to go back to his experiments with Mr. Vincey before his remarkable attack. Mr. Bessel's first attempts at self-projection in his experiments with Mr. Vincey were, as the reader will remember, unsuccessful. But through all of them he was concentrating all his power and will upon getting out of the body. "Willing it with all my might," he says, "at last, almost against expectation, came success." And Mr. Bessel asserts that he, being alive, did actually, by an effort of will, leave his body, and pass into some place or state outside this world. The release was, he asserts, instantaneous. At one moment I was seated in my chair, with my eyes tightly shut, my hands gripping the arms of the chair, doing all I could to concentrate my mind on Vincey, and then I perceived myself outside my body, saw my body near me, but certainly not containing me, with the hands relaxing and the head drooping forward on the breast. Nothing shakes him in this assurance of that release. He describes in a quiet, matter-of-fact way the new sensation he experienced. He felt he had become impalpable. So much he had expected, but he had not expected to find himself enormously large. So, however, it would seem he became. It was a great cloud, if I may express it that way, anchored to my body. It appeared to me, at first, as if I had discovered a greater self, of which the conscious being in my brain was only a little part. I saw the Albany, and Piccadilly, and Regent Street, and all the rooms and places in the houses, very minute and very bright and distinct, spread out below me like a little city seen from a balloon. Every now and then vague shapes like drifting wreaths of smoke made the vision a little indistinct, but at first I paid little heed to them. The thing that astonished me most, and which astonishes me still, is that I saw quite distinctly the insides of the houses as well as the streets. Saw little people dining and talking in their private houses, men and women dining, playing billiards, and drinking in restaurants and hotels, and several places of entertainment crammed with people. It was like watching the affairs of a glass hive. Such were Mr. Bessel's exact words as I took them down when he told me the story. Quite forgetful of Mr. Vincey, he remained for a space observing these things. Impelled by curiosity, he says, he stooped down, and, with the shadowy arm he found himself possessed of, attempted to touch a man walking along Vigo Street. But he could not do so, though his finger seemed to pass through the man. Something prevented him doing this, but what it was he finds it hard to describe. He compares the obstacle to a sheet of glass. I felt as a kitten may feel, he said, when it goes for the first time to pat its reflection in a mirror. Again and again, on the occasion when I heard him tell this story, Mr. Bessel returned to that comparison of the sheet of glass. Yet it was not altogether a precise comparison, because, as the reader will speedily see, there were interruptions of this generally impermeable resistance, means of getting through the barrier to the material world again. But naturally there is a very great difficulty in expressing these unprecedented impressions in the language of everyday experience. A thing that impressed him instantly, and which weighed upon him throughout all this experience, was the stillness of this place. He was in a world without sound. At first Mr. Bessel's mental state was an unemotional wonder. His thought chiefly concerned itself with where he might be. He was out of the body, out of his material body, at any rate, but that was not all. He believes, and I for one believe also, that he was somewhere out of space, as we understand it, altogether. By a strenuous effort of will he had passed out of his body into a world beyond this world, a world undreamt of, yet lying so close to it, and so strangely situated with regard to it, that all things on this earth are clearly visible from both without and from within, in this other world about us. For a long time, as it seemed to him, this realization occupied his mind to the exclusion of all other matters. And then he recalled the engagement with Mr. Vincey, to which this astonishing experience was, after all, but a prelude. He turned his mind to locomotion in this new body in which he found himself. For a time he was unable to shift himself from his attachment to his earthly carcass. For a time this new strange cloud body of his simply swayed, contracted, expanded, coiled, and writhed with his efforts to free himself, and then quite suddenly the link that bound him snapped. For a moment everything was hidden by what appeared to be whirling spheres of dark vapour, and then through a momentary gap he saw his drooping body collapse limply, saw his lifeless head drop sideways, and found he was driving along like a huge cloud in a strange place of shadowy clouds that had the luminous intricacy of London spread like a model below. But now he was aware that the fluctuating vapour about him was something more than vapour, and the tenacious excitement of his first essay was shot with fear. For he perceived, at first indistinctly, and then suddenly very clearly, that he was surrounded by faces, that each roll and coil of the seemingly cloud stuff was a face, and such faces, faces of thin shadow, faces of gaseous tenuity, faces like those faces that glare with intolerable strangeness upon the sleeper in the evil hours of his dreams. Evil, greedy eyes that were full of covetous curiosity, faces with knit brows and snarling, smiling lips, their vague hands clutched at Mr. Bessel as he passed, and the rest of their bodies was but an elusive streak of trailing darkness. Never a word they said, never a sound from the mouths that seemed to gibber. All about him they pressed in that dreamy silence, passing freely through the dim mistiness that was his body, gathering ever more numerously about him. And the shadowy Mr. Bessel, now suddenly fear-stricken, drove through the silent, active multitude of eyes and clutching hands. So inhuman were these faces, so malignant their staring eyes and shadowy, clawing gestures, that it did not occur to Mr. Bessel to attempt intercourse with these drifting creatures. Idiot phantoms they seemed, children of vain desire, being unborn and forbidden the boon of being, whose only expressions and gestures told of the envy and craving for life that was their one link with existence. It says much for his resolution that, amid the swarming cloud of these noiseless spirits of evil, he could still think of Mr. Vincey. He made a violent effort of will, and found himself, he knew not how, stooping toward Staple Inn, saw Vincey sitting attentive and alert in his arm-chair by the fire, and clustering also about him, as they clustered ever about all that lives and breathes, was another multitude of those vain, voiceless shadows, longing, desiring, seeking some loophole into life. For a space Mr. Bessel sought ineffectually to attract his friend's attention. He tried to get in front of his eyes, to move the objects in his room, to touch him. But Mr. Vincey remained unaffected, ignorant of the being that was so close to his own. The strange something that Mr. Bessel has compared to a sheet of glass separated them impermeably, and at last Mr. Bessel did a desperate thing. I have told, in some strange way he could see not only the outside of a man as we see him, but within. He extended his shadowy hand, and thrust his vague, black fingers, as it seemed, through the heedless brain. Then, suddenly, Mr. Vincey started, like a man who recalls his attention from wandering thoughts, and it seemed to Mr. Bessel that a little dark red body, situated in the middle of Mr. Vincey's brain, swelled and glowed as he did so. Since that experience he has been shown anatomical figures of the brain, and he knows now that this is that useless structure, as doctors call it, the pineal eye. For, strange as it will seem to many, we have, deep in our brains, where it cannot possibly see any earthly light, an eye. At the time, this, with the rest of the internal anatomy of the brain, was quite new to him. At the sight of its changed appearance, however, he thrust forth his finger, and, rather fearful still of the consequences, touched this little spot. And, instantly, Mr. Vincey started, and Mr. Bessel knew that he was seen. And at that instant it came to Mr. Bessel that evil had happened to his body. And behold, a great wind blew through all that world of shadows and tore him away. So strong was his persuasion that he thought no more of Mr. Vincey, but turned about forthwith. And all the countless faces drove back with him like leaves before a gale. But he returned too late. In an instant he saw the body that he had left inert and collapsed, lying, indeed, like the body of a man just dead, had arisen by virtue of some strength and will beyond his own. It stood with staring eyes, stretching its limbs in dubious fashion. For a moment he watched it in wild dismay, and then he stooped towards it. But the pane of glass had closed against him, and he was foiled. He beat himself passionately against this, and all about him the spirits of evil grinned and pointed and mocked. He compares himself to a bird that has fluttered heedlessly into a room and is beating at the window-pane that holds it back from freedom. And behold, the little body that had once been his was now dancing with delight. He saw it shouting, though he could not hear its shouts. He saw the violence of its movements grow. He watched it fling its cherished furniture about in the mad delight of existence, rend his books apart, smash bottles, drink heedlessly from the jagged fragments, leap and smite in a passionate acceptance of living. He watched these actions in paralyzed astonishment. Then once more he hurled himself against the impassable barrier, and then, with all that crew of mocking ghosts about him, hurried back in dire confusion to Vincey to tell him of the outrage that had come upon him. But the brain of Vincey was now closed against apparitions, and the disembodied Mr. Bessel pursued him in vain as he hurried into the Holborn to call a cab. Foiled and terror-stricken, Mr. Bessel swept back again, to find his desecrated body whooping in a glorious frenzy down the Burlington Arcade. And now the attentive reader begins to understand Mr. Bessel's interpretation of the first part of this strange story. The being whose frantic rush through London had inflicted so much injury and disaster had indeed Mr. Bessel's body, but it was not Mr. Bessel. It was an evil spirit out of that strange world beyond existence into which Mr. Bessel had so rashly ventured. For 20 hours it held possession of him, and for all those 20 hours the dispossessed spirit-body of Mr. Bessel was going to and fro in that unheard-of middle world of shadows, seeking help in vain. He spent many hours beating at the minds of Mr. Vincey and of his friend Dr. Hart. He spent many hours beating at the minds of Mr. Vincey and of his friend Mr. Hart. Each, as we know, he roused by his efforts. But the language that might convey his situation to these helpers across the gulf he did not know. His feeble fingers groped vainly and powerlessly in their brains. Once, indeed, as we have already told, he was able to turn Mr. Vincey aside from his path, so that he encountered the stolen body in its career, but he could not make him understand the thing that had happened. He was unable to draw any help from that encounter. All through these hours the persuasion was overwhelming in Mr. Bessel's mind that presently his body would be killed by his furious tenant, and he would have to remain in this shadow-land for evermore. So that those long hours were a growing agony of fear, and ever as he hurled to and fro in his ineffectual excitement, innumerable spirits of that world about him mobbed him and confused his mind. And ever an envious applauding multitude poured after their successful fellow as he went upon his glorious career. For that, it would seem, must be the life of those bodiless things of this world that is the shadow of our world. Ever they watch, coveting a way into a mortal body, in order that they may descend, as furies and frenzies, as violent lusts and mad, strange impulses, rejoicing in the body they have won. For Mr. Bessel was not the only human soul in that place. Witness the fact that he met first one, and then afterwards several shadows of men like himself, it seemed, who had lost their bodies, even, it may be, as he had lost his, and wandered despairingly in that lost world that is neither life nor death. They could not speak because that world is silent, yet he knew them for men because of their dim human bodies, and because of the sadness of their faces. But how they had come into that world he could not tell, nor where the bodies they had lost might be, whether they still raved about the earth, or whether they were closed forever in death against return. That they were the spirits of the dead, neither he nor I believe. But Dr. Wilson Paget thinks they are the rational souls of men who are lost in madness on the earth. At last Mr. Bessel chanced upon a place where a little crowd of such disembodied silent creatures was gathered, and thrusting through them he saw below a brightly lit room, and 4 or 5 quiet gentlemen, and a woman, a stoutish woman, dressed in black bombazine, and sitting awkwardly in a chair with her head thrown back. He knew her from her portraits to be Mrs. Bullock, the medium, and he perceived that tracts and structures in her brain glowed and stirred as he had seen the pineal eye in the brain of Mr. Vincey glow. The light was very fitful. Sometimes it was a broad illumination, and sometimes merely a faint twilight spot, and it shifted slowly about her brain. She kept on talking and writing with one hand, and Mr. Bessel saw that the crowding shadows of men about him, and a great multitude of the shadow spirits of that shadowland, were all striving and thrusting to touch the lighted regions of her brain. As one gained her brain, or another was thrust away, her voice and the writing of her hand changed, so that what she said was disorderly and confused for the most part, and now a fragment of one soul's message, and now a fragment of another's, and now she babbled the insane fantasies of the spirits of vain desire. Then Mr. Bessel understood that she spoke for the spirit that had touch of her, and he began to struggle very furiously towards her. But he was on the outside of the crowd, and at that time he could not reach her. And at last, growing anxious, he went away to find what had happened meanwhile to his body. For a long time he went to and fro, seeking it in vain, and fearing that it must have been killed. And then he found it at the bottom of the shaft in Baker Street, writhing furiously and cursing with pain. Its leg and an arm and 2 ribs had been broken by its fall. Moreover, the evil spirit was angry because his time had been so short, and because of the pain, making violent movements and casting his body about. And at that Mr. Bessel returned with redoubled earnestness to the room where the séance was going on, and so soon as he had thrust himself within sight of the place he saw one of the men who stood about the medium looking at his watch, as if he meant that the séance should presently end. At that a great number of the shadows, who had been striving, turned away with gestures of despair. But the thought that the séance was almost over only made Mr. Bessel the more earnest. and he struggled so stoutly with his will against the others that presently he gained the woman's brain. It chanced that just at that moment it glowed very brightly, and in that instant she wrote the message that Dr. Wilson Paget preserved. And then the other shadows and the cloud of evil spirits about him had thrust Mr. Bessel away from her, and for all the rest of the seances he could regain her no more. So he went back and watched through the long hours at the bottom of the shaft, where the evil spirit lay in the stolen body it had maimed, writhing and cursing and weeping and groaning, and learning the lesson of pain. And toward dawn the thing he had waited for happened. The brain glowed brightly, and the evil spirit came out, and Mr. Bessel entered the body he had feared he should never enter again. As he did so, the silence, the brooding silence, ended. He heard the tumult of traffic and the voices of people overhead, and the strange world that is the shadow of our world, the dark and silent shadows of ineffectual desire, and the shadows of lost men, vanished clean away. He lay there for the space of about 3 hours before he was found. And in spite of the pain and suffering of his wounds, and of the dim damp place in which he lay, in spite of the tears wrung from him by his physical distress, his heart was full of gladness to know that he was nevertheless back once more in the kindly world of men. End of section 29.
International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Edward Kirkby. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 30. The Lazarette of the Huntress, by W. Clark Russell. I stepped into the Brunswick Hotel in the East India Docks for a glass of ale. It was in the year 1853, and a wet, hot afternoon. I had been on the tramp all day, making just 3 weeks of a wretched, hopeless hunt after a situation on shipboard, and every bone in me ached with my heart. My precious timbers, how poor I was! 2 shillings and threepence, that was all the money I possessed in the wide world, and when I had paid for the ale, I was poorer yet by twopence. A number of nautical men of various grades were drinking at the bar. I sat down in a corner to rest, and abandoned myself to the most dismal reflections. I wanted to get out to Australia, and nobody, it seems, was willing to ship me in any situation, on any account whatever. Captains and mates howled me off if I attempted to cross their gangways. Nothing was to be got in the shipping yards. The very crimps sneered at me when I told them that I wanted a berth. "Shake your head, me hawbuck," said one of them, in the presence of a crowd of grinning seamen, "that the Johns may see the hayseed fly." What was I, do you ask? I'll tell you. I was one of 10 children whose father had been a clergyman, and the income from all sources of that same clergyman had never exceeded £230 a year. I was a lumbering, bulking lad, without friends, and, as I'm now perfectly sensible, without brains, without any kind of taste for any pursuit, execrating the notion of clerkships, and perfectly willing to make away with myself sooner than be glued to a 3-legged stool. But enough of this. The long and short is, I was thirsting to get out to Australia, never doubting that I should easily make my fortune there. I sat in my corner in the Brunswick Hotel, scowling at the floor, my long legs thrust out, and my hands buried deep in my breeches pockets. Presently I was sensible that someone stood beside me, and, looking up, I beheld a young fellow staring with all his might, with a slow grin of recognition wrinkling his face. I seemed to remember him. "Mr. William Peploe, ain't it?" said he. "Why, yes," said I. "And you? And you?" "You don't remember Jem Back, then, sir?" "Yes, I do, perfectly well. Sit down, Back. Are you a sailor?" I'm so dead beat that I can scarcely talk. Jem Back brought a tankard of ale to my table and sat down beside me. He was a youth of my own age, and I knew him as the son of a parishioner of my father. He was attired in nautical clothes, yet somehow he did not exactly look what is called a sailorman. We fell into conversation. He informed me that he was an under steward on board a large ship called the Huntress, that was bound out of the Thames in a couple of days for Sydney, New South Wales. He had sailed 2 years in her, and hoped to sign as head steward next voyage in a smaller ship. "There'll be a good deal of waiting this bout," said he. "We're taking a cuddy full of swells out. There's Sir Thomas Mason, he goes as governor. There's his lady and 3 daughters, and a sort of suet," he meant sweet, "sails along with the boiling." So he rattled on. "Can't you help me find a berth in that ship?" said I. "I'm afraid not," he answered. "What could you offer yourself as, sir? They wouldn't have you forward and aft. We're chock-a-block. If you could manage to stow yourself away, they wouldn't chuck you overboard when you turned up at sea. They'd make you useful and land you as safe as if you were the governor himself." I thought this was a very fine idea, and asked Back to tell me how I should go to work to hide myself. He seemed to recoil, I thought, when I put the matter to him earnestly, but he was an honest, kindly-hearted fellow, and remembered my father with a certain degree of respect, and even of affection. He had known me as a boy. There was the sympathy of association and of memory between us. He looked at the old suit of clothes I sat in, and at my hollow, anxious face, and he crooked his eyebrows with an expression of pain when I told him that all the money I had was 2 and a penny, and that I must starve and be found floating a corpse in the dockyard basin if I did not get out to Australia. We sat for at least an hour over our ale, talking very earnestly, and when we arose and bade each other farewell, I settled with him what to do. The Huntress was a large frigate-built ship of 1,400 tons. On the morning of the day on which she was to haul out of dock, I went on board of her. Nobody took any notice of me. The vessel was full of business, clamorous with the life and hurry of the start for the other side of the world. Cargo was still swinging over the main hold, down whose big dark square a tall, strong, red-bearded chief mate was roaring to the stevedore's men engulfed in the bowels of the ship. A number of drunken sailors were singing and cutting capers in the forecastle. The main deck was full of steerage, or, as they were then termed, tween-deck passengers, grimy men and seedy women, and wailing babies, and frightened, staring children. I did not pause to muse upon the scene, nor did I gaze aloft at the towering spars, where forward, up in the dingy sky of the Isle of Dogs, floated that familiar symbol of departure, Blue Peter. I saw several young men in shining buttons and cloth caps with gold badges, and knew them to be midshipmen, and envied them. Every instant I expected to be ordered out of the ship by someone with hurricane lungs and a vast command of injurious language, and my heart beat fast. I made my way to the cuddy front, and just as I halted beside a group of women at the booby hatch, James Back came to the door of the saloon. He motioned to me with a slight toss of his head. "Don't look about you," he whispered. "Just follow me straight." I stepped after him into the saloon. It was like entering a grand drawing-room. Mirrors and silver lamps sparkled. The panelled bulkheads were rich with hand-paintings. Flowers hung in plenty under the skylight. Goldfish gleamed as they circled in globes of crystal. These things and more I beheld in the space of a few heartbeats. I went after James Back down a wide staircase that sank through a large hatch situated a dozen paces from the cuddy front. When I reached the bottom, I found myself in a long corridor, somewhat darksome, with cabins on either hand. Back took me into one of those cabins and closed the door. "Now listen, Mr. Peploe," he said. "I'm going to shut you down in the lazarette." He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket on which was a rude tracing. "This is the inside of the lazarette," he continued, pointing to the tracing. "There are some casks of flour up in this corner. They'll make you a safe hiding place. You'll find a bag of ship's biscuits and some bottles of wine and water and a pannikin stowed behind them casks. There's cases of bottled ale in the lazarette and plenty of tin stuffs and grub for the cabin table. But don't broach anything if you can hold out." "When am I to show myself?" "When we're out of soundings." "Where's that?" said I. "Clear of the chops," he answered. "If you come up when the land's still in sight, the captain'll send you ashore by anything that'll take you, and you'll be handed over to the authorities and charged." "How shall I know when we're clear of the chops?" said I. "I'll drop below into the lazarette on some excuse and tell you," he answered. "You'll be very careful when you turn up, Mr. Peploe, not to let them guess that anybody's lent you a hand in this here hiding job. If they find out I'm your friend, then it's all up for Jem back. He's a stone-broke young man, and his parents will be wishing of themselves dead rather than they should have lived to see this hour." "I have sworn, and you may trust me back." "Right," said he. "And now, is there a question you'd like to ask before you drop below?" "When does the ship haul out?" "They may be doing it of even whilst we're talking," he said. "Can I make my escape out of the lazarette should I feel very ill, or as if I was going to suffocate?" "Yes, the hatch is a little un. The cargo sits tall under him, and you can stand up and shove the hatch clear of its bearings, should anything go seriously wrong with you. But don't be in a hurry to feel ill or short of breath. There's no light, but there's air enough. The United Smells, perhaps, ain't all violets, but the place is warm." He paused, looking at me inquiringly. I could think of nothing more to ask him. He opened the door, warily peered out, then whispered to me to follow, and I walked at his heels to the end of the corridor near the stern. I heard voices in the cabins on either side of me. Some people came out of one of the after berths and passed us, talking noisily, but they took no heed of me or of my friend. They were passengers and strangers to the ship, and would suppose me a passenger also, or an understeward like Jem Back, who, however, now looked his vocation, attired as he was in a camelot jacket, black cloth breeches, and a white shirt. We halted at a little hatch-like trapdoor a short way forward of the bulkheads of the stern cabins. Back grasped the ring in the centre of the hatch and easily lifted the thing and laid open the hold. "All's clear," said he, looking along the corridor. "Down with you, Mr. Peploe." I peered into the abyss, as it seemed to me the light hereabouts was so dim that but little of it fell through the small square of the hatchway, and I could scarcely discern the outlines of the cargo below. I put my legs over and sank, holding on with a first voyager's grip to the coaming of the hatch. Then, feeling the cargo under my feet, I let go, and the instant I withdrew my hands, back popped the hatch on. The blackness was awful. It affected me for some minutes, like the want of air. I thought I should smother, and could hardly hinder myself from thrusting the hatch up for light, and for the comfort of my lungs. Presently the sense of suffocation passed. The corridor was uncarpeted. I heard the sounds of footsteps on the bare planks overhead, and, never knowing but that any moment somebody might come into this lazarette, I very cautiously began to grope my way over the cargo. I skinned my hands and my knees, and cut my small clothes against all sorts of sharp edges in a very short time. I never could have realized the like of such a blackness as I was here groping through. The deepest midnight overhung by the electric cloud would be as bright as dawn or twilight compared to it. I carried, however, in my head the sketch Back had drawn of this interior, and remembering that I had faced aft when my companion had closed me down, I crawled in the direction in which I imagined the casks and my stock of bread and wine lay, and to my great joy, after a considerable bit of crawling and clawing about, during which I repeatedly wounded myself, I touched a canvas bag, which I felt and found full of ship's bread, and on putting my hand out in another direction, but close by where the bag was, I touched a number of bottles. On this I felt around, carefully stroking the blackness with my maimed hands, and discovered that I had crawled into a recess formed by the stowage of a number of casks on their bilge. A little space was left behind them and the ship's wall. It was the hiding place Back had indicated, and I sat down to breathe and think, and to collect my wits. I had no means of making a light, but I don't believe that in any case I should have attempted to kindle a flame, so great would have been my terror of setting the ship on fire. I kept my eyes shut, fancying that that would be a good way to accustom my vision to the blackness. And here I very inopportunely recollected that one of the most dreadful prison punishments inflicted upon mutinous and ill-behaved felons is the locking of them up in a black room, where it is thought proper not to keep them very long, lest they should go mad. And I wondered how many days or hours it would take to make a lunatic of me in this lazarette, that was as black, certainly, as any black room ever built for refractory criminals. I had no clothes save those I wore. Stowaways, as a rule, do not carry much luggage to sea with them. I had heard tell of ships' slop chests, however, and guessed, when I was enlarged and put to work, the captain would let me choose a suit of clothes and pay for them out of my wages. I did not know then it was not customary for commanders of ships to pay stowaways for their services. Indeed, I afterwards got to hear that far better men than the average run of stowaway were, in their anxiety to get abroad, very willing to sign articles for £1 a month and lead the lives of dogs for that wage. I had come into the ship with a parcel of bread and cheese in my pocket. Feeling hungry, I partook of this modest refreshment, and clawing round, touched a bottle, pulled the loosely fitted cork out, and drank. This small repast heartened me. I grew a little less afraid of the profound blackness and the blue and green lights which came and went upon it, and began to hope I should not go mad. The hours sneaked along. Now and again a sort of creaking noise ran through the interior, which made me suppose that the ship was proceeding down the river in tow of a tug. Occasionally I heard the tread of passengers overhead. It pleased me to hear that sound. It soothed me by diminishing the intolerable sense of loneliness bred by the midnight blackness in which I lay. The atmosphere was warm, but I drew breath without difficulty. The general smell was, indeed, a complicated thing. In fact, the lazarette was a storeroom. I seemed to taste ham, tobacco, cheese, and 50 other such matters in the air. I had slept very ill on the preceding night, and after I had been for some hours in the lazarette I felt weary, and stretched myself along the deck between the casks and the ship's wall, and pillowed my head on my coat. I slept, and my slumber was deep and long. My dreams were full of pleasing imaginations, of nuggets of extraordinary size chiefly, and leagues of rich pasture land whitened by countless sheep, all branded with the letter P. But after I had awakened and gathered my wits together, I understood that I had lost all count of time, that I should not know what o'clock it was, and whether it was day or night, until I had got out. I was glad to find that the blackness was not so intolerable as I had dreaded. I felt for the biscuits and bottles, and ate and drank as appetite dictated. Nobody in all this while lifted the hatch. No doubt the steward had plenty of stores for current use in hand, and there might be no need to break out fresh provisions for some weeks. I had lain, according to my computation, very nearly 2 days in this black hole, when I felt a movement in the ship which immediately upset my stomach. The vessel, I might suppose, was in the channel. Her pitching grew heavier. The lazarette was right aft, and in no part of the vessel, saving the bows, could her motion be more sensibly felt. I was speedily overcome with nausea, and for many long hours lay miserably ill, unable to eat or drink. At the expiration of this time the sea ran more smoothly, At all events, the ship's motion grew gentle. The feeling of sickness suddenly passed, leaving me indeed rather weak, yet not so helpless but that I could sit up and drink from a bottle of wine and water, and eat a dry ship's biscuit. Whilst I was munching the tasteless piece of sea bread, sitting in the intense blackness, pining for the fresh air and the sunshine, and wondering how much longer I was to wait for Back's summons to emerge, the hatch was raised. I shrank and held my breath, with my hand grasping the biscuit poised midway to my mouth, as though I had been withered by a blast of lightning. A faint sheen floated in the little square. It was the dim lustre of distant lamplight, whence I guessed it was night. The figure of a man cautiously dropped through the hatchway, and by some means, and all very silently, he contrived to readjust the hatch, shutting himself down as Back had shut me down. The motion of the ship, as I have said, was gentle. The creaking noises throughout the working fabric were dim and distant. Indeed, I could hear the man breathing as he seemed to pause after bringing the hatchway to its bearings over his head. I did not suppose that the captain ever entered this part of the ship. The man, for all I could conjecture, might be one of the mates, or the boatswain, or the head steward, visiting the lazarette on some errand of duty, and coming down very quietly that the passengers who slept in the cabins on either hand of the corridor should not be disturbed. Accordingly, I shrank into the compactest posture I could contort myself into, and watched. A lucifer match was struck. The flame threw out the figure of a man standing on the cargo just under the hatch. He pulled out the little bull's-eye lamp from his pocket and lighted it, and carefully extinguished the match. The long misty beam of the magnified flame swept the interior like the revolving spoke of a wheel, as the man slowly turned the lens about in a critical search of the place, himself being in blackness. The line of light broke on the casks behind which I crouched, and left me in deep shadow, unperceived. After some minutes of this sort of examination, the man came a little way forward and crouched down upon a bale, or something of the sort, directly abreast of the casks, through whose cant lines I was peering. He opened the lamp and placed it beside him. The light was then full upon his figure. He might have been an officer of the ship for all I knew. His dress was not distinguishable, but I had his face very plain in my sight. He was extremely pale. His nose was long and aquiline. He wore moustaches, whiskers, and a short beard, black, but well streaked with grey. His eyebrows were bushy and dark. His eyes were black, and the reflected lamplight shot in gleams from them, like to that level of spoke of radiance with which he had swept this lazarette. His hair was unusually long, even for that age of the fashion, and his being without a hat made me guess he was not from the deck, though I never doubted that he was one of the ship's company. When he opened the bull's-eye lamp and put it down, he drew something out of his pocket which glittered in his hand. I strained my sight, yet should not have managed to make out what he grasped, but for his holding it close to the light. I then saw that it was a small circular brass box, a kind of little metal cylinder, from whose side fell a length of black line, just as a tape draws out of a yard measure. He talked to himself, with a sort of wild, scowling grin upon his face, whilst he inspected his brass box and a little length of line. He then shut the lamp and flashed it upon what I saw was a medium-sized barrel, such perhaps as a brewer would call a 4.5-gallon cask. It rested on its bilge, after the manner in which the casks behind which I lay hidden were stowed. I now saw him pull a spile or spike of wood out of the head of the barrel, and insert the end of the black line attached to the small brass piece in the orifice. This done, he fitted a key to the brass box and wound it up. He may have taken 20 turns with the key. The lazarette was so quiet that I could distinctly hear the harsh grit of the mechanism as it was revolved. All the while he was thus employed, he preserved his scowling smile and whispered to himself. After he had wound up the piece of the clockwork, he placed it on a bale where his lamp had stood, and taking the light made for the hatchway, under which he came to a stand whilst he extinguished the bull's eye. I then heard him replace the hatch, and knew he was gone. The arrangement he had wound up ticked with the noise of a Dutch clock. I had but little brains in those days, as I have told you, and in sad truth I'm not overloaded with that particular sort of cargo at this hour. But I was not such a fool as not to be able to guess what the man intended to do, and what that hollow, desperate ticking signified. Oh, my great God, I thought to myself, it is an infernal machine, and the ship will be blown up. My horror and fright went far beyond the paralyzing form. They ran a sort of madness into my blood, and vitalized me into desperate instant action. Utterly heedless now of hurting and wounding myself, I scrambled over the casks, directed by the noise of the ticking, stretched forth my hand and grasped the brass machine. I fiercely tugged it, then feeling for the slow match, as I guessed the line to be, I ran it through my fingers to make sure I had pulled the end out of the barrel. The murderous thing ticked in my hand with the energy of a hotly revolved capstan, whilst I stood breathing short, considering what I should do, whilst the perspiration soaked through my clothes as though a bucket of oil had been upset over me. Heavens! The horror of standing in that black lazarette, with an infernal machine ticking in my hands, and a large barrel of gunpowder, as I easily guessed, within reach of a kick of my foot. I trembled in every limb, and sweated at every pore, and seemed to want brains enough to tell me what ought next to be done. How long I thus stood irresolute I don't know, still clutching the hoarsely ticking piece of clockwork. I crawled in the direction in which I supposed lay the casks behind which I had hidden. I had scarcely advanced half a dozen feet when the mechanism snapped in my fingers. A bright flash, like to the leap of a flame in the pan of a flint musket, irradiated the lazarette. The match was kindled and burned freely. The first eating spark was but small. I extinguished the fiery glow between my thumb and forefinger, squeezing it in my terror with the power of the human jaw. The ticking ceased. The murderous thing lay silent and black in my hand. I waited for some minutes to recover myself, and then made up my mind to get out of the lazarette and go on deck, and tell the people that there was a barrel of gunpowder in the after hold, and that I had saved the ship from having her side or stern blown out. I pocketed the brass box and match, but it took me above half an hour to get out of the infernal hole. I fell into crevices, went sprawling over pointed edges, and twice came very near to breaking my leg. Happily I was tall, and when I stood on the upper tier of cargo I could feel the deck above me, and once, whilst thus groping, I touched the edge of the hatchway, thrust up the cover, and got out. I walked straight down the corridor, which was sown with passengers' boots, mounted the wide staircase, and gained the quarter-deck. I reeled and nearly fell, so intoxicating was the effect of the gushing draught of sweet, fresh night wind after the stagnant, cheesy atmosphere of the lazarette. A bull's eye shone in the face of a clock under the break of the poop. The hour was 20 minutes after 2. Nothing stirred on the main deck and waist. The forward part of the ship was hidden in blackness. She was sailing on a level keel before the wind, and the pallid spaces of her canvas soared to the trucks, wan as the delicate curls and shreds of vapour which floated under the bright stars. I ascended a flight of steps which led to the poop, and saw the shadowy figures of 2 midshipmen walking on one side of the deck, whilst on the other side, abreast of the mizzen rigging, stood a third person. I guessed by his being alone that he was the officer of the watch, and stepped over to him. He drew himself erect as I approached, and sang out, "Hello! Who the devil are you?" "I'm just out of the lazarette," said I, "where I've saved this ship from having her stern blown out by an infernal machine." He bent his head forward and stared into my face, but it was too dark for him to make anything of me. I reckoned he was the second mate. His outline against the stars defined a square, bullet-headed, thick-necked man. On a sudden he bawled out to his midshipman, who had come to a stand on t'other side of the skylight. "Mr. Freeling, jump below and call the captain. Beg him to come on deck at once, young gentleman." The midshipman rushed into the cuddy. "What's this yarn about blowing out the ship's stern?" continued the second mate, as I rightly took him to be. I related my story as straightforwardly as my command of words permitted. I told him that I had wanted to get to Australia, that I was too poor to pay my passage, that I had been unable to find employment on board ship, that I had hidden myself in the lazarette of the Huntress, and that whilst there, and within the past hour, I had seen a man fit a slow match into what I reckoned was a barrel of gunpowder, and disappeared after setting his infernal machine a-going. And thus speaking, I pulled the machine out of my pocket and put it into his hand. At this moment the captain arrived on deck. He was a tall man with a very deep voice, slow, cool, and deliberate in manner and speech. "What's the matter?" he inquired, and instantly added, "Who is this man?" The second mate gave him my story almost as I had delivered it. The captain listened in silence, took the infernal machine, stepped into the skylight, under which a lamp was dimly burning, and examined the piece of mechanism. His manner of handling it by some means sprang the trigger, which struck the flint, and there flashed out a little sun-bright flame that fired the match. I jumped to his side and squeezed the fire out between my thumb and forefinger, as before. The captain told the two midshipmen to rouse up the chief mate and send the boatswain and carpenter aft. "Let there be no noise," said he to the second mate. "We want no panic aboard us. Describe the man," said he, addressing me, "whom you saw fitting this apparatus to the barrel." I did so. "Do you recognize the person by this lad's description?" said the captain to the second mate. The second mate answered that he knew no one on board who answered to the likeness I had drawn. "Gentlemen, I swear he's in the ship," I cried, and described him again as I had seen him when the open bull's eye allowed the light to stream fair upon his face. But now the arrival of the chief officer, the boatswain, and the carpenter occasioned some bustle. My story was hastily retold. The carpenter fetched a lantern, and the whole group examined the infernal machine by the clear light. "There's no question as to the object of this piece of clockwork, sir," said the chief officer. "None," exclaimed the captain. "It flashed a few minutes ago in my hand. The thing seems alive. Softly now. The passengers mustn't hear of this. There must be no panic. Take the boatswain and the carpenter along with you, Mr. Morritt, into the lazarette. But mind your fire." He then told them where the barrel was stowed, as I had described it. The three men left the poop. The captain now examined me afresh. He showed no temper whatever at my having hidden myself on board his ship. All his questions concerned the appearance of the man who had adjusted the machine, how he had gone to work, what he had said when he talked to himself, but this question I could not answer. When he had ended his inquiries, he sent for the chief steward, to whom he related what had happened, and then asked him if there was such a person in the ship as I had described. The man answered there was. "What's his name?" "He booked in as John Howard, sir. He's a steerage passenger. His cabin's number 2 on the starboard side. His meals are taken to him in his cabin, and I don't think he's ever been out of it since he came aboard." "Go and see if he's in his cabin," said the captain. As the steward left the poop, the chief mate, the boatswain, and the carpenter returned. "It's all as the young man states, sir," said Mr. Morritt. "There's a barrel of gunpowder stowed where he says it is, with a hole in the head, ready to receive the end of a fuse. Presently clear it out, and get it stowed away in the magazine," said the captain calmly. "This has been a narrow escape. Carpenter, go forward and bring a set of irons along. Is there only one barrel of gunpowder below, do you say, Mr. Morritt?" "No, more, sir." "How could such a thing find its way into the lazarette?" said the captain, addressing the second mate. "God alone knows," burst out the other. "It'll have come aboard masked in some way, and it deceived me, unless there's the hand of a lumper in the job. Does he know no more about it than what he says?" he cried, rounding upon me. At this moment the steward came rushing from the companionway, and said to the captain in a trembling voice, "The man lies dead in his bunk, sir, with his throat horribly cut." "Come you along with us," said the captain, addressing me, and the whole of us, saving the carpenter and the second mate, went below. We walked along the corridor, obedient to the captain's whispered injunction to tread lightly and make no noise. The midnight lantern faintly illuminated the length of the long after passage. The steward conducted us to a cabin that was almost right aft, and threw open the door. A bracket lamp filled the interior with light. There were 2 bunks under the porthole, and in the lower bunk lay the figure of the man I had beheld in the lazarette. His throat was terribly gashed, and his right hand still grasped the razor with which the wound had been inflicted. "Is that the man?" said the captain. "That's the man," I answered, trembling from head to foot, and sick and faint with the horror of the sight. "Steward, fetch the doctor," said the captain, "and tell the carpenter we shan't want any irons here." The narrative of my tragic experience may be completed by the transcription of 2 newspaper accounts, which I preserve pasted in a commonplace book. The first is from the Sydney Morning Herald. After telling about the arrival of the Huntress and the disembarkation of His Excellency and suite, the writer proceeds thus: "When the ship was 5 days out from the Thames, an extraordinary incident occurred. A young man named William Peploe, a stowaway, whilst hidden in the lazarette of the vessel, saw a man enter the place in which he was hiding, and attach a slow match and an infernal machine to a barrel of gunpowder stored amidships of the lazarette, and, from what we can gather, on top of the cargo. When the man left the hold, young Peploe heroically withdrew the match from the powder and carried the machine on deck. The youth described the man, who proved to be a second-class passenger who had embarked under the name of John Howland. When the villain's cabin was entered, he was found lying in his bunk dead, with a severe wound to his throat inflicted by his own hand. No reason is assigned for this dastardly attempt to destroy a valuable ship and cargo, and a company of souls numbering 210, though there seems little reason to doubt that the man was mad. It is certain that but for the fortunate circumstance of the young Peploe lying hidden in the lazarette, the ship's stern or side would have been blown out, and she must have gone down like a stone, carrying all hands with her. On the passengers, in due course, being apprised of their narrow escape, a purse of 100 guineas was subscribed and presented by His Excellency to young Peploe. The captain granted him a free passage and provided him with a comfortable outfit from the ship's slop chest. It is also understood that some situation under the government has been promised to Mr. William Peploe in consideration of the extraordinary service rendered on this memorable occasion. My next quotation is from the pages of the Nautical Magazine, dated 2 years subsequent to the publication of the above in the Australian paper. A bottle was picked up in March last upon the beach of Terceira, one of the Azores, containing a paper bearing a narrative which, unless it be a hoax, seems to throw some light on the mysterious affair of the Huntress, for the particulars of which we refer our readers to our volume of last year. The paper, as transmitted by the British consul, is as follows: "Ship Huntress at sea, such and such a date, 1853. I, who am known on board this vessel as John Howland, am the writer of this document. 20 years ago I was unjustly sentenced to a term of transportation across seas, and my treatment at Norfolk Island was such that I vowed by the God who made me to be revenged on the man who, acting on the representation of his creatures, had caused me to be sent from Hobart Town to that hellish penal settlement. That man, with his wife and children, attended by a suite, is a passenger in this ship, and I have concerted my plan to dispatch him and those who may be dear to him to that devil to whom the wretch consigned my soul when he ordered me to be sent as a further punishment to Norfolk Island. The destruction of this ship is ensured. Nothing can avert it. A barrel of gunpowder was stowed by well-bribed hands in the East India Docks in the lazarette, to which part of the hold access is easy by means of a small trap-door. I am writing this 3/4 of an hour before I proceed to the execution of my scheme and the realization of my dream of vengeance. When I have completed this document I will place it in a bottle, which I shall carefully cork and seal, and cast into the sea through my cabin porthole. I am sorry for the many who must suffer because of the sins of one, but that one must perish, and immediately, in which I hope, craving that, when this paper is found, it may be transmitted to the authorities at home, so that the fate of my bitter enemy may be known. I subscribe myself, Israel Thomas Wilkinson, ex-convict and ticket of leave man. End of section 30. Recording by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England.
International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. Edited by William Patten. Section 31. The Great Triangular Duel by Captain Frederick Marryat. Jack walked up to the boatswain, and, taking off his hat, with the utmost politeness, said to him, "If I mistake not, Mr. Biggs, your conversation refers to me." "Very likely it does," replied the boatswain. "Listeners hear no good of themselves." "It appears that gentlemen can't converse without being vatched," continued Mr. Easthupp, pulling up his shirt collar. "It is not the first time you have thought proper to make very offensive remarks, Mr. Biggs, and as you appear to consider yourself ill-treated in the affair of the trousers, for I tell you at once that it was I who brought them on board, I can only say," continued our hero, with a very polite bow, "that I shall be most happy to give you satisfaction." "I am your superior officer, Mr. Easy," replied the boatswain. "Yes, by the rules of the service. But you just now asserted that you would waive your rank. Indeed, I dispute it on this occasion. I am on the quarter-deck, and you are not." "This is the gentleman whom you have insulted, Mr. Easy," replied the boatswain, pointing to the purser's steward. "Yes, Mr. Easy, quite as good a gentleman as yourself, although I have had misfortunes. I am of as old a family as any in the country," replied Mr. Easthupp, now backed by the boatswain. "Many the year did I walk Bond Street, and I have as good blood in my veins as you, Mr. Easy, although I have been misfortunate. I've had admirals in my family." "You have grossly insulted this gentleman," said Mr. Biggs, in continuation, "and, notwithstanding all your talk of equality, you are afraid to give him satisfaction. You shelter yourself under your quarter-deck." "Mr. Biggs," replied our hero, who was now very wroth, "I shall go on shore directly we arrive at Malta. Let you and this fellow put on plain clothes, and I will meet you both, and then I will show you whether I am afraid to give satisfaction." "One at a time," said the boatswain. "No, sir, not one at a time, but both at the same time. I will fight both or none. If you are my superior officer, you must descend," replied Jack, with an ironical sneer, "to meet me, or I will not descend to meet that fellow, whom I believe to have been little better than a pickpocket." Mr. Biggs having declared he would fight, of course had to look out for a second, and he fixed upon Mr. Tallboys, the gunner, and requested him to be his friend. Mr. Tallboys, who had been latterly very much annoyed by Jack's victories over him in the science of navigation, and therefore felt ill will toward him, consented, but he was very much puzzled how to arrange that three were to fight at the same time, for he had no idea of there being two duels. So he went to his cabin and commenced reading. Jack, on the other hand, daring not to say a word to Jolliffe on the subject. Indeed, there was no one in the ship to whom he could confide but Gascoigne. He therefore went to him, and, although Gascoigne thought it was excessively infra-dig of Jack to meet even the boatswain, as the challenge had been given, there was no retracting, and he therefore consented, like all midshipmen, anticipating fun, and quite thoughtless of the consequences. Mr. Tallboys addressed Mr. Gascoigne, taking him apart while the boatswain amused himself with a glass of grog, and our hero sat outside, teasing a monkey. "Mr. Gascoigne," said the gunner, "I have been very much puzzled how this duel should be fought, but I have at last found out. You see there are three parties to fight. Had there been two or four, there would have been no difficulty, as the right line or square might guide us in that instance, but we must arrange it upon the triangle in this." Gascoigne stared. He could not imagine what was coming. "Are you aware, Mr. Gascoigne, of the properties of an equilateral triangle?" "Yes," replied the midshipman. "It has three equal sides. But what the devil has that to do with the duel?" "Everything, Mr. Gascoigne," replied the gunner. "It has resolved the great difficulty. Indeed, the duel between three can only be fought upon that principle." "You observe," said the gunner, taking a piece of chalk out of his pocket, and making a triangle on the table. "In this figure we have 3 points, each equidistant from each other, and we have 3 combatants, so that placing one at each point, it is all fair play for the 3. Mr. Easy, for instance, stands here, the boatswain here, and the purser's steward at the third corner. Now, if the distance is fairly measured, it will be all right." "But then," replied Gascoigne, delighted at the idea, "how are they to fire?" "It certainly is not of much consequence," replied the gunner, "but still, as sailors, it appears to me that they should fire with the sun. That is, Mr. Easy fires at Mr. Biggs, Mr. Biggs at Mr. Easthupp, and Mr. Easthupp fires at Mr. Easy, so that you perceive that each property has his shot at one, and at the same time receives the fire of another." Gascoigne was in ecstasies at the novelty of the proceeding, the more so as he perceived that Easy obtained every advantage of the arrangement. "Upon my word, Mr. Tallboys, I give you great credit. You have a profound mathematical head, and I am delighted with your arrangement. Of course, in these affairs, the principals are bound to comply with the arrangements of the seconds, and I shall insist upon Mr. Easy consenting to your excellent and scientific proposal." Gascoigne went out, and, pulling Jack away from the monkey, told him what the gunner had proposed, at which Jack laughed heartily. The gunner also explained it to the boatswain, who did not very well comprehend, but replied, "I dare say it's all right, shot for shot, and damn all favours." The parties then repaired to the spot with 2 pairs of ship's pistols, which Mr. Tallboys had smuggled on shore, and as soon as they were on the ground, the gunner called Mr. Easthupp out of the cooperage. In the meantime, Gascoigne had been measuring an equilateral triangle of 12 paces, and marked it out. Mr. Tallboys, on his return with the purser's steward, went over the ground, and finding that it was equal angles subtended by equal sides, declared that all was right. Easy took his station, the boatswain was put into his, and Mr. Easthupp, who was quite in a mystery, was led by the gunner to the third position. "But, Mr. Tallboys," said the purser's steward, "I don't understand this. Mr. Easy will first fight Mr. Biggs, will he not?" "No," replied the gunner. "This is a duel of 3. You will fire at Mr. Easy, Mr. Easy will fire at Mr. Biggs, and Mr. Biggs will fire at you. It is all arranged, Mr. Easthupp." "But," said Mr. Easthupp, "I do not understand it. Why is Mr. Biggs to fire at me? I have no quarrel with Mr. Biggs." "Because Mr. Easy fires at Mr. Biggs, and Mr. Biggs must have his shot as well." "If you have ever been in the company of gentlemen, Mr. Easthupp," observed Gascoigne, "you must know something about duelling." "Yes, yes, I have kept the best company, Mr. Gascoigne, and I can give a gentleman satisfaction, but—" "Then, sir, if that is the case, you must know that your honour is in the hands of your second, and that no gentleman appeals." "Yes, yes, I know that, Mr. Gascoigne; but still I have no quarrel with Mr. Biggs, and therefore Mr. Biggs, of course, will not aim at me." "Why, you don't think that I am going to be fired at for nothing?" replied the boatswain. "No, no, I'll have my shot anyhow." "But at your friend, Mr. Biggs?" "All the same I shall fire at somebody, shot for shot, and hit the luckiest." "Well, gentlemen, I protest against these proceedings," replied Mr. Easthupp. "I came here to have satisfaction from Mr. Easy, and not to be fired at by Mr. Biggs." "Don't you have satisfaction when you fire at Mr. Easy?" replied the gunner. "What more would you have?" "I protest against Mr. Biggs firing at me." "So you would have a shot without receiving one?" cried Gascoigne. "The fact is that this fellow is a confounded coward, and ought to be kicked into the cooperage again." At this affront Mr. Easthupp rallied, and accepted the pistol offered by the gunner. "You hear these words, Mr. Biggs? Pretty language to use to a gentleman. You shall hear from me, sir, as soon as the ship is paid off. I protest no longer, Mr. Tallboys. Death before dishonour. I am a gentleman, damme!" At all events, the swell was not a very courageous gentleman, for he trembled most exceedingly as he pointed his pistol. The gunner gave the word as if he were exercising the great guns on board ship. "Cock your locks, take good aim at the object, fire, stop your vents." The only one of the combatants who appeared to comply with the latter supplementary order was Mr. Easthupp, who clapped his hand to his trousers behind, gave a loud yell, and then dropped down, the bullet having passed clean through his seat of honour, from his having presented his broadside as a target to the boatswain as he faced toward our hero. Jack's shot had also taken effect, having passed through both the boatswain's cheeks, without further mischief than extracting two of his best upper double teeth, and forcing through the whole of the further cheek boatswain's own quid of tobacco. As for Mr. Easthupp's ball, as he was very unsettled, and shut his eyes before he fired, it had gone the Lord knows where. The purser's steward lay on the ground and screamed. The boatswain spit out his double teeth and 2 or 3 mouthfuls of blood, and then threw down his pistol in a rage. "A pretty business, by God!" sputtered he. "He's put my pipe out. How the devil am I to pipe to dinner when I'm ordered? All my wind 'scaping through the cheeks." In the meantime the others had gone to the assistance of the purser's steward, who continued his vociferations. They examined him, and considered a wound in that part not to be dangerous. "Hold your confounded bawling," cried the gunner, "or you'll have the guard down here. You're not hurt." "Ain't I?" roared the steward. "Oh, let me die! Let me die! Don't move me!" "Nonsense!" cried the gunner. "You must get up and walk down to the boat. If you don't, we'll leave you. Hold your tongue, confound you! You won't? Then I'll give you something to hallo for." Whereupon Mr. Tallboys commenced cuffing the poor wretch right and left, who received so many swinging boxes of the ear that he was soon reduced to merely pitiful plaints of "Oh dear! Such inhumanity! I protest! Oh dear! Must I get up? I can't, indeed!" "I do not think he can move, Mr. Tallboys," said Gascoigne. "I should think the best plan would be to call up 2 of the men from the cooperage, and let them take him at once to the hospital." The gunner went down to the cooperage to call the men. Mr. Biggs, who had bound up his face as if he had a toothache, for the bleeding had been very slight, came up to the purser's steward, exclaiming, "What the hell are you making such a howling about? Look at me, with 2 shot holes through my figurehead, while you have only got one in your stern. I wish I could change with you, by heavens, for I could use my whistle then. Now, if I attempt to pipe, there will be such a wasteful expenditure of his Majesty's store of wind that I never shall get out a note. A wicked shot of yours, Mr. Easy." "I really am very sorry," replied Jack, with a polite bow, "and I beg to offer my best apology. Midshipman Easy. End of Section 31. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Edward Kirkby. International Short Stories, Volume 2, English Stories, edited by William Patten. Section 32. The Three Thimbles and a Pea by George Borrow. A man emerged from the tent, bearing before him a rather singular table. It appeared to be of white deal, was exceedingly small at the top, and with very long legs. At a few yards from the entrance he paused, and looked round, as if to decide on the direction which he should take. Presently his eye glancing on me, as I lay upon the ground, he started, and appeared for a moment inclined to make off as quick as possible, table and all. In a moment, however, he seemed to recover assurance, and, coming up to the place where I was, the long legs of the table projecting before him, he cried, "Glad to see you here, my lord." "Thank you," said I. "It's a fine day." "Very fine, my lord. Will your lordship play? Them that finds wins, them that don't finds loses." "Play at what?" said I. "Only at the thimble and pea, my lord." "I never heard of such a game." "Didn't you? Well, I'll soon teach you," said he, placing the table down. "All you have to do is put a sovereign down on my table and to find the pea, which I put under one of my thimbles. If you find it, and it is easy enough to find it, I'll give you a sovereign besides your own, for them that finds wins." "And them that don't find loses," said I. "No, I don't wish to play." "Why not, my lord?" "Why, in the first place, I have no money." "Ah, you have no money. That, of course, alters the case. If you have no money, you can't play. Well, I suppose I must be seeing after my customers," said he, glancing over the plain. "Good day," said I. "Good day," said the man slowly, but without moving, and as if in reflection, after a moment or two, looking at me inquiringly, he added, "Out of employ?" "Yes," said I, "out of employ." The man measured me with his eye as I lay on the ground. At length he said, "May I speak a word or two to you, my lord?" "As many as you please," said I. "Then just come a little out of hearing. A little farther on the grass, if you please, my lord." "Why do you call me my lord?" said I, as I arose and followed him. "We of the thimble always calls our customers lords," said the man. "But I won't call you such a foolish name any more. Come along." The man walked along the plain till he came to the side of a dry pit, when, looking round to see that no one was nigh, he laid his table on the grass, and sitting down with his legs over the side of the pit, he motioned to me to do the same. "So you are want of employ?" said he, after I had sat down beside him. "Yes," said I am very much in want of employ." "I think I can find some." "What kind?" said I. "Why," said the man, "I think you would do to be my bonnet." "Bonnet?" said I. "What is that?" "Don't you know? However, no wonder, as you had never heard of the thimble and pea game, but I will tell you. We of the game are very much exposed. Folks, when they have lost their money, as those who play with us mostly do, sometimes uses rough language, calls us cheats, and sometimes knocks our hats over our eyes, and what's more, with a kick under our table, causes the top deals to fly off. This is the third table I have used this day, the other two being broken by uncivil customers. So we of the game generally like to have a gentleman go about with us to take our part, and encourage us, though pretending to know nothing about us. For example, when the customer says, "I'm cheated," the bonnet must say, "No, you ain't, it's all right." Or, when my hat is knocked over my eyes, the bonnet must square and say, "I never saw the man before in all my life, but I won't see him ill-used." And when they kicks at the table, the bonnet must say, "I won't see the table ill-used, such a nice table too, besides I want to play myself." And then I would say to the bonnet, "Thank you, my lord, Them that finds wins. And then the bonnet plays, and I lets the bonnet win. In a word, said I, the bonnet means the man who covers you, even as the real bonnet covers the head. Just so, said the man. I see you are awake, and would soon make a first-rate bonnet. What would the wages be? I demanded. Why, to a first-rate bonnet, as I think you would prove, I could afford to give from 40 to 50 shillings a week. Is it possible? Said I. Good wages, ain't they? Said the man. I find no fault with the wages, said I, but I don't like the employ. Not like bonneting? Said the man. Ah, I see. You would like to be principal. Well, a time may come. Those long white fingers of yours would just serve for the business. Is it a difficult one? I demanded. Why, it is not very easy. 2 things are needful, natural talent and constant practice. But I'll show you a point or two connected with the game. And placing his table between his knees, he sat over the side of the pit. He produced 3 thimbles and a small brown pellet, something resembling a pea. He moved the thimble and pellet about, now placing it to all appearance under one, and now under another. Under which is it now? He said at last. Under that, said I, pointing to the lowermost of the thimbles, which, as they stood, formed a kind of triangle. No, said he, it is not, but lift it up. And when I lifted up the thimble, the pellet, in truth, was not under it. It was under none of them, said he. It was pressed by my little finger against my palm. And then he showed me how he did the trick, and asked me if the game was not a funny one. And, on my answering in the affirmative, he said, I'm glad you like it. Come along, and let us win some money. Thereupon, getting up, he placed the table before him, and was moving away. Observing, however, that I did not stare, he asked me what I was staying for. Merely for my own pleasure, said I. I like sitting here very well. Then you won't close, said the man. By no means, I replied. Your proposal does not suit me. You may be the principal in time, said the man. That makes no difference, said I, and sitting with my legs over the pit, I forthwith began to decline an Armenian noun. That ain't cant, said the man. Nor gypsy either. Well, if you won't close, another will. I can't lose any more time. And forthwith he departed. And after I had declined 4 Armenian nouns of different declensions, I rose from the side of the pit, and wandered about amongst the various groups of people scattered over the green. Presently I came to where the man of the thimbles was standing, with the table before him and many people about him. Them who finds wins, and them who can't find loses, he cried. Various individuals tried to find the pellet, but all were unsuccessful, till at last considerable dissatisfaction was expressed, and the terms rogue and cheat were lavished upon him. Never cheated anybody in all my life, he cried, and observing me at hand, didn't I play fair, my lord? He inquired, but I made no answer. Presently some more played, and he permitted 1 or 2 to win, and the eagerness to play with him became greater. After I had looked on for some time, I was moving away. Just then I perceived a short, thick personage, with a staff in his hand, advancing in a great hurry, whereupon, with a sudden impulse, I exclaimed, Shun thimble engro avilia gogio. The man, who was in the midst of his pea and thimble process, no sooner heard the last word of the distich than he turned an alarmed look in the direction of where I stood. Then, glancing around and perceiving the constable, he slipped forthwith his pellet and thimbles into his pocket, and lifting up his table, he cried to the people about him, Make way! With a motion with his head to me, as if to follow him, he darted off with a swiftness which the short, pursy constable could by no means rival. And whither he went, or what became of him, I know not, inasmuch as I turned away in another direction, Lavengro. End of section 32. Recording by Edward Kirkby, Warwick, England. End of International Short Stories, Volume 2, by William Patten.